I was abandoned by my biological mother in a tiny village for 10 long years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she would show up in a Bentley to take me back? Not only did she give me luxury cars and a grand villa to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my deadbeat father had an affair in the name of love. He left with nothing and divorced my mother. My mother sold the house immediately after. After leaving me with my maternal grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing all by herself to build her career. That journey lasted for 10 whole years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Beijing to live a life of luxury. However, throughout the entire journey, neither of us said a word to each other. Wu Lianxin remained silent for a long time. Before finally speaking slowly, Xiao Wandao, Mom really had her own struggles all these years. You can understand me, right? Yes, I understand. I nodded quietly. Carrying a child from a previous marriage is truly not easy. Do you resent me? Of course, there is resentment in my heart. Xiao Wandao, thank you. Hearing that, Wu Lianxin's eyes immediately turned red. In the future, Mom will surely make it up to you manifold. We have arrived at the airport. She smiled and patted my shoulder. After such a long drive. You must be hungry, right? There's still time before the flight. Let me take you to get something to eat first. This is the first time in 17 years I've set foot in an airport. Wu Lianxin took me into a restaurant, and the two of us sat down by the window. I thought for a moment, then took the initiative to break the silence. How have you been living all these years, Mom? The space suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Wu Lianxin's expression froze for a beat, but then she smiled again. The first few years were indeed very tough, but now I've finally made it through. It's like the bitterness has ended and the sweetness has come. I was silent for about 2 seconds, then gave a soft nod. My first time on a plane. At the moment the plane took off, I watched the tall buildings gradually fade away outside the window, and a surge of indescribable emotions filled my heart. The architecture outside the window slowly disappeared, replaced by a thick sea of clouds. Sunlight shining down looked so gentle and peaceful. Just as I was immersed in the beauty outside, Wu Lianxin gently patted my shoulder, handing me a tablet. Xiao Wandao. Inside this is all the information about my new family. It's best if you look through it carefully. Remember everyone's preferences. That way it'll help you adapt to the new environment faster. Yes, Mother, I nodded. I looked down at the tablet. It turned out to be nearly 100 pages. I was startled in amazement and began to flip through it seriously. After finishing, my mood became quite complex. Mother's remarried family has many members, and it seems none of them are ordinary at all. My stepfather's name is Ji Bada. He is currently retired early and is traveling everywhere. His late wife passed away from cancer 3 years ago. There are no sons in the house, only 5 daughters. The eldest sister works in finance. The second sister is a doctor. The third sister is a photographer. The fourth sister is a teacher. And the fifth sister is a rising actress in the entertainment industry. Just how formidable is this family background? I heard that noble families often have many rules, so I examined the documents a bit more closely. An hour and a half later, the plane landed safely. As soon as we exited the airport, a Maybach was already waiting. As we were about to get in the car to go to the G residence, after finishing a phone call, Wu Lianxin looked at me with smiling eyes. Xiao Wandao, the accommodation at your new school is all set, so I have to personally make a trip there. Go home by yourself first, okay? Any problem? I nodded. The car quickly stopped in front of a villa on the hillside. The driver said slowly, "Young master, we have arrived. The eldest young lady should be home at this time." "Yes, thank you, uncle." I nodded and got out of the car. Although I had mentally prepared myself, I still couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. My mother is truly amazing. Is this the legendary marrying into wealth? This second husband of my mother's is likely a diamond to your catch, no joke. I took 2 deep breaths and stepped toward the closed door, intending to knock. Just as I raised my hand, the door suddenly opened automatically. What greeted my eyes was a vast entrance, with a lush money tree on the left and a wall of shoe and bag cabinets on the right. I quietly changed into slippers and walked inside. The first floor hall was exceptionally bright. On the sofa, a woman was sitting with her back to me, wearing a coffee-colored shirt, her hair loosely tied with a rubber band. Just from her back, she looked like someone not to be trifled with. I took a deep breath and approached her. "Hello, sister." The woman suddenly turned her head to look at me. The anger in her eyes hadn't quite faded yet, but she quickly regained her composure. Only then did I realize she was wearing headphones. It seemed she was in the middle of a meeting. I gave her an awkward smile, then obediently sat down where she pointed. Soon a servant brought me some water. I didn't dare disturb her. Just quietly thanked the servant and sat upright, patiently waiting for her to finish the meeting. The wait lasted for over an hour. Auntie Wu's son, right? Yes, hello, sister. My name is Xiao Wandao, I answered politely. Ji Xiaoman had a fairly good first impression of me. Seeing how tense I was, she said slowly, Don't be so stiff, just treat this as your home. Your room is on the west side of the 3rd floor. The east side is my father and Auntie Wu's room. You can go anywhere in this house. So don't go up there unless you have a reason. I understand, sister, I didn't dare be careless at all. What could I do? This woman's aura was so powerful. It made one feel instinctively intimidated. I have another meeting later. Unless something changes, you'll be eating dinner alone. Just tell the maid what you'd like to eat. As she spoke, Ji Xiaoman handed me a card. There's 1 million yuan on this card, consider it a greeting gift. From now until you graduate and start working. 100,000 yuan for living expenses, less than greater than, will be transferred to this card every month. Less than greater. Normally, whether you have a reason, less than, or not, please don't disturb me. The Ji family values self-reliance after graduation, so your future depends entirely on you. There's one more point you must remember. The Ji family rule is to stand united against outsiders. Anyone with ill intentions will be cast out of the house. Hearing about the monthly allowance of 100,000, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Sudden wealth had arrived right before my eyes, but I gently shook my head. Don't worry, sister. I know exactly where I stand. Being able to stay here is already lucky enough. Cannot accept this money. My sincerity, obedience, and lack of greed for money actually made Ji Xiaoman quite satisfied. She decisively grabbed my collar and stuffed the card into my breast pocket. Little brat, you're pretty good. But once you stepped into the Ji family home, you're one of us. If a member of the Ji family doesn't have money, how will you broaden your horizons and knowledge? If you really feel uncomfortable, then nurture your ambitions and pay me back double later on. With that said, she turned and stepped into the elevator. Watching the upward arrows stop, I looked down at the card in my pocket. For a moment, I didn't know what emotion to show, but I truly let out a sigh of relief. It seems that unless there's a reason, it's to keep a bit of distance from her in the future. I opened the tablet and deleted that line. But in my heart, I thought, people who are straightforward and decisive, like that, are actually the easiest to live with. Dinner was just as Ji Xiaoman had said. No one came home, so I ate alone. I asked the maid to prepare a few simple dishes. After eating, I changed my shoes and went for a stroll around the villa. High-end villa areas really are different. Even the landscaping smells like money. Just as I was reaching the artificial lake, ragdoll cat suddenly darted out, blocking my path. Meow. The ragdoll cat crouched before me, looking up with a cry, seeming to demand a petting. I squatted down and placed my hand on its head. The cat didn't avoid me. Instead, it rubbed against my palm and then let out 2 lazy meows. Only then did I notice a small golden tag around the cat's neck, with its name inscribed on it. Little one, so your name is Jiao Taohua. Meow, the cat flopped onto the ground, exposing its round belly to me. It was signaling me to give it a few more strokes. A moment later, Jiao Taohua, where have you hidden now? My hand stroking the cat stopped. Looking at the little cat, I couldn't help but chuckle. So you did sneak out to play. Hurry back to your owner. Seeing me stop, the cat wasn't having it. It got up and circled my legs, looking as if it wanted to stick by me forever. Soon, the figure of a girl appeared before my eyes. She was wearing flat shoes. Her trotting gait looked quite adorable. That must be your owner, right? I couldn't help but smile. Jiao Taohua turned its head to look, giving a soft cry. Then, right before my eyes, the cat that had been circling my legs suddenly flopped onto the ground motionless. It happened so unexpectedly that I was momentarily stunned. The tiny creature lay there still, as if it had suddenly fainted. Seeing the cat's owner approach, I looked at her delicate face in confusion. It was perfectly fine just a second ago. Yes, I know. You don't have to worry. The girl gently picked up the cat. Jiao Taohua, don't make me slap you, she said. The ragdoll cat, which had been playing dead, immediately snapped its eyes open, found a comfortable spot in her arms to nuzzle its head, and then let out 2 obedient meows. I felt this cat must be a spirit in disguise. Seeing this, the girl's voice became sweet. I'm sorry. Whenever my cat sees a handsome guy, she plays dead to get attention. You're the 3rd person this month she's tried this trick on. A cat can actually do that. I gave an awkward laugh. It's fine, as long as she's okay. The girl reached into her pocket, pulled out her phone. It's getting late today. Let's exchange WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal another day to apologize. She didn't cause me any trouble at all, so you don't need to be so polite. I told her I didn't have my phone with me. Besides, it was just a chance encounter. We likely wouldn't meet again often. The girl wasn't discouraged. She pocketed her phone and flashed a sweet smile. All right then. My name is Mu Yulu. I live in Building 7. If you ever need help, feel free to come find me. Since she had introduced herself, it would have been rude to stay silent, so I replied, Im Shao Wandao. I'm in Building 3. Though the chance of me asking her for help seemed unlikely. Living away from parents for 10 years, I had long ago learned how to be self-reliant. It's dark now, I'll head back first. See you later, I said, nodding to her. Mu Yulu had likely rushed out right after a shower. Her hair was still soaking wet with water dripping down. As she turned to leave, Zhao Taowan nuzzled against her, accidentally undoing her loosely fastened top button. Before I could look away, beneath the girl's beautiful swan-like neck, the pale, snowy skin glimpsed through the opening. Suddenly caught my eye. Her face flushed red in an instant, and I hurriedly averted my gaze. As I entered the villa, I intended to grab a bottle of water and go straight upstairs, but I saw the kitchen light was still on. I turned and walked toward it, seeing quite a few water droplets splash on the counter, and Ji Xiaoman was frowning slightly. Sister, is there anything I can help with? Ji Xiaoman looked up and saw it was me. She was silent for a few seconds before asking slowly, Do you know how to make porridge? Yes, I do, but it might not taste as good as the maid's. I walked around Ji Xiaoman, scooped a ladle of rice, washed it, put it in the pot, added some sliced shiitake mushrooms and ham, and seasoned it with soy sauce and salt. Before turning off the heat, I threw in a few green leaves, ladling the porridge into a bowl with practiced ease. I placed the bowl on the bar counter in front of Ji Xiaoman, gently saying, Please eat, sister. Thank you, perhaps because she was tired. Ji Xiaoman at this moment seemed far more approachable than she had been this afternoon. She took a small spoonful, blew on it, and tasted it. It actually tastes quite good. She couldn't help but offer an explanation. I don't like having strangers in the house at night. By this time, the servants have all gone home. I usually have the habit of not eating dinner. I didn't expect a sudden stomach ache tonight. I nodded slightly, thought for a moment, then spoke up to advise, You shouldn't skip any of the 3 meals. It's better if you eat dinner. Ji Xiaoman's hand holding the spoon paused. Then she continued to eat in small bites. After she finished, I handed her a glass of warm milk to soothe her stomach. Drink this before heading upstairs, sister. Thank you. Ji Xiaoman stared at the milk for a few seconds, looking at me with complex eyes. Then I went upstairs to return to my room. This time, Ji Xiaoman herself watched me into the elevator. She brought the glass of milk to her lips for a sip, and a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Having a younger brother around doesn't seem so bad after all. I didn't see Wu Liangshan again until the following afternoon. Going downstairs, I saw her smiling brightly, carrying numerous bags into the living room with the help of a maid. The moment Wu Liangshan saw me, her smile widened even further. Shao Wandao, you've come at just the right time. Come look at all these new things Mom bought for you. I nodded slightly and sat down on the sofa. Wu Liangshan began opening the bags. I settled everything regarding your school. It's the best private high school in Beijing, with a top-tier faculty. Since it's quite far from home, I've bought you an apartment near the school, just a 5-minute walk to the classrooms. You can sleep in a little more, to stay refreshed and study well. School starts in a week, and I bought you some school supplies. Actually, I really wanted to say it wasn't necessary, because my academic record was already excellent. I had long ago self-studied the entire 12th grade curriculum. Even if I had to repeat my senior year, getting into any university in the country would be no problem. But seeing Wu Liangshan so meticulously arranging things, I couldn't bring myself to interrupt her. This long-delayed motherly love. Though I told myself I didn't need it, the moment I actually felt it, I couldn't help but want to immerse myself in it after all. On the 3rd floor, Ji Xiaoman happened to witness this warm mother-son scene, and a flash of admiration crossed her eyes, before quickly vanishing. I met the head of the household at dinner. The dining table had grown from 1 person to 4, and dinner naturally became more lavish, with a table full of food. Jibata was nearly 50 years old, but still maintained quite a handsome appearance. He looked very kind. Haha, our Ji family has been lacking male energy for a long time. Now finally we have some. Dao Wandao, from now on we are family. If you meet anything, just tell me. Don't be a stranger. While Jibata looked at me, I was also observing the man before me. Mother is no longer young. As her son, I needed to see what kind of man her second husband really was. Wu Liangshan smiled at Jibata. Bata, let's eat first. Don't let the children go hungry. Jibata nodded, then served some food to Ji Xiaoman, and placed a piece on my plate as well. Eat plenty, you two. Especially Shao Wandao. I heard you're entering your senior year, so you need to stay healthy. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Dad. Ji Xiaoman and I spoke almost in unison. Since it's Shao Wandao's first time here, Uncle will buy you a supercar as a gift soon. Also, I have a bottle of red wine I've been saving. I'll open it today so we can celebrate together. Saying so, he stood up and went straight to the wine cellar in the basement. I looked over at Ji Xiaoman beside me. She was staring at her food, her already cold face turning even more unpleasant. In the dish, there were 2 peanuts. I suddenly remembered Ji Xiaoman was allergic to peanuts, which Mr. Ji apparently didn't know at all. At that very moment, Ji Xiaoman's indifferent face grew even more unsightly. There were 2 peanuts mixed in the food. I recalled that Ji Xiaoman had a peanut allergy, yet he had no idea. Sister, I haven't touched this bowl of rice yet. If you don't mind, let's swap. Ji Xiaoman's train of thought was instantly interrupted. She looked at me in clear bewilderment, with complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Even this boy who had been home for less than 2 days knew that she couldn't eat peanuts. Normally, by now she would have dropped her chopsticks and stormed off, but this boy had stayed 1 step ahead of her, reminding her that skipping dinner would hurt her stomach. Her expression softened slightly. No need for you go ahead and eat. Auntie Chu, please get me another bowl of rice. After the peanut allergy incident, the dinner atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. That 3 million yuan bottle of Romani Conti wine, aside from the first glass for everyone, the rest went straight into Ji Bada's belly. Ji Bada seemed to love his wine. He barely ate any rice, but finished 2 bottles of white liquor in the middle. As a result, he ended up drinking himself into a stupor. After Wu Lianshin had the servants take him upstairs, she didn't come back down either. In the spacious dining room, it was once again just Ji Xiaoman and me. She didn't eat much, setting down her chopsticks shortly. Looking at me eating heartily beside her, she was silent for a long time before she couldn't help asking, "You and your mother must have a very good relationship, right?" My hand paused for a moment. Then I replied slowly, "I haven't seen her for 10 years. Today is only the 3rd time we've met, since being reunited after all those years." Ji Xiaoman looked somewhat surprised. 10 years? So did you live with your father for those 10 years? I shook my head. I was raised by my maternal grandfather from a young age. Ji Xiaoman looked at me, her heart softening slightly. From now on, besides your mother, you also have me, your big sister. If you have any trouble, just come to me. With that, she stood up and left with a proud air. School starting was approaching. In the following days, I didn't leave the house, focusing on solving practice problems and exercising. This time, Ji Bada went with Wu Liangshin. They both went to see the aurora for their honeymoon. During the day, aside from the maid, I was alone in the villa. August 25th, I woke up before the alarm went off. Why wake up so early? Because basically, I hadn't been able to sleep a wink all night. I changed clothes and went downstairs, finding the first floor brilliantly lit. Ji Xiaoman was sitting there reading the financial news. "Sister, don't you usually go to work at 9? Why are you up so early today?" "I promised Auntie Wu that I'd take you to register this morning, so I got up a bit early." Ji Xiaoman didn't even look up, just taking 2 sips of her coffee. I looked down at my watch. It was only 6:30, and registration only required us to be there by 8:30. I rubbed my nose but didn't call her out. The maid hadn't arrived yet, and the beauty before me wasn't used to doing housework. So I went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast myself. At 7:30, the 2 of us headed out together. "Got everything?" "Check again. Student ID, school supplies, everything. If anything is missing, I'll have my assistant get it." "Are you full? Or should I take you to get something else to eat near school?" Along the way, I was stuck between laughter and tears. "I'm just going to school, not heading to a battlefield, sister. How can you talk to your big sister like that?" Ji Xiaoman shot me a glare. I felt comfortable enough around her, so I decided to play along. Yes, I'll listen to whatever you say, sister." Ji Xiaoman gave me another look, but this time she said nothing more. The car stopped not far from the school gate. Ji Xiaoman's voice returned to its cold CEO tone. "Get out. See you next week then. Remember to eat a proper dinner, sister." I didn't forget to remind her once more, before grabbing my backpack and getting out. Closing the door, Ji Xiaoman immediately started the engine. After a few meters, she stopped the car again. Window rolled down, and she looked at me standing outside, giving one final instruction. "If you don't feel comfortable out there, just come home to sleep. I can arrange for a driver to pick you up and drop you off every day." Meeting those cold yet serious eyes inside the car, my heart suddenly felt an irrepressible warmth. This eldest sister of mine, though not related by blood, is truly the type who is sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Only by getting to know her can one truly see her underlying tenderness. "Thank you, elder sister." A gentle smile played on the corners of Gui Xiaoman's lips. I have an older sister protecting me now. She might give me a harsh lesson when I make a mistake, But if anyone dares to bully me, she'll be the first to stand up for me no matter what. From now on, I have a sister watching my back, and it seems there are actually 5 of them. I just wonder if the other 4 sisters will be as approachable as Gui Xiaoman. Stepping into the school, I push all those thoughts to the back of my mind. Thanks to Wu Lianxin's connections, I was placed in class 1210, an elite class just one step below the honors division. I was about to look for someone to ask for directions when a guy as thin as a monkey, half a head shorter than me, blocked my path. He stared at me for a few seconds, and his eyes lit up. Lao Bi. Recognizing the person before me, I also showed my delight, a look of excitement flashing across my face. Yan Fei, it's me. It's really me. Yan Huigang excitedly gave me a tight bear hug. Did your family strike it rich too, you rascal? Did they throw you in here to suffer with me? You could say that. Meeting an old friend. And a sworn brother who shared everything with me. It's been over 3 years since we last met. How did you end up so thin? Don't even mention it. It's all because of the torture in this godforsaken place. Yan Huigang let out a desperate sigh, patted me on the shoulder, and smiled again. Lao Bi, let me tell you, this place really isn't for humans. I was dreading how to survive this final year. It's a good thing you're here, brother. You've come to share the suffering with me. My grades are actually quite decent, so life might be a bit easier for me. I corrected him without hesitation. Yan Huigang's face immediately fell. Oh, great. I forgot a monster like you is always at the top of the class. Class 10 is on the 2nd floor. The 2 of us quickly arrived at the classroom door. By the way, the home teacher's office is in room 201 at the end of the hallway. As a new student, you have to go report him first. He pointed to the sign not far away. Yan Huigang gave a sly smile, preparing to sit into class. B, I'm not going to risk my life going with you. I haven't finished my homework yet. I need to find someone to copy from immediately. I nodded and strode toward the office, knocking and entering to meet several unfamiliar gazes. I put on a polite expression and spoke. Good morning, teachers. My name is Xiao Yun Tao. I'm a new student here to report to Mr. Zhao of class 10. Xiao Yun Tao, you're here. Come and have a seat, said a young wearing glasses and possessing an elegant, calm demeanor. Yes, sir. Your files have been transferred over. I've already looked through them. Your academic record is very impressive. Don't be too nervous about being in a new school. Just maintain your previous performance and you'll be fine. Yes, thank you, teacher. Since you're new, you're probably not familiar with the campus yet. I'll arrange for someone to give you a tour later. Yes, sir. The teacher, seemingly invited through some higher influence, seemed much more thoughtful and refined than ordinary teachers. After chatting with Zhao Luming for a little while longer, I headed toward the classroom with him. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. This is Xiao Yuntao, a new student joining our class this semester. Our new classmate is not only handsome, but also has exceptionally outstanding academic results. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Leading the way from below was Ashtray. Welcome, welcome. A most enthusiastic welcome. Seeing Yan Huigang waving at me, a standard social smile appeared on my face. Once the enthusiastic applause died down, Zhao Luming looked at the class and said, starting from the first student near the door, everyone come up one by one to shake hands. Introduce yourselves and make it lively, so our new classmate can integrate quickly into our class. It's really not that necessary, the forced smile on my face becoming even more awkward. Near the door, the first student was a girl with a girl next door vibe. Looking at me standing 185 centimeters tall, she could only try her best to look up. She stepped up in front of me, her eyes gleaming with a hint of longing as she looked at me. Hello, B. I'm Jo Xiao. Welcome to our class. The first girl spent a full 5 minutes introducing herself, and she held my hand tightly for that entire time. It wasn't until I thanked her and tried to pull my hand away that she finally let go, looking quite reluctant. All right then, B. I'll head back to my seat. Make sure you remember my name. I'm Jo Xiao. I'll remember Jo Xiao. The expression on my face was starting to crumble. There were only 40 people, but the introduction took up 2 whole periods. I see there's an empty seat next to Yan Huigang. Xiao Yuntao, why don't you sit there for now? After the entrance exam this Thursday, we'll rearrange the seats based on your scores. Yes, thank you, sir. The moment my butt hit the seat, I heard Zhao Luming speak again. There's 1 period left before school ends. Who wants to show our new classmate around the school? The students of class 10 were truly overenthusiastic. There was a 100% hand-raising rate. Bai, why don't you choose who you'd like to guide you? Zhao Luming thoughtfully gave me the power to decide, and some of the tension in my body finally relaxed. I stood up and glanced at Yan Huigang beside me. Teacher, letting this classmate guide me will be fine. All right then, everyone else can start their self-study. The 2 of us walked down from the teaching building together. Take me somewhere we can sit for a bit. I could really use some hot water to refresh myself. Small matter. Your brother here will take you for milk tea, and we can check out our school's milk tea beauty while we're at it. The smile on Yan Huigang's face suddenly turned a bit mischievous. I looked at him helplessly. It's only been a few years. How did you become so lecherous? Isn't appreciating beauty only natural? It's because your eyes are blinded by textbooks. You have no joy in life whatsoever. Yan Huigang looked at me with a look of disdain. Before long, the two brothers arrived at the milk tea shop. A girl in a blue Lolita dress paired with white stockings was busy preparing drinks. As soon as Yan Huigang saw her, he gave me a knowing wink. 2 large pearl milk teas, please, and add 2 scoops of ice cream. Right, you two sit over there and wait a bit. The girl set down a tray and turned around. She had a tall figure but the face of a sweet Lolita, wearing a white cat ear headband, and a cute little snaggletooth when she smiled. Well, pretty, right? I nodded in agreement. So you like this type of girl? My taste is broad. I like anyone who's pretty. Yan Huigang shook his head vigorously, not forgetting to add, but I like them best with nothing on. On the first day, there were no evening self-study sessions, so school ended at 6 o'clock. As I started packing my books, hey, speaking of which, this outfit and backpack of yours, even your school supplies look way more expensive than mine. What did your family do to strike it rich? I thought for a moment and then replied seriously, summing it up in 4 words, blessings from my mother. Your mom is really something. Yan Huigang assumed Wu Lianxin was like his parents, having built a reputation for themselves in Beijing. I nodded, offering no further explanation. Taking a taxi back to the gate of the apartment complex my mother rented, I had just reached the base of the building when the headlights of the car in front suddenly flared, flashing toward me. I turned to look, and the face I had just met this morning appeared behind the car window. I walked over, slightly surprised. Aren't you working overtime today? Why did you come here again? Just coming to see how you're adjusting. Want to come back home with me? No thanks, sis. Living there means I'd have to wake up an hour earlier. You don't need to worry so much. Besides, I ran into my old childhood best friend at school today. We're in the same class, so with him around, I'm adjusting quite well. Gui Xiaoman's day-long anxiety instantly vanished. Well, that's good news then. Invite your friend over this weekend. I'll treat him to a meal. I nodded. Have you eaten yet? How about coming up? I'll cook something for you. Gui Xiaoman seemed to have already planned for this. All right, let me go park the car first. With that, the car started up and quickly drove off. I watched the exhaust trail she left behind, a look of silly innocence in my eyes. Do you really need to put the car in the garage just for one meal? Thinking no more of it, I used my resident card to open the building door and took the elevator to the 8th floor. As soon as the door opened, the lights in the room automatically turned on. I looked around a bit dazed. The apartment was exquisitely decorated, with 2 bedrooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms. Over 100 square meters, the furniture and decor followed a primary black and white theme. Entering the kitchen, the refrigerator was fully stocked with food. I only knew how to cook a few simple home-style dishes, so I looked for the right ingredients, planning to make fish-flavored shredded pork for Gui Xiaoman, and a side of stir-fried eggs with tomatoes. There were 3 sets of house keys in total. Wu Lianxin had given 1 set to Gui Xiaoman. What's for dinner tonight? Is fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried eggs with tomatoes okay for dinner? I don't know how to make anything more complex, and other dishes take too much time. I spoke while slicing the bell peppers. When I looked up and saw Gui Xiaoman had changed her clothes, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Sis, why did you change your clothes? I was afraid you'd be too scared to sleep alone, so I'm staying over tonight. Gui Xiaoman calmly took a bottle of juice from the fridge, poured a glass, and continued. I still have a conference call. It'll probably take about half an hour. If you finish early, go ahead and eat first. Watching Gui Xiaoman walk away, I felt a bit helpless. I'm not a 4 or 5-year-old kid anymore. At most, I might lose a bit of sleep from not being used to a new place. There's nothing scary about sleeping alone. Late at night, I lay on a large bed that could easily fit 4 people, tossing and turning because I wasn't used to it. It was clearly a residential area, but even at 11 p.m., it was so silent outside it was frightening. About half an hour later in the living room, Gui Xiaoman's low voice filtered through the crack in the door every few seconds. She seemed to be on a work call, though her tone sounded very serious. To my ears, it brought a sense of peace. I was woken up by the alarm at 6:30, went into the kitchen to toast bread, boil eggs, and warm up some milk. I ate a quick bite, left a note for Gui Xiaoman to remember to eat breakfast when she woke up, and then grabbed my backpack and headed to school. The last period of the morning was math. Everyone, please arrive 10 minutes early this afternoon. At 2:30, we'll head to the auditorium for the college entrance exam kickoff ceremony. The school has invited last year's science valedictorian to share their study experiences with everyone, so remember to bring your notebooks. Last year's science valedictorian? Isn't that senior Mu Yulu? Yan Huigang's eyes instantly lit up. Mu Yulu? That's right. Lao Bi, you're new so you wouldn't know. She's a legend at our school, not only ranking first in the Beijing University talent exam, but also taking the science valedictorian title last year. Yan Huigang didn't forget to add, senior is both beautiful and has great taste. People pursuing her could line up 10 times around the campus, but sadly, she hasn't taken a fancy to anyone. I nodded, an image appearing in my mind of someone wearing cute white rabbit pajamas in the sweltering heat, wearing those rhinestone loafers. It must just be a coincidence of names. The kickoff ceremony took place in a massive auditorium resembling a circus arena. It was my first time seeing the place. The entire grade had 20 classes in total, but even with so many people, they couldn't even fill half the hall. After sitting for over half an hour, my water bottle was nearly empty, and I really needed to use the restroom. Hey, fatty, where's the restroom in this auditorium? Just follow the stairs out, turn left, and walk straight in. I stood up, went out, and turned left, my gaze accidentally drifting toward the window, where the figure of a girl on the phone caught my eye. My footsteps halted, and then I walked over and stood behind her. Sensing someone behind her, the girl turned around, and when she saw it was me, a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes, a radiant smile spreading across her lips. Is it you? I never expected to run into you here. Yes, it really is unexpected. My gaze was also filled with utter surprise. The Mu Yulu I met when I first arrived in Beijing, who would have thought that she was actually that legendary senior student? Today she was wearing light makeup, with her long hair tied back in a spirited high ponytail. At this very moment, a flash of amazement lit up my eyes. The Mu Yulu I met upon arriving in Beijing really was indeed that famous senior. With her elegant makeup and high ponytail, her eyes crinkled radiantly when she smiled, exuding a youthful vitality from head to toe. She was truly so beautiful it made one's heart skip a beat. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I carefully pointed behind her. It seems something has happened behind you. Naturally clever and sharp, she immediately understood my implication. Her eyes widened in horror, and the smile on her lips instantly froze. She looked back with difficulty, and as expected, she saw a glaring red stain on her pants. Her cheeks immediately flushed a burning red. Just moments ago, Mu Yulu had been smiling brilliantly. Now she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. Seeing the red stain spreading on her pants, her face turned a deep scarlet. Ah, this is crazy. Why did it have to happen right now? And of all people, that handsome guy I just spoke to saw it. Is it too late to buy a ticket to Mars? The expressions on her face were changing rapidly and vividly. In the midst of her wanting to vanish from embarrassment, a black jacket was held out before her. If you don't mind, please use this to cover yourself for now. Thank you. Thank you so much. This handsome younger brother is so kind. A wave of warmth flowed through Mu Yula's heart. She took the jacket and tied it around her waist, perfectly hiding that embarrassing red stain. Since she had luckily run into such good people, and even knew his name and where he lived, she absolutely had to latch onto this golden thigh. Despite being super embarrassed, Mu Yulu pressed her hands together in a plea, looking at me with a pitiful expression. She continued, normally, my health is great. I usually don't feel anything on those days, but it came a whole week early this time, so I wasn't prepared. Could you do me a favor? I can't. The tips of my ears turned red in an instant. An instinct made me shake my head in refusal. I'm a guy, if I go buy those things for a girl, what kind of image would that leave? Is it really impossible? Mu Yula's eyes were already welling up, and she reached out to gently tug on my sleeve, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. Xiao Yun Tao, just consider that I owe you one. I really don't want to be humiliated here. Please, can you help me? I've always been one to yield to kindness rather than force, and I especially couldn't stand a great beauty acting so cute like this. My mind suddenly went blank, and I could only nod in agreement. All right then, I'll go buy them for you. Could you also buy me a new pair of underwear while you're at it, and a pair of long pants too, if possible? Mu Yulu was screaming on the inside, blinking her large, watery eyes as she looked at me. After this was all over, she swore she'd moved to another planet. And as for this boy in front of her, it would be best if they never met again in this lifetime. I looked at the girl before me, silently scolding myself for being such a busybody. Now I've done it. There's no escaping now. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and I thought of a solution that worked for both of us. It'll be a while before you have to go on stage, right? My house is right here, less than a 5-minute walk away. If you don't mind, come to my place to change. The supermarket downstairs also sells everything you need. After saying it, even I had to admire my own cleverness. Really, thank you so much. Xiao Yuntao, that is absolutely perfect. Mu Yula's eyes lit up instantly. You are truly the best person in the world. Even though it's still quite embarrassing, at least it's much better than having a boy. Go and buy those sensitive items for me. Much better. Seeing her agree, I also breathed a sigh of relief. But wait for me for a moment. I have to ask the homeroom teacher for permission. Without a permit, we can't leave for the school gates. No need for all that trouble. Mu Yulu grabbed my arm with one hand. My face is the pass. Just follow me. The security guards definitely won't dare to stop us. That works too, I nodded. This was the first time I'd ever brought a girl home. And even though it was an emergency, I still felt a little strange about it. Following Mu Yulu, we indeed made it out of the school gates smoothly. Sakimo samdo a sioti chunghu chungku. The two of us quickly went upstairs together. No need to change into slippers. That's the guest bedroom. My sister's clothes are in there. See if any of them fit you. There's a bathroom in there too. Mu Yulu thanked me profusely and dashed into the guest bedroom. Only then did I suddenly realize that I needed to take care of my own urgent business as well. Mu Yulu worked very quickly. In no time, she had finished changing and came out to the living room. In the meantime, I had also prepared a glass of brown sugar water for her and handed it to her as soon as she emerged. Drink this to warm yourself up. Mu Yulu had been thirsty, but seeing a brown sugar water I had thoughtfully prepared, she suddenly felt a wave of immense warmth in her heart. Thank you. For a moment, neither of us said a word, the atmosphere suddenly becoming silent. Waiting for Mu Yulu to finish the water, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. It was a call from a school administrator. Mu Yulu quickly answered, offered a brief explanation of the situation, hung up, then looked at me and said, "It's almost my turn to go on stage. I have to get back to school immediately. About the money for these pants, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer the money back to you later." I took out my phone and added Mu Yulu on WeChat. She and I left together one after the other. Before long, both of us had returned to school. Yan Huaigang saw I was so late and had even lost my jacket, and he immediately sidled up to me like a dog, sniffing repeatedly. "What kind of bathroom break makes your jacket disappear? Did you fall into the latrine or something? Or did you sneak off on a date and leave me behind? Stop talking nonsense. I was just doing my daily good deed. That dog nose of yours is quite sharp, isn't it?" But every time I thought of the jacket, my brow furrowed slightly. Mu Yulu seemed to be wearing my jacket when she returned. She'll probably take it off when she goes up to speak, right? Very soon after, the host invited Mu Yulu onto the stage, and countless spotlights immediately focused on her. Right now, the host invited Mu Yulu to the podium, with numerous stage lights shining upon her simultaneously. The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause. The girl in the front row stood up, turned to bow to the entire audience, then took off the jacket and stepped onto the speaking platform. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Huaigang, sitting beside me and seeing his dream girl, excitedly gripped my arm. "Lao Bi, look." As expected of the goddess of my heart, after just one summer break, how did Senior become even more beautiful? What kind of dream do I need to have to get the chance to have just one meal with her? Clearly, the one getting excited in the crowd wasn't just Yan Huaigang. In the front row, there were even some bold guys who directly stood up, shouting so loud it could shake the heavens and earth. Mu Yulu had just stepped up, and as her gaze accidentally swept across the audience, she saw me being pulled up by Yan Huaigang. Thinking of that humiliating moment just now, her cheeks couldn't help but flush once more, and she hastily looked away. She cleared her throat slightly, her sweet, gentle voice carrying through the microphone and echoing throughout the hall. "Dear leaders, teachers, fellow students, wishing everyone a good afternoon." Yan Huigang gripped my wrist tightly, shaking it excitedly without stopping. "Lao Bi, did you see that? The senior just looked at me. It seemed like she looked at me twice, didn't it?" My eyes turned once again toward the girl on the stage. Facing nearly 1,000 people, she remained calm and confident, a radiant and gentle smile always on her lips. Her whole being radiated an aura of confidence, incredibly brilliant and captivating. Thump, thump. I clearly felt my heart suddenly skip a beat. Seeing me staring at Mu Yulu, Yan Huigang waved his hand in front of my eyes. "What's wrong? Entranced by the senior's beauty?" Everyone appreciates beauty. Everyone likes looking at pretty girls, but I wouldn't say I'm entranced just yet. I shook my head slightly. Yan Huigang thought for a moment, then decided to warn me anyway. "It's best that you realize that. Don't blame your brother for not warning you. The senior doesn't just have beauty and talent, but her family background is not the kind of middle-class family that people like us can reach. We should just admire her from afar. Absolutely don't have any other intentions. You better etch those words into your heart. I patted his shoulder firmly and said, I remember. Rest assured, I know my place. Even if life changes rapidly, I understand that whatever I owe, I must repay. The girl on stage is indeed heart-shaking brilliant, but I clearly understand my own position. When Mu Yulu returned to her seat, Yan Huaigang couldn't help but nudge me. Do you notice that the jacket the senior is wearing looks a bit familiar? This guy doesn't just have a dog's nose, but his eyes are sharp too. Jackets all look the same. It's normal for it to look familiar. You're right. Luckily, this Yan Huaigang is quite easy to fool. This launch ceremony lasted for 3 class periods. By the time I got home, it was past 11 p.m. Taking out my phone to check, Wu Lianshin had just transferred another 10,000 yuan to me. Gui Xiaoman sent a message telling me to be careful and stay safe. Finally, there was a transfer notification from Mu Yulu. I opened the chat with Mu Yulu first. There were 2 screenshots of clothing prices and 2 transfer records, a total of 28,000 yuan. It seems she doesn't intend to return the jacket, which is fine. I tapped to accept the money, then replied with received. I immediately transferred 15,000 yuan of that to Sister Gui Xiaoman. Sister, a friend of mine ran into some trouble and ended up wearing a pair of your pants. This is the compensation for you. Just as the message was sent, a video call from Gui Xiaoman came through immediately. What's going on? Tell me the truth quickly. I had to immediately recount the entire story from beginning to end. Only then did Gui Xiaoman breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you didn't run into any scams. Keep this money, consider it a reward for a good deed. Sister, please just accept it. After all, it was because I took your things, without your permission. If you don't accept it, it'll feel very pressured. All right? Gui Xiaoman didn't refuse this time, accepting the money with a smile, giving a few more instructions before hanging up. As for the money Wu Lianshin transferred, knowing she was quite well off, I accepted it naturally as her son. The academic atmosphere at the new school was very vibrant, and I adapted very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On Thursday and Friday, the grade held a beginning-of-year survey exam. Exam rooms were arranged based on the previous semester's performance. After finishing the last exam on Friday, the school dismissed the students early. Just as I walked to the school gate, I saw a middle-aged man in a neat suit, bowing respectfully to me. Young master, the eldest miss, ordered me to pick you and your friend up for a meal. Right? Experiencing being treated with such importance for the first time, I was both surprised and filled with a wave of warmth. That day, Gui Xiaoman had only casually mentioned inviting Yan Huigang for a meal over the weekend, and after that she didn't mention it again. I thought she was too busy and had forgotten, so I hadn't informed Yan Huigang in advance. I took out my phone and called Yan Huigang. The call connected almost immediately, and Yan Huigang's boisterous voice rang out instantly. What's up, son? Feeling lonely in your new environment? Want your father to take you out to play? My sister is inviting you to eat, a feast, and waiting for you on the east sidewalk of the gate. Yan Huigang on the other end immediately exploded with surprise. Feast. As soon as he heard that, he hung up immediately. His speed was truly terrifying. Yan Huigang ran for his life with his backpack, feeling like something wasn't quite right. But because he was in a hurry to find me, he didn't think much about it. Only when he ran in front of me panting heavily did he finally snap out of it. He finally realized what was wrong. Wait, I remember you don't even have a sister? Where did a sister suddenly come from? My mother remarried, and the other family is very well off. So now I have a sister. Remarried. Yan Huaigang immediately understood the situation in an instant. He also understood what I meant before by a mother's status rises with her son. Your sister is actually inviting me to dinner. It seems she's very kind-hearted. I nodded in deep agreement. Yan Huaigang rolled his eyes, then excitedly put his arm around my shoulder and asked, So, is our sister pretty? Does she have a boyfriend yet? Very pretty, but I don't know if she has a lover or not. I gave him a side glance, then slowly added, But you can forget it. There's definitely no chance for you. Whether there's a chance or not, we'll only know after meeting. Who knows, maybe she likes someone like me. Pure and energetic high school boy. That would be so interesting. Yan Huigang held his head high, his face full of defiance. In the future, you might even have to call me brother-in-law. The more he imagined that beautiful scenario, the more excited Yan Huigang became. Haha, I coldly replied with those 2 words. While we were chatting, the 2 of us walked up to a Bentley parked by the road. The driver, who had been waiting for a long time, opened the door, respectfully gesturing for me to enter. Please get in the car, young master. Young master? Yan Huigong looked at the luxury car in shock, then turned his head to look at the Bentley once more. Is this really here to pick us up? Just a moment ago, Yan Huigang was staring in awe at the luxury car, then turned his head to inspect the Bentley closely. Is it here for us? Just get in, you and I can sit in the back. Yes, young master. After the driver respectfully invited us in, he returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. Yan Huigang carefully observed the luxurious interior. His gaze toward me was full of timidity and shock. Lao Bi, just how terrifying is your family background now? Just for a meal. There's a dedicated luxury car to pick us up like this. A hint of uncertainty flashed in my eyes too, since I didn't even know how rich the Gui family was, and I had never actively looked into it. But just looking at this car was enough to know they weren't ordinary. Yan Huigang was shocked for a long time, then suddenly excitedly grabbed my shoulder. Godfather, does our mother need any more sons? The car stopped in front of the main gate of an estate named Bu Ming Zhuang. As soon as it stopped, without waiting for the driver, I took the initiative to lead Yan Huigang out of the car. Seeing this, the driver rolled down the window and reminded, Young master, the eldest miss booked private room A. Just tell the staff at the door, and they will send an electric cart to take you there. I understand. Thank you, driver. Indeed, those who don't know have no fear. I looked up at the name Bu Ming Zhuang, without knowing how formidable this place was. My expression still completely calm. Yan Huigang really wanted to ask if someone like him was even qualified to be here. But the words stopped at his lips when you saw my rock-steady demeanor. Immediately felt small. He puffed out his chest and held his head high, clearing his throat to straighten his backpack. Yundao, let's go in. Seeing Yan Huigang looking like he was heading to a battlefield, I found it a bit funny, but I couldn't bring myself to expose him. As we just stepped into the main entrance, from the row of staff waiting nearby, the leader came forward to welcome us. Greetings, gentlemen. May I ask if you have a reservation? I calmly stated the room name. Private room A. As soon as I spoke, the respect in the staff member's eyes deepened. He spoke a few words into his walkie-talkie, and very soon an electric cart arrived. Please step onto the cart, gentlemen. Drinks and snacks were even thoughtfully prepared on the cart. In less than 5 minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of a small courtyard with a strong ancient vibe. This so-called private room A turned out to be an entire independent garden courtyard. Gui Xiaoman had already been here handling work for a while. Seeing us arrive, she gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. You're here. Come on in. Gui Xiaoman looked up, her voice slender. Having just come from the company, her hair was in a low ponytail, in a suit full of confidence. Her aura even stronger than when I first met her. Have you been waiting long, sister? I smiled, pulling Yan Huigang over to introduce him. This is my good brother, Yan Huigang. No longer acting arrogant like in the car, Yan Huigang was now so nervous he didn't know what to do with his limbs. I smiled at Gui Xiaoman, while he timidly spoke up to greet her. Hello, sister, I'm Yan Huigang, Xiao Yundao's brother. It's just an informal meal. Don't be too nervous. The corner of Gui Xiaoman's mouth curled up imperceptibly, but to maintain her cold image, she still nodded calmly. The way she looked at Yan Huigang was exactly like a leader inspecting a subordinate. Yan Huigang was pulled down to sit beside me, his hands on his knees, restless and uneasy. Usually he feared neither heaven nor earth, managed by his mother at home, and strictly disciplined by teachers at school. Yet he never expected my seemingly approachable sister to have such a terrifying aura. At this very moment, he just wanted to immediately escape from this high-pressure place. Gui Xiaoman also noticed Yan Huigang's awkwardness. She withdrew her gaze and told the staff at the door, Everyone is here. Tell the kitchen they can start serving. Looking at the dishes decorated as exquisitely as works of art, being brought to the table one after another, the rich aromas competed to hit my nose. Not long after, friend Yan Huigang, my Xiao Yundao is new here. Thank you for taking care of him. Here, I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you. Yes, thank you, sister. Yan Huigang hurriedly raised his teacup for a phantom clink, then drained it in a single gulp. Witnessing this from the side, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I found this meal truly delicious. Living up to Bu Ming Zhuang's reputation and its 6-figure price tag, the food was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Every bite seemed to touch the soul. Half an hour later, Gui Xiaoman put down her chopsticks and stood up. You two take your time and eat. I have a meeting in the room next door. When you're finished, have the staff lead you to me. I understand, I replied with a calm smile. Yan Huigang also nodded frantically, offering a fawning smile. Waiting until Gui Xiaoman's figure completely vanished, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief as if all the pressure had been released. Lao B, next time just treat me to some street food. These kinds of banquet dinners with your sister, better if there isn't a next time. I remain incredibly nonchalant. Well, are you going to keep eating? Yan Huaigang was instantly revitalized, grabbing his chopsticks and lunging at the feast like a hungry wolf, piling food onto his plate. It would be a waste not to eat this 100,000 yuan meal. The piece of meat I just put in my mouth almost sprayed out. What did you say? Hundreds of thousands of yuan? You didn't know. This booming zhuang is reservation only. The starting price is already 100,000 yuan. And we're sitting in private room A. The grade must be much higher. My hand trembled slightly, my eyes instinctively turning to the staff at the door. Yes. Roughly how much does our meal cost? Sir, counting just the food, it's about 300,000 yuan. The chopsticks almost fell from my hand. Yan Huigang began to show a mix of admiration and envy. Young master, you still need someone to warm your bed. How about let this brother of yours take the loss and warm the bed for you? I don't have high demands. I gave him a scorching glare. Seeing his locust-like sweeping manner, I also began to increase my eating speed. Yan Huaigan was right about one thing. You'd be a fool not to finish such an expensive meal. I must eat a lot, eating until I made back the cost and then some. The two of us ate steadily for 2 hours, until all the expensive dishes on the table were completely swept away, only then leaning back contentedly and rubbing our bellies. When the two of us planned to find Gui Xiaomen, she was still busy with her meeting, so she called to have the driver take us home first. Since my stomach was filled to the limit, as soon as the car reached the villa area, I hurriedly got out immediately. If I didn't take a walk to digest, my stomach might just explode. However, walking alone in this vast villa area felt a bit lonely. If only there was a pet by my side to walk with right now. Just as I thought that, I seemed to hear a cat's meow, but the sound only lasted a fleeting second. Could I have misheard? I shook my head and kept walking. It seemed like Zhao Taohua was around here. I tried calling out tentatively. Just as I turned a corner ahead, I faintly heard the sound of an argument. Looking up, I was suddenly stunned. I had misheard. That sound really was Zhao Taohua. At that moment, after turning the corner, I clearly heard the arguing voices coming from ahead. Looking closely, I couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Taohua was actually being held by a strange man. But what stunned me more was the person standing opposite that man was Mu Yulu. At first, I thought they knew each other, so I intended to just walk around them. However, to my surprise, Zhao Taohua was struggling discontentedly, and Mu Yulu's voice was getting louder and louder. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "I'll say it one more time. Give me back my cat now." The other guy just laughed nonchalantly, not caring at all. This scene looks really weird. Could Zhao Taohua be pulling a scam again? And this time it bumped into a tough customer. I saw it was getting dark. The surroundings were deserted with no one around, and there wasn't even a single surveillance camera. A girl standing here arguing with a strange man like this is definitely very dangerous. I sighed and quickened my pace toward them. I told myself that if I'm going to help, I'll see it through. I can't just pretend not to see. "Mu Yulu," I called out. She whipped her head around, her eyes lighting up instantly, as if she had just seen her savior, her face showing clear excitement. "Little brother, why are you here?" I smiled and replied, "I was too full, so I had the driver let me out midway for a walk to digest." As I moved closer and closer, looking at Zhao Taohua meowing in that guy's arms, I turned to ask Mu Yulu, "Who is this, sister? Is it another unlucky person being scanned by this little zombie?" Mu Yulu's expression suddenly turned a bit more unsightly. I took a casual look at the man. He was less than 1.8 meters tall, looking exactly like a dandy. This wasn't unusual, but not returning the cat and continuing to cling and harass like this. It must be for money or beauty. I stood in front of Mu Yulu, coldly saying, "Hey friend, this is my cat. It's its fault for scaring you. Now, do you want compensation or to go to court? If you want money, I'll transfer it now, or call insurance for an appraisal. If you want a lawsuit, I'll arrange a lawyer for you." My gaze settled on Zhao Taohua as I continued. "However, first give the cat back to me. The way you're holding it is hurting it. In case it suffers psychological trauma, then I don't know who will have to compensate whom." The man's expression stiffened immediately. Seeing I was half a head taller than him, and my tone was full of aggression, he awkwardly returned the cat. "You've misunderstood. I just happened to see your cat. It's very cute and didn't do anything to me, so no compensation is needed. But letting a cat run wild at night like this is dangerous. Remember to watch it more carefully in the future." I stared directly into the man's eyes, making him increasingly panicked. A long while later, I nodded slightly, keep that in mind." The man waved his hands hurriedly. "It's nothing. I have other things to do, leaving now." With that, he turned and ran off. I handed the cat back to Mu Yulu. "Meow. Jiao Taohua looked up, big watery eyes instantly softening the heart, looking at Mu Yulu as if acting spoiled. Mu Yulu's face suddenly hardened, raising her hand to give the cat a firm smack on the head. I think you're asking for a beating, pulling a scam without even looking at what time it is. Meow. Jiao Taohua lowered its head, its cry much softer, looking extremely apologetic and pitiful. Who could bear to stay angry at this? This cat has truly become a spirit, and the girl in front of me is also a bit scary. Just as that thought flashed through my mind, I heard Mu Yulu continue. Thank you for saving me. I really didn't know what to do just now. She seemed a bit embarrassed. Every time she met me, such awkward things happened. I smiled. It's nothing. I just happened to be passing by. Jiao Taohua is indeed very lovely. I casually stroked the cat's head and continued. However, you need to watch it more carefully. If it causes trouble again, it might not be so lucky. Mu Yulu nodded obediently. She suddenly tugged at the hem of my shirt, whispering, Good person, could I borrow your phone for a moment? I forgot mine in the rush to find Jiao Taohua. I helplessly took out my phone, unlocked it, and handed it to her. She dialed a number, her brows furrowing. Is this security? I'm the owner of Unit 7, Mu Yulu. Check the cameras from 3 minutes ago, at the pavilion in front of Building 5. Check the surrounding area cameras. Look for a man with middle-parted hair, wearing a striped shirt with overalls. Confirm if he has left the villa area. Regardless of who he is, never let him appear in this Banshin Villa area again, or else all of you should prepare to be fired. The other N hurriedly complied. After hanging up, her expression finally relaxed slightly. Counting this, I've troubled you 3 times. As they say, bad luck comes in 3s. How about I invite you into my home for a bit? I rubbed my belly. I probably shouldn't. It's getting late. It's not very convenient for a boy to enter a girl's house now. I continue to rub my bulging stomach, smiling bitterly. I'm so full right now that I need to walk more to digest my meal. I shifted my gaze to the little one in my arms, half-jokingly saying, If you want to thank me, just let it walk with me. Mu Yulu lowered her head to glance at the cat. I nodded. I quite like animals. I just don't have time to keep them. She smiled. All right, letting it follow you for 2 days is enough to pay off the debt. I'll come to pick it up Sunday afternoon. Whoever caused the trouble should take responsibility. With that, she decisively pressed Jiao Taohua into my arms. I looked surprised. Can you bear to? Mu Yulu replied nonchalantly. I don't know about others, but you're a good person. Besides, there's no escaping fate. I'm very relieved to leave it with you. Maybe after giving the little zombie a change of scenery for 2 days. Jiao Taohua might even take you as its master. And who knows, it might stop pulling scams everywhere. My eyes were filled with excitement. Don't you worry, Nuna. It'll definitely take the best care of her. Then I asked, Do you have all the cat supplies ready? If not, I'll still have to stop by your place for a bit. Mu Yulu nodded, remaining silent. I felt a bit awkward. If you take me home, won't your parents be unhappy? She replied firmly, There's no one at my house. Don't worry. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Going into a girl's house in the middle of the night, with no one else around, is that really okay? Right at this moment. After hearing that, my heart suddenly clenched. Thinking of the soft Jiao Taohua in my arms, it's not like I'm a bad person. Just picking up some cat supplies should be fine. So I carried Jiao Taohua and went with Mu Yulu to her house. This was my first time visiting a girl's house, and with Jiao Taohua as company along the way, the two of us didn't fall into an awkward silence. The villa quickly appeared before our eyes. As Mu Yulu opened the iron gate, I couldn't help but speak up. I'll just wait here for you, Nuna. She turned to look at me, understanding my intention, and her favor for me grew a little more in her heart. Not long after, Mu Yulu came out carrying a paper bag. In here is food and cat litter for 2 days, along with her favorite toys. Sorry to trouble you with this little one for the next 2 days. I smiled and took it, feeling very honored. Just then her phone rang again. I quickly said my goodbyes. Mu Yulu waved and lowered her head to answer the call. On the other end, a playful lolly voice. I'm here. My darling, has the sky fallen or are you heartbroken? Mu Yulu immediately rolled her eyes upon hearing that. You're embarrassing me. You took so long to answer the phone. Her expression changed. Jiao Taohua has caused trouble again. The other person cheered. Did our daughter catch another guy? Extremely excited. What kind of handsome guy did she catch this time? Is he your type? Did you get his WeChat? Does he have 6-pack abs? Have you slept together yet? Mu Yulu held her forehead. Qinling, shut up right now. You're getting further and further from reality. She helplessly recounted the whole story from beginning to end. Qinling flew into a rage after hearing it. At how Jiao Taohua had been raised, That guy actually thought finding a cat was destiny. Going for meals, making friends. He'll eat him alive. Only after venting did she feel satisfied. Xinling suddenly reacted. Wait a second. You and him, meeting 3 times in the first month of school, and he helped you every single time. Mu Yulu lowered her head shyly. It seems so. Xinling was thrilled. Lulu. This is fate ordained by heaven. Hurry up and conquer him. Pounce on him. Just do it, don't be shy. Mu Yulu's face turned red. Xinling. Don't tempt me to corrupt a minor. It'll pull your hair out. She hastily hung up the phone. Looking in the direction I had just left, fate? This world is so vast. Meeting the same person 3 times by chance in a month is indeed a coincidence. But she felt this was an ill-fated connection, because beautiful encounters usually don't happen like this. I was in a very good mood today, full and relaxed, carrying the cat alone along the pebble path, feeling incredibly refreshed. Zhao Taohua really knew how to flatter me. In other words, this cat was truly a genuine green tea bitch. But the target of its green tea antics was me, and the feeling was indescribably wonderful. I originally intended to walk for half an hour, but ended up wandering for a full hour until I was slightly breaking a sweat. Only then did I pick up the little cat and carry the bag toward Villa number 3. Ji Xiaoman hadn't returned yet, and I wondered if she liked pets or not. After entering, the first thing I did was carry Zhao Taohua to my room. I took a photo and sent it to Ji Xiaoman to report, Nuna, do you mind if there's a cat in the house? A friend asked me to look after her for 2 days. Don't worry, I promise she won't step a single foot into the bedroom, won't shed fur everywhere, and definitely won't bother you. I sent the photo I just took. Not long after, Ji Xiaoman replied, You like cats? Yeah, I quite like small animals. Fine. Just don't let her run around wild. Seeing this sentence, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Nuna. Ji Xiaoman saw those 3 exclamation marks and couldn't help but laugh. You like cats that much? She zoomed in on the photo. Staring at Zhao Taohua's coquettish face, the pretty cat made one's heart skip a beat. Before going to sleep that night, I used a cardboard box to make a nest for Zhao Taohua, lined with a soft cushion, leaving food, water, and cat litter out on the balcony. She lay down peacefully, a soft purring sound echoing. I quickly took a photo and sent it to Mu Yulu to report all was well, then climbed into bed myself. Soon I drifted off to sleep. Perhaps because the air conditioning wasn't set right, it felt warmer than usual. Just as dawn broke, my chest felt uncomfortable under a heavy weight. In my sleepy days, I reached out to feel, my palm touching soft cat fur. Opening my eyes and pulling the blanket down, a pretty cat head popped out. Zhao Taohua with watery eyes gave me a gentle meow. Attacked by this beauty so early in the morning, my heart completely melted. I clearly made a nest for you, yet you snuck into my blanket. Meow meow. She tilted her head at me, and I laughed, stroking her head. I picked her up and rolled over, closing my eyes to sleep some more. Since you jumped into my arms yourself, sleep with me a little longer. Zhao Taohua clearly enjoyed the warmth, finding a comfortable position in my arms and starting to purr again. This weekend, the summary was simply eating with the cat, sleeping with the cat, doing homework with the cat, and swimming with the cat. The little green tea lady was everywhere, making me a willing cat slave. She knew her limit, knowing when to play and when to be good, leaving me completely enchanted. However, happy times are always short-lived. Sunday afternoon, Mu Yulu sent a message, so I had to take the little one and her toys back to her. Senpai, thank you. Your cat, having her by my side these last 2 days was great. Though I was reluctant, I still had to return her. When Zhao Taohua returned her arms, she found a familiar spot. Her eyes filled with lingering regret. Meow. Seeing the two of us so attached, a strange feeling rose in Mu Yulu's heart, like an evil female lead heartlessly tearing lovers apart. She laughed and said, It's only right that she makes you happy. I'll send her to stay with you again when there's a chance. My eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Of course, my foot. If I leave her a few more days, this kid will probably change her surname to mine. Thinking that, Mu Yulu chatted politely with me for a bit, picked up Zhao Taohua and left quickly, secretly vowing in her heart to never let this boy-crazy cat have private contact with me again. Right at this moment, An Yu appeared very confident. Between a beautiful top-scoring girl and a mischievous deskmate with bad grades, everyone in class knew who to choose. Instead, I calmly spoke. Thanks for letting me know. But I already promised. Yan Hugang won't change his mind about switching seats. He'll talk to the homeroom teacher, sorry. Wan Yu's expression became a bit stiff, yet she tried to maintain her smile, watching us walk past her. Her face gradually darkened. What was this? She had taken the initiative, yet I rejected her. How ungrateful. Behind her, a close classmate entered the building. Seeing her standing there blankly alone, the friend ran over smiling. You, why are you standing here waiting for me? Wan Yu forced a smile. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. The girl before her was named Liu Lin, who was always at the top of the class before I arrived. Liu Lin complained the pressure in the elite class was too high, so she proactively asked to transfer to a regular class. Wang Yu and she were on quite good terms. Because she was smart, Wang Yu could occasionally borrow notebooks or ask her for help with schoolwork. However, Liu Lin was very independent-minded, not indulging Wang Yu in everything. When facing difficult problems, she was too lazy for long explanations, telling her directly to ask the teacher, so as not to waste time. That was another reason Wang Yu sought me out. Boys are easier to talk to. Just give them a little sweetness and she'd benefit more. As the two girls walked upstairs arm in arm, Liu Lin pushed up her glasses, suddenly speaking. Yu, have you talked to Xiao Yuntao yet? Is he approachable? Wan Yue was wary. What do you want? Oh, didn't you already agree to sit with someone else? Liu Lin walked along, not noticing Wang Yue's expression was worsening. As you said, he knocked me off the top spot. We're ranked first and second, presumably. There's a high chance the teacher will pair us as deskmates. If he's hard to get along with, naturally I'll have to ask the teacher for a different seatmate. Wan Yue gave a cold laugh, but her face quickly bloomed into a smile. Don't even dream about it. He just said he wants to keep sitting with Yan Huigang. Forget it, since I can't bear to leave you. I'll reluctantly sit with you then. Even though there's a 30-point gap between them, if I can't catch Xiao Yuntao, I certainly can't let Liu Lin fall into anyone else's hands. Hearing her say that, Liu Lin's face brightened with joy. Really? Yue, I love you to death. Yan Huigang and I were completely unaware of the little drama following. When we returned to the classroom, the teacher had posted the start-of-year grades next to the blackboard. Yan Huigang eagerly squeezed into the crowd of onlookers, spotting his own unsurprising name, ranked 5th from the bottom of the class. Then looking right at the very top, sure enough, the 3 characters for Xiao Yuntao were in first place, sitting proudly at number 1. Scanning the scores for each subject from left to right, the total score was 722. First in the whole grade, leading the runner-up by a full 30 points. He couldn't help but yell, "Holy crap. Old B, you're amazing. I knew you were smart, but I didn't know you were this terrifying. You're 200 points higher than me. How can anyone else even survive?" I had already calculated my own score, so I calmly put my hands in my pockets and went to my seat. Yan Huigang jumped out, grabbed my shoulders, and shook me. 722 points. You wouldn't even dare dream of that, right? We both grew up eating the same rice. So why are you so much higher than me? We haven't seen each other for years, and my old bro has become a rich young master, pushing everyone with his academic scores. This feeling is just too intense. I said casually, isn't this perfectly normal? I thought you'd be more composed. Yan Huigang wanted to hit me but couldn't bring himself to. I don't care. Back then, the two of us swore an oath before that grave. If you made it big, you'd have to take me with you. I never said I wouldn't. Use whatever method, but you have to help me raise my score by at least 100 points. Yan Huigang let go, making a grand gesture. I looked at him with full seriousness. If you wanted to master all the knowledge of the 3 high school years, reaching a 600-point level would mean enduring a lot of hardship. If I have to suffer, I will. We're brothers. No matter the pain, I won't just sit idly by. Yan Huigang spoke very seriously. These words had been carefully thought out. He knew family background would determine my future, and that social circle was a class that he'd struggle to reach, even if he risked his life. With my scores, a spot at Beijing University was practically already in hand. Under this total dominance, even as brothers, a distance would inevitably form. He'd either become a useless leech beside me, shamelessly relying on my help, or they would gradually drift apart, due to their different classes, becoming people from 2 completely different worlds. He didn't want either outcome, so he'd rather put in more effort now, so that in the future we could stand side by side and fly high together. As long as you agree, I'll give it my all to help you. I didn't know how much he had considered, but this kid's seriousness brought a lot of comfort to my heart. When class started, Mr. Zhao Luming indeed rearranged the seating, but I had already brought Yan Huigang to see him beforehand, so the two of us could continue being deskmates. Thanks to me, Yan Huigang, who used to always sit in the back, was now moved all the way to the front row. The homeroom teacher was glad to see he listened to me, so he made an exception for us to keep sitting together. Sitting in the front row meant the teachers would be watching us to prevent Yan Huigang from distracting me from my studies, Wan Yu stared at me from across the aisle. She had been watching me for a long time this morning, discovering that I had actually quickly befriended several boys. But what about the girls? It seemed I never initiated a conversation. Even when girls said hello, I only replied politely but with a sense of distance. Thinking of this, the anger of being rejected in Wang Yu's heart gradually faded. If I coldly rejected all girls, then she could still accept it. And for a boy who never actively pursued girls like this, once he fell in love, then his eyes would surely only have that one person. So if she successfully pursued me and told me to go east, would I even dare to go west? At the thought of being able to control me, Wang Yu's heart suddenly skipped half a beat, and her mood became light and airy again. Mingli School was also quite thoughtful. 12th graders were still scheduled for 3 PE classes a week. In the first period of the afternoon, Yan Huigang dragged me out to the stadium. Old B. This PE class is the trick the Mingli teachers use to keep students here. Did you know that? Because the PE and art teachers never report sick or take leave, so every class happens as scheduled and is high quality. It's just the best. I nodded slightly, taking a pocket-sized book from my bag and throwing it to him. There are still 8 minutes before class starts. Memorize these vocabulary words. I'll find time to quiz you during PE. Yan Huigang's smile slowly vanished. Master B, you really know how to seize every opportunity. Even during the break, Yan Huigang was forced by me to study vocabulary. I laughed and rubbed his head. Good boy. If you learn them, there will be a reward. What reward? Yan Huigang was immediately excited again. When a young master gives a reward, it's bound to be generous. Reward is letting you play basketball to your heart's content during PE. Get lost. Busy life continued to roll on, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing answering Wang Yu's last question, I began packing up my books. Beside me, Yan Huigang had finished packing long ago, his eyes glancing at Wang Yu one moment, then looking at me the next, his expression looking incredibly sly. Let's go. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and spoke leisurely. Yan Huigang nodded with a grin, and the two of us walked out into the corridor shoulder to shoulder. Old B, did you notice? The academic rep has been looking for you a lot lately to ask questions. Oh, really? Aren't you the most diligent one? Just as he was about to retort, someone called me from behind. Both of us turned around, and Wang Yu once again appeared before me. She smiled, tucking the stray hair behind her ear, her thin lips adorned with a light coat of lipstick. Hey, Xiao Yuntao, do you have a moment? I'd like to treat you to a meal, as a thank you for explaining the lessons to me all week. Old B, you're being invited out to eat. Yan Huigang smirked while I gently declined. I'm sorry, but if I don't finish the tasks my sister gave me last week today, I'm afraid I won't be allowed into the house. Besides, we're classmates. Helping each other is normal, so there's no need for such formalities. A look of disappointment flashed across Wang Yu's face. After being rejected 3 times in a row, she was starting to get used to it. Watching Yan Huigang and me leave, she rarely didn't get angry. Instead, an intense desire to conquer surged in her eyes. Xiao Yuntao, I will definitely have you. Go ahead and reject me so bluntly now, but once I've won your heart, I'll surely make you regret it. The taste of pursuit. When no one was bothering us, Yan Huigang put his arm around my shoulder, winking suggestively. So, Old B, the academic rep, most likely likes you. Don't go guessing girls' feelings. Maybe she just wanted to thank me. I replied calmly, besides I wasn't blind. She treated quite a few boys very well, giving them snacks, occasionally inviting them to eat. It was nothing special. By that logic, the number of boys she liked must be at least 10 or more. Yan Huigang was stunned by my words, scratching his head in thought. You have a point. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Of course you are. Fatty, your head really needs adjustment. I quickened my pace. Yan Huigang chased after me, mimicking a slam dunk. Fine. Xiao Yuntao, you got guts to say your dad's head has a problem. Let's see if I don't give you a thrashing. The driver who came to pick me up today had switched to an Aston Martin. Yan Huigang stared at the new car, his heart filled with complex emotions. If it weren't for my cousin's birthday, I'd definitely have to leech off your young master aura today. Riding in such a fancy car would be awesome. Let's go. There will be other chances. I patted his shoulder, watching him get into a taxi before I hopped into the passenger seat. The car quickly merged into traffic. Wang Yu watched the Aston Martin drive away, her eyes flickering. On the first day, it was a Panamera. Last week, a Bentley. And this week, it's an Aston Martin. Though she had her own Maserati to pick her up, and her status at Ming Li was considered wealthy, compared to me, it seemed she was still a level below. Thinking of that, she clenched her fist, a winning determination flashing in her eyes. Driver took me to the gate of the capital's largest pet market. I took my phone and got out, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. With no one familiar around, I felt a slight unease, but quickly headed into the market. All kinds of small animals caught my attention, and my tense mood gradually relaxed. Both sides of the gate were lined with pigeons and rabbits, along with dyed baby chicks. I walked deeper inside. I was completely won over by the adorable furry creatures, my heart suddenly turning soft, nearly wanting to scoop them all up and take them home. But I immediately suppressed that impulse. The villa had enough room for them all, but if all these newly weaned little ones made a racket together, Ji Xiaoman would surely have my head. Shuddering slightly, I continued my stroll further in. Passing a corner, I saw creatures in a cage that looked like baby pandas. Those tiny beings caught my eye. I was wondering why the shop owner hadn't been questioned yet when my focus made me completely unaware of someone suddenly bumping into me. Ah? A clear voice rang out, and I saw a head suddenly appear, my chest being pressed hard by two small hands, her eyes filled with embarrassment. Have you felt enough? The girl hadn't reacted yet, but her hands were faster than her brain, unintentionally clutching me a few times, her fingertips curling slightly. Wait, I seem to have heard this voice somewhere before. Not far off, a girl holding a large chinchilla was watching with her mouth agape. My soft Lulu. Mu Yulu snapped out of it, turning her head to look at me in a daze. Only then did I realize that the one who crashed into me and then took advantage was actually Senpai. Senpai, could you please let go of me first? Muyulu looked down at her restless hands. When she looked up and saw my expression, less than greater than, her face instantly flushed red like a ripe gok fruit. Less than greater than. Ah, so sorry. I didn't mean it. Next time, I'll let you eat me back as compensation. Pff, no, that's not what I meant. She had just been frightened by the chinchilla, then discovered she just acted like a rogue, so her words were all jumbled up. Her shame was so great she wanted to vanish on the spot, so she just threw out another apology, covered her face, and ran off. Right at this moment, Mu Yulu covered her face and ran for her life. The girl nearby, seeing this, also hurriedly set down the chinchilla, chased after her, calling, "Lulu, wait for me." As she passed me, she didn't forget to clasp her hands in apology, her eyes full of remorse. That really wasn't intentional. The two of them quickly disappeared. My heart suddenly began to beat unusually fast, having someone take advantage of me, yet being shy to the point of my heart racing. Truly useless. Oh well, let's just focus on choosing a cat. After leaving the pet market, Mu Yulu quickly got into the car, using her hand to fan her face frantically. Qin Ling took the opportunity to use the less than greater than chinchilla to scare her, making her heart nearly stop. Less than greater, and she ran as fast as she could. When she bumped into someone, she instinctively reached out to steady herself, but who knew she'd crash into an acquaintance? What was even more embarrassing was that the first thought in her head was that she'd just gotten a little bargain, and it didn't feel too bad. She felt like she was about to go crazy. Lulu, I'm sorry. I was just joking around with you. Qin Ling was also flustered, speaking as her face slightly reddened. Usually scaring her was fine, but this time the most awkward prank ever. Mu Yulu glared fiercely at her friend, then leaned back and closed her eyes. Qin Ling, I'll give you a chance. Buy me a ticket to Mars tonight, or else I'll kill you. It's not that bad, right? Qin Ling chuckled and climbed into the car. It was just a bump with a stranger. You won't meet again. No need to run all the way to Mars. Besides, that handsome guy looks pretty good. Touching his chest isn't a loss anyway. Just as that was mentioned, Mu Yulu reflexively stepped on Qin Ling's foot. What stranger? That's Xiao Wandao. I already told you about that junior. We all live in the same villa area. Even if I hide, we'll still cross paths. How am I supposed to face him after this? Qin Ling's eyes widened in surprise. The junior you have a fated encounter with. Qin Ling slapped her thigh excitedly. Lulu, the opportunity is here. There are people you can't even meet if you want to, in such a vast capital city. Yet you bump into this top-tier guy everywhere. Isn't this being tied together by the god of marriage with steel wire? I'm telling you, if you two don't get married, I won't believe in love anymore. Shut up, Mu Yulu snapped in embarrassment and started pummeling Qin Ling inside the car. I looked around at the cats, finally drawn to a lazy little one. It was a beautiful golden cat. I grabbed it by the scruff. It glanced at me indifferently, then closed its eyes to sleep again. A lazy cat isn't necessarily a must-buy, but being this lazy really touched my heart. I negotiated the price with the owner, dropping it from 5,000 yuan to 2,500 yuan, so I bought both of them, so the little ones could have company. Carrying the cat cage out, a surge of pride welled up inside me. 5,000 yuan for one fancy cat, yet I got two for the same price. What a total steal. Behind me, the owner watched my back, grinning from ear to ear. Selling pets really should be sold to naive 20-year-olds like this. clearly getting ripped off yet still feeling satisfied. On the way home, I looked at the two little ones in the cage and pondered. One was meowing energetically, while the other was so lazy it was snoring in the corner with its butt up. Soon, I brought them both home. Ji Xiaoman came home early. She purposely waited there to receive the cats, prevent anyone else from taking them. She didn't even bother to look at me once. Nuna, you're home early? Yeah. Ji Xiaoman glanced at the cage indifferently, though she was dying to snatch them and cuddle them. But to maintain her image, she pointed at the cage and asked, "What kind of cats did you buy?" "2 golden cats." I grinned, sat down, opened the cage, and took them out. "Do you want to see them?" "Bring them here." Ji Xiaoman nodded, thinking this insensitive guy finally did something right. I carefully placed the 2 kittens in front of her. Ji Xiaoman casually reached out to take them. A soft, fluffy feeling made her eyes light up. Her gaze stopped at the little one fast asleep in her palm. She frowned slightly. "What's wrong with this one?" I asked the owner. "It's been checked at the hospital. Its health is perfect, it's just exceptionally lazy. It sleeps wherever it goes." I smiled and stroked its little head. Because it's so strangely lazy that I bought it. The other one is its sibling, so I thought I'd buy the pair, so they'd have company and not be lonely. Yeah. Ji Xiaoman nodded. "Auntie Zhao, schedule a vet later. Have them bring equipment to check them." "Yes, eldest miss." Seeing the cats I brought home getting such attention, my smile brightened. "Nuna, don't worry. After the checkup, I'll take them to the 4th floor. The small garden there is enough for them to play, and they won't disturb you." Ji Xiaoman frowned. Was that thoughtfulness just an illusion? He still wants to monopolize these 2 little ones. How annoying, but she had already prepared. She turned and pointed toward the spiral staircase nearby. "No need. I've already had a cat house set up right there. When you're at school, the nanny can easily take care of them." I turned to look. The large space under the stairs that was once empty had now been partitioned into a room for the cats. "Okay, then let's keep them on the 1st floor." I nodded, my eyes full of gratitude. "Nuna, thank you. I've bothered you so much. Yet you still thought of them so thoroughly." "Sure. I have work. I'm going upstairs now." Ji Xiaoman set the kitten down and stood up casually. "Bothered? Finally, there's a reason. Openly raise these adorable little things. No one would find it a bother." I played with the 2 little ones for a bit longer, before putting them in the cat house. The room was fully equipped. Cat food filled the shelves. The 2 kittens caught the scent of the prepared milk and immediately rushed toward the milk tray. However, I saw that lazy cat froze after just a few laps. I reached into the cat house to pick it up. Turns out the little guy fell asleep mid-drink. Truly the reincarnation of a sleep god. Oh well, let's wait for the doctor's checkup. Just then, my phone rang repeatedly. Someone was frantically sending messages. I put the lazy cat back into its soft little bed, tucked it in carefully, then went out to check my phone. On the screen was a familiar fluffy-haired avatar. The contact name was Mu Yulu. Just now, I opened my phone. On the screen was a familiar fluffy-haired avatar. Contact name was Mu Yulu. Sorry. The whole screen was filled with apologies. I helplessly replied, "It's okay." And the other party finally stopped the message bombing. Immediately after, a new message notification appeared. A transfer of 10,000 yuan with a note, compensation. At this moment, I stared at the phone screen with a complex mood. This feeling was like I'd just been bought, like a generous tip from a wealthy client. It really made me not know whether to laugh or cry. I had just returned the money to the senior, thinking it was all over, but she wanted to use another way to make it up to me. I suddenly had an idea. Suggest she use her beloved cat, Zhao Taohua, as collateral. But I never expected. My proposal would make her flip her lid immediately. On the other end, Mu Yulu lied that Zhao Taohua had been taken to school. Then she concluded, "They'll treat you to dinner next week," and allowed no rebuttal. The next second, next to the message I just sent, a bright red exclamation mark suddenly appeared. She had blocked me. This reaction left me stunned. Oh well, dinner is dinner. When the time comes, I'll bring that fatty along. We'll see who feels awkward then. I didn't think much more about it. Having 2 new family members made me very concerned. The next day, the vet's results were out. Both little ones were very healthy. The weight in my heart was finally lifted. Watching them chase each other in their new home, I contentedly went back to my room to study. Little did I know. As soon as I left, Ji Xiaoman rushed downstairs. With one in each hand, she cuddled the kittens to her heart's content. Her usual cold aura vanished in an instant. She even grumbled that if I weren't home, she could have taken them to the office. Right now, I was in my room solving problems, suddenly feeling a chill down my spine. I couldn't help but sneeze. On the other end of the video call, Yan Huigang immediately grinned. Is our young master Kim being missed by some girl again? I glanced at him indifferently. Are you done with the problems? Yan Huigang immediately shut up and buried his head back into his work. Soon, the pace of schoolwork increased dramatically. Exam papers poured out like rain, as if they cost nothing. It was truly endless. But when I finished the last essay question, I shook my hand and flopped onto the desk to sleep. Yan Huigang sitting next to me was green with envy. That's a top student for you. While he hadn't even finished half the paper. It was Friday again. Thinking of the little ones waiting at home, my spirits lifted significantly. But Yan Huigang was like an exhausted old dog slumped over the desk. Old bye, any plans for the weekend? I shook my head slightly. Unless something changes, staying home to study. Yan Huigang was speechless, but he didn't give up and pressed on. Last time you promised to treat me to dinner. Does that still count? It counts. As soon as I spoke, Yan Huigang jumped out of his chair. Then what are we waiting for? Your brother here will take you somewhere great to let loose. I'm a man of my word. So I nodded in agreement. Just going home a bit late wouldn't be a big deal. But just as the two brothers were about to head out, Wang Yu suddenly dragged Liu Lin and lunged toward us. Xiao Wandao, are you guys going out to eat? Just in time, we were planning to go too. I know a newly opened barbecue place that's great. Let's go together. This time I couldn't find any reason to refuse, so I turned to look at Yan Huigang. However, he was staring at the two pretty girls in front of him, his eyes sparkling. Seeing that I didn't intend to refuse, Yan Huigang immediately grinned and dropped a bombshell. Going together is fine, but old B and I are planning to go clubbing. No time for barbecue. You two want to come along? Clubbing. Wang Yue immediately frowned. She hated noisy places like that the most. Plus, she felt the people who went there weren't very decent. Thinking of this, Wang Yue's dislike for Yan Huigang increased even more. Xiao Wandao is so well-behaved, yet he dares to invite him to such places. However, this was a rare chance for private interaction. Did she really want to give it up? Wang Yue bit her lip and finally nodded. Fine. But you two can't get drunk, and you must ensure our safety. That goes without saying. Yan Huigang's smile grew even wider. He finally got to go clubbing with pretty girls. Just like that, the four of us walked through the campus together, watching Yan Huigang tease the two girls. They chased him playfully. The sound of laughter and talk never stopped. A faint smile played on my lips, but at that moment, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I felt like I had forgotten something extremely important. Just now, the four of us walked grandly and leisurely out of the school gate. Right then, Yan Huigang seemed to remember something and turned to ask me, "Right, old B, what car did your family driver bring today? Or you should just find some excuse to tell him to go back first." Yeah, I nodded, glanced around, and quickly located the driver standing formally over there. So I strode over, tossed my backpack to the driver to take back first, feeling a weight off my shoulders, then turned back to catch up with the group. By the roadside, that quick-handed Yan Huigang had already hailed a taxi, but I had only taken 2 steps when a gloomy voice came from behind me. "Xiao Wandao, where do you think you're going?" That voice, oh my god, why does it sound so familiar? I whirled my head around in a startle. When I clearly saw that familiar face, my heart sank. An unnamed guilt immediately surrounded me. "Say, senior, why are you here?" Asking why I'm here. Mu Yulu had a smile on her lips, but her voice oozed a sense of danger that sent a chill down my spine. She approached step by step, her words full of sarcasm. "It seems this junior is truly a busy man with a short memory. Couldn't make it for an appointment set a week ago. So where are you heading off to play now?" Oh no, my mind felt like it exploded. Dinner on Friday night, no wonder I felt like I'd forgotten something important. I was just about to open my mouth to explain, when that guy Yan Huigang over there saw me turn back and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Old B, hurry up, the two beauties can't wait any longer." That's it, it's over. I didn't even have a chance to speak anymore. I saw the smile on Mu Yula's face grow even brighter, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Turns out you're dating 2 pretty girls. No wonder this sister didn't stand a chance. Actually, Mu Yulu wasn't entirely furious, but the annoyance in her heart was real. After all, I was the first guy she had ever proactively invited to dinner, yet she ended up being stood up. It made her start questioning life. Had she become old and ugly already? So annoying she just wanted to give me a beating. Right now, my scalp felt numb, finally. I could only squeeze out the most sincere face possible and hurriedly apologized, "Senior, I'm so sorry." The academic pressure was huge this week. I was so busy I completely forgot, and going out with them was just spontaneous. I also owed my friend a meal. He mentioned it today. So I thought it'd settle the debt to clear my head. How about I tell them I'm not going, and tonight's dinner is on me, okay? Mu Yulu blinked, knowing I didn't do it on purpose, so the annoyance in her heart had mostly dissipated. Forget it. It's also my fault for not confirming with you before coming. Since you owe them, then go play with them. I'm going home. She paused for a moment, then added, as for treating you to dinner, see which week you're free, and just message me anytime. After speaking, she turned and walked away, very decisively. I couldn't help but slap my forehead, sighed deeply, then turned back toward the taxi. That guy Yan Huaigang, thanks to his thick skin, had squeezed into the back seat with the two girls. Seeing me get in, he shouted, "Old B, what were you doing standing there just now? I kept calling, but you didn't come over." Nothing, just accidentally stood someone up. I shook my head slightly. Maybe I should invite the senior to dinner tomorrow to apologize. I just didn't know if she had unblocked me yet. Thinking so, I bowed my head and took out my phone, quickly sent a message to Mu Yulu. "Senior, let's have dinner tomorrow." Before I could think further, the other side replied in a heartbeat, "Okay." I locked my phone again and turned my head to look out the window. At this time, the girl driving only looked straight ahead, her expression very calm. It was hard to tell if she was happy or sad, which inadvertently made me feel a bit more guilty. Stood someone up? Who did you have an appointment with, male or female? Why didn't you invite them along for the fun? Yan Huigang's voice rang out again. At the same time, I felt a gaze from behind fixed on me. Wan Yue was staring at the back of my head. Her heart was also hanging by a thread. Just a senior. She was busy and went home first. I replied nonchalantly, then said nothing more. Another senior. Yan Huigang immediately lost interest. Hearing it was a senior, Wan Yu also let go of the tension in her heart, and a smile reappeared on her face. The next place Yan Huigang took us was a cyberpunk-style bar called Future. The brilliant and surreal neon lights were dizzying. After booking a table, before I even got my seat warm, I was dragged onto the dance floor by him. Those two girls seemed quite reserved at first, but after being provoked by Yan Huigang for a few words, they held hands and plunged into the crowd, dancing more intensely than anyone. Old B, are you feeling it? Yan Huigang danced randomly while swaying wildly, utterly ecstatic. It's okay, I could only respond helplessly to get it over with. In the heat of the moment, a plump hand suddenly rested on my waist. Jumped in surprise, hurriedly dodged and turned my head to look. A bun-like face caked in powder was right in front of my eyes. Just then, a fat hand suddenly landed on my waist. Froze. Then quickly broke free and looked back. A wide face caked in heavy makeup was pressed right up to my face. That person even winked at me flirtatiously, bright red lips that looked no different from two sausages, directly leaning in closer. "Hey, handsome, want to hang out? I have 3 houses in Beijing." I had never encountered such a scene before. Scared to the point my pupils constricted. At this moment, I didn't care about brotherhood anymore. I pushed through the crowd and ran straight out. Standing outside for a long time, the cold wind blowing made me come to my senses, but now I really didn't want to go back to that place at all. So I pulled out my phone and messaged Yan Huigang. "You guys keep playing. I don't think I fit the atmosphere here, so I'm going home first. Just let me know how much it costs." I had just sent the message, and to my surprise, less than 5 minutes later, someone's arm tightly wrapped around my neck from behind. "You little devil, if it's not a fit, you should have told your big brother earlier, so I could take you somewhere more gentle. Wouldn't that have been fine?" Yan Huigang saw my expression, as if my soul had been sucked out, and felt a bit guilty. After all, we're brothers. How could I, for my own fun, let you go home all alone? He lightly patted my chest, sighed. "Little fish, a bookworm like you. Really can't stand noisy places. Look at you, after being in there for just a bit. You look like some enchantress sucked out all your vital energy." Just mentioning that enchantress made me feel frustrated, so I kicked Yan Huigang. "You still dare to say that? I was almost devoured by an old lady. If I weren't fast on my feet, it'd probably be dragged into some hotel by now." "What?" Yan Huigang was stunned to hear this, followed by a look of indignation. Where did that woman who doesn't know her place come from, to dare touch our young Master Kim? He rolled up his sleeves to charge inside. "Go. Big brother will lead you in to get justice." "Forget it." I sighed and pulled him back. "It's so crowded in there. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, those rich ladies hunting guys never go alone. The two of us are so lean. What if we fall into a tiger's den?" Yan Huigang thought it over. Found my words made sense. After all, with our looks, in Beijing would be top tier, like Yanzu or Yu Yan. Absolutely can't let those old ladies tarnish our purity. But I suddenly remembered something, and looked around behind Yan Huaigang. Where are those two girls? Yan Huaigang slapped his thigh. Damn. As soon as I heard you wanted to leave, I rushed to pay and chased after you, and completely forgot those two girls. So Yan Huaigang had to dejectedly crawl back into the bar to find them, while I waited outside. A few minutes later, Yan Huaigang gingerly followed behind the two girls, as they walked out, bowing and apologizing profusely. Ladies, please calm down. I really didn't mean it. Let me treat you both to barbecue as an apology. Then we're even, okay? Wang Yu thought about how she had struggled to get away from Liu Lin, to search the whole dance floor for me for a long time, and found no trace of me in the end. She was furious. She had never suffered such a slight since she was a child. However, she still suppressed her anger, and her expression looked a bit less stormy. The four of us going together? Need you even ask? After all that dancing, I'm starving. Eating something is what should be done. And let's just go to that place. You guys mentioned after school. What do you think? Yan Huigang nodded vigorously. Right then, he saw a milk tea shop not far away, and hurriedly flattered them. Two heroines. Let me go buy milk tea for you. Consider today's matter cleared, okay? All right, the two girls finally nodded reluctantly. I really didn't want to deal with this alone. The two frustrated girls quickened their pace, catching up to Yan Huigang. Let's go. Well, wait over there. Seeing the backs of me and Yan Huigang standing side by side, Wang Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of calculation. Just as they approached the bubble tea shop, she pretended to accidentally twist her ankle, her whole body lunging forward toward me. Unexpectedly, Liu Lin, who was holding her arm, reacted too quickly, only catching her. Yu, are you okay? No, I'm fine. I just tripped accidentally. Thank you, Wang Yu said with a smile, but she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes at her best friend for a long time. The barbecue flavor was truly fantastic. The whole time, Yan Huigang was in charge of grilling and serving the meat. I didn't even lift a finger, just kept my head down and ate happily. Opposite us, Liu Lin was also eating like there was no tomorrow. To win the heart of her crush, me, Wang Yu began her performance, intentionally acting reserved and demure. She elegantly ate a few pieces of vegetables, and then put down her chopsticks. Liu Lin looked at her in confusion. Yue, why aren't you eating anymore? Wan Yue forced a shy smile. It's nothing. I usually have a small appetite anyway. I'm already full after this much. You guys keep eating. Liu Lin was about to say more, but Wang Yue quickly grabbed a piece of meat and put it in her bowl, cutting her off directly. Lin, don't you love beef the most? If you don't eat fast, Bi Yuntao will finish it all. I'm always very focused when eating, stuffing a large piece of meat into my mouth. The way my cheeks puffed out while chewing made me look just like a hamster hoarding its food. Wang Yue, sitting opposite me, just kept staring, resting her chin on her hands, starting to daydream infatuatedly. She even secretly took out her phone, pretending to take a selfie, but actually turned the camera around. Snap, she caught a secret photo of me eating. Seeing the sky getting darker, everyone had almost finished eating. Wang Yue suggested once again it's still early. How about we go see a movie? Great idea. The sci-fi movie I like is playing right now. I was originally going to see it tomorrow. Yan Huigang immediately got excited, but I checked the time on my phone and shook my head slightly. You guys go ahead. Getting late. I need to head home. All right, old B, you head back first. We'll go watch it. Yan Huigang nodded understandingly. Hearing this, the two girls opposite saw their smiles instantly freeze. Leaving the barbecue shop, I hailed a taxi to go straight home. Catching another car by the roadside, Yan Huigang grinned. Two beauties, get in, but he noticed the smile on Wang Yue's demure face had mostly vanished. She looked apologetic, her voice soft. I'm so sorry. I just got a message from my mom. I think I have to go home now. You guys go ahead. Beside her, Liu Lin, who wasn't comfortable being alone with the boy, heard Wang Yue wanted to leave. Immediately blurted out, then I'm going home too. Didn't we say we'd watch the movie together? All right, Yan Huigang glanced at the two girls, nodded and dejectedly got into the car alone. By the time I got home, it was pitch black outside. Pushing open the villa door, the massive house was dead silent. All the lights were off and it was dark. Is Nuna not home yet? Mimi, my babies. Daddy's home, I called out with a smile, but I was met only with an eerie silence. Where did those two little ones run off to? They're not in the living room, so where could they be? I searched all around the house but couldn't find a single trace of the cats. So I hurriedly grabbed my phone and called Ji Xiao Man. On the other end, Ji Xiao Man let it ring for a while before leisurely picking up. Aren't you out playing? Are you back? I might be late today, so don't wait for me. Remember to lock the doors and go to bed early. I was a bit anxious, and didn't even register Ji Xiaoman's words, speaking immediately. Nuna, the two little ones are gone. It looks like they haven't been home all day. Do you know where they are? Could the helper have accidentally let them out? On the other end, Ji Xiaoman went silent for a few seconds. Her gaze fell to her feet, where the two little ones, exhausted from playing, were curled up in a deep, peaceful sleep, making her smile despite herself. Only then did she speak unhurriedly. The helper had the day off today. I was worried Kun and Now would be hungry, so I had the driver bring them to the office. Don't worry, they're being cared for here. I'll bring them home safely in a bit. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of guilt in my heart. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again. Ji Xiaoman continued to calmly comfort me. We're all family. Don't be so formal. Besides, many people at the office love them. They're all fighting to take care of them. It's really no trouble at all. That's great then, thank you, Nuna. Hearing my relieved laughter on the other end, the corner of her mouth involuntarily curved up. Just before I was about to hang up, Ji Xiaoman seemed to remember something, and added, oh right. 2 days ago when I was getting a Teacher's Day gift for your fourth sister. I happened to pick up a watch for you too. I left it by the robot. Remember to take it out and try it on. Yes, I got it. Thank you, Nuna. The feeling of being cared for is truly magical. It made my heart feel unusually warm, as if my whole body was surging with energy. Right after that, I invited Yan Huaigang for a few rounds of Honor of Kings, bullying the enemy's Xiao Chao to the point of depression, and then I casually handed them a report ticket, only then happily going to sleep. In the blink of an eye, another idle Saturday arrived. I woke up and had a quick bite, then sat down and finished a set of practice problems, finally feeling a bit more clear-headed. So I casually took out my phone and sent Mu Yulu a message. Nuna, want to have lunch together today? Unexpectedly, it took a few minutes before she leisurely replied with okay. You pick the place. Pick me up at 12. Soon it was 12 o'clock, and I arrived at Mu Yulu's villa right on time. She stepped out, her calm gaze resting on me, and asked straight to the point. What are we eating? This was my first time having lunch alone with a girl, so I had specifically looked up tips online, and now I cautiously suggested, how about Western food? As a result, the girl in front of me decisively waved her hand, rejecting it directly. I don't like Western food. Aside from looking pretty, it's useless, and doesn't suit my taste at all. Let's pick something else. Then hot pot, barbecue, skewers, or Chinese food are all fine. I threw out a bunch of options. Mu Yulu didn't even need to think, and immediately decided, let's have hot pot then, at Haidalao. She jingled her car keys. Let's go. I'll drive. Sitting in the car in silence wasn't great, so I thought for a moment, and took the initiative to start a conversation. Do you really like crystals that much? Unexpectedly, just mentioning this made Mu Yulu instantly excited. I quite like them. In my free time, I take them out to look at, finding mysterious shapes inside stones. Federals so ordinary is fascinating, and their colors are truly mesmerizing. But my luck isn't very good. I've been wanting to find candy like rose quartz to carve, but it never turns out the way I want. Is candy quartz also a type of crystal? This was my first time hearing about these things, so I just asked directly without thinking. A hint of surprise flashed across Mu Yula's face, as if she didn't expect me not to know this, but she still explained patiently. It's a variety of crystal. The texture is very smooth and soft, looking like jelly candy coated in white sugar, glittery and very beautiful. Hearing her say that, I immediately looked down and opened my phone, search for images and check it out. It really is beautiful. Seeing her hobby being acknowledged, Mu Yulu was clearly happy, her lips curling into a slight smile. Next time there's a chance to see some stones, I'll take you along. Sure, I nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Together we went to Haidalao. The store was incredibly crowded and bustling, and it looked like we were about to have to wait in line. Just as I was thinking that, Mu Yulu took out a VIP membership card from her bag, walked straight to the server, calmly showed her card, and requested the largest private room. The staff member immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, please follow me, distinguished guests. While waiting for the food, Yulu opened her phone to reply to messages, still yawning repeatedly from sleepiness. Out eating with Bai Yum Tao. Talk later. She sent that voice message and then put her phone away. But when she looked up at me, she didn't know what else to say, and the atmosphere fell into silence once again. Just then, the waiter brought 2 bowls of lava porridge and the 2 portions of steamed eggs I had ordered, which finally broke the silence. Nuna, you look so tired. You probably just woke up and haven't had breakfast yet, right? I pushed the steamed eggs toward her. Have some porridge. Eat this first to line your stomach. She really hadn't had breakfast. Mu Yulu nodded, immediately took a few sips of porridge. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked up at me. Do you play games? I don't play much, just a few rounds occasionally to decompress, I replied softly. Hearing that, Mu Yulu followed up, do you play Honor of Kings? Sometimes I play a few rounds of classmates. Since school started, I only played a few rounds last night. Finally, there was a topic to talk about. I answered Mu Yulu's questions seriously. She continued her interrogation. What role do you like? I started getting into the flow of the conversation more easily. I play all roles, but I like being the jungler best. Mu Yulu nodded. Then when you're free, let's add each other on QQ and play together. Sure, but I'll probably have to wait until I graduate. Senior year is very busy, so I won't be playing very often. I nodded honestly, and Mu Yulu said that was only natural. How could I corrupt a future sprout of the nation? She said with a matter-of-fact look. If you have any trouble with your studies, just come to me. My old notebooks should still be around. I'll find them and show you. Thank you, Nuna. My studies are actually going quite well. I probably won't need them for now. I said this very sincerely. After that, two of us quietly lowered our heads and switched back to eating like hungry dragons. Not until the waiter pushed the food cart over did Mu Yulu suddenly remember the previous topic and look up. Oh, right. Which jungler hero do you like playing most? I like Prince of Landling the most. If he's taken, I'll use Ake instead. I answered very earnestly. But I never expected that in the next second, the smile on the face of the girl before me would vanish, bit by bit. A dangerous wave of killing intent instantly surged at that moment. I watched as the smile on her face faded away, and a threatening atmosphere suddenly enveloped us. I suddenly felt a chill down my spine. Nuna, is something wrong? Mu Yulu took several deep breaths, seemingly telling herself seriously that not all Prince of Landling players are jerks. Only then did she squeeze out a question. Between Luban and Xiao Qiao, who do you like more? Xiao Qiao, of course. After all, Xiao Qiao has a certain... The more I talked, the more I noticed that Mu Yulu's eyes, which had softened slightly, had now turned completely murderous. I whispered the words innate attraction so softly that she could barely hear them. This time, before I could ask what was wrong, Mu Yulu let out a heavy huff, violently stabbed her spoon into the steamed eggs, and began stirring them vigorously. I lost sleep last night because some jerk playing Prince of Landling targeted and killed me 12 times in a row. After the match, he even reported me and I lost 6 credit points. I went to bed with that Prince of Landling on my mind. My hand holding the spoon suddenly froze. Killed 12 times. Ported and lost 6 points. Wait, could this really be such a coincidence? An unexplained anxiety suddenly gripped my mind. I spoke cautiously. That guy just didn't know any better. Please don't be angry anymore. What do you want to eat? I'll dip it for you. By now, the steamed eggs had been stirred into a mush by her. Mu Yulu suddenly looked up, staring at me fiercely as she spoke. There are so many junglers to play. Why do you insist on playing Prince of Landling? Why do you love using him to target Xiao Qiao? I felt that if I made even one slip of the tongue, the next thing to be crushed wouldn't be the eggs, but me. So I stole a cautious glance at her, trying to use game theory to persuade her. Nuna, it's actually not Prince of Landling's fault. Isn't the jungler's job to hunt the enemy's main damage dealer? No matter which jungler it is, their eyes light up whenever they see a squishy hero. Mu Yulu pouted and snorted coldly, the killing intent in her eyes finally fading a bit. Immediately after, she started giving orders. Dip some beef, and shrimp paste, honeycomb tripe, and prawns, put it all in the spicy pot for me. I immediately followed every request, my hands moving swiftly as my survival instinct kicked in with full force. Seeing how compliant I was, Mu Yula's anger finally softened a little. In the future, remember to switch to a more human jungler, she gave me a final warning. People who play Prince of Landling are all mean-spirited. That lot is up to no good. Yes, I immediately nodded my head like a woodpecker. I casually picked up a piece of tripe, started dipping it in the boiling pot. But seeing Mu Yula's lingering resentment, I couldn't help but feel secretly worried. If she gets bullied by a Prince of Landling again in the future, won't I be the first person she thinks of? This isn't good. I have to find a way to turn the tables. So I cleared my throat and tentatively asked, Nuna, have you ever heard this saying? She replied inquisitively, huh? Those eyes looked up at me. I immediately dropped the famous meme, suspect him, understand him, and eventually become him. To my surprise, as soon as Mu Yulu heard that, she shook her head like a rattle, decisively refusing. You want me to play sneak attacker? I don't know how to jungle. I refuse. Seeing her intense opposition, I immediately struck while the iron was hot and began to guide her skillfully. I'm sure you've heard the saying, to defeat your enemy, you must first have a full understanding of him. If you don't try it, you'll never understand how a Prince of Landling player thinks. As Xiao Chao, you'll always be the prey, with no chance to fight back. I paused for a moment, and then delivered the finishing blow. Once you've mastered this hero, you'll just need to see the exclamation mark over your head to guess his movement. Wouldn't your survival rate increase significantly then? Mu Yulu picked up a piece of meat and thought in silence. Clearly, she had been persuaded by my words. Consequently, she slammed the table. You have a point. I'll practice as soon as I get home. Remember to share your experience with me. I'll make a Smurf account to climb up from bronze. I refuse to believe I can't understand this hero. No problem. I'll teach you. I patted my chest in assurance. At this point, the danger sirens were completely silenced, so I began to share all my heart and soul regarding my Prince of Landling's secrets with her. By the time we finished our feast, the distance between Mu Yulu and me had narrowed significantly, thanks to our shared topic of gaming. Mu Yulu rubbed her stomach with a satisfied expression. I'm a bit too full. I want some hawthorn soup. Do you want anything? I'll have a can of Coke, I replied casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left my mouth, a threatening look flickered in Mu Yula's eyes once more. You want to ask for some goji berries to nourish yourself too? My spine instinctively stiffened as my survival instinct flared up. No, that's okay. Just some ice would be fine. Seeing my reaction, the danger sirens were silenced again, and Mu Yula's gaze finally softened. By now, how could I not realize how small this world truly is? Good heavens, it's really coming for my life. The Xiao Chao I bullied to the point of madness last night actually turned out to be her. This is bad. Given the situation, I must hide my identity thoroughly, or there's a high chance she'll settle the score right here. While I was lost in thought, Mu Yulu got up to go to the restroom. In that critical split second, I quickly pulled out my phone, set it to silent, and rushed to log into the game. Using the fastest hand speed of my 17 years, I found a rename card, changed my game name at light speed, and then immediately hid all my match history. Not satisfied with just that, I hurriedly opened QQ and instantly changed my profile picture to something unrelated. After completing everything swiftly, I realized that my palms were coated in a thin layer of sweat. At the same time, Mu Yulu happened to walk back in. Are you full? I've already paid the bill, let's go. I'm full. Thanks for the treat, Nuna. Perhaps because I felt guilty for hiding something, the smile on my face seemed even brighter than before. Mu Yulu looked suspicious, glancing at me from head to toe, sensing something was off, but she couldn't point out exactly what it was, so she let it go. I was abandoned by my mother in a remote village for 10 years, only for her to arrive in a luxury Bentley a decade later to pick me up. Not only did she give me a fancy car and a huge villa, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful elder sisters. When I was 7, my irresponsible father had an affair in the name of love, leaving the house empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother then sold the house, left me with my grandfather in the countryside, and headed to the capital alone to start a career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, she suddenly appeared in an expensive car, saying she wanted to take me to the capital to live in luxury. Just a moment ago, Mu Yulu glanced at her phone, and seeing it was still early, made a suggestion. There's a shopping mall nearby. Want to go for a stroll? Sure, I nodded instinctively. It wasn't like I had anything important to do. Turns out the mall was right next door. We just walked, and in less than 5 minutes we were there. Biyun Tao, does this hat look good on me? Mu Yulu picked a beret and put it on. She checked herself in the mirror for a bit, then suddenly turned around, her bright eyes fixed on me. I looked at her intently and nodded. It looks great. This hat was practically made for you. It suits your aura perfectly. Receiving my compliment, Mu Yula's smile brightened even more. Without any hesitation, she handed the hat to a nearby clerk and said decisively, I'll take it. After that, from headbands to cute hair clips, whenever Mu Yulu tried something on, I always gave her a subtle compliment. As a result, she was in an extremely good mood, and the whole shopping trip was filled with joy and happiness. And right now, while I wasn't looking, Mu Yulu secretly and quietly grabbed a horror-style facekini mask from the shelf, suddenly pulled it over her head. She crept up behind me. Immediately after that, she reached out and gave my shoulder a hard pat. Just as I was turning my head in confusion, she bared her teeth and grinned, exclaiming in a weird tone, Hey, handsome little brother. Do I look beautiful? Suddenly, a distorted ghost face appeared without warning, hitting me right in the eyes. This sudden jolt made my heart skip a beat. I frantically stumbled back several steps before I could regain my footing. Sis, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I clutched my chest, caught between laughing and crying. Pff, ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be such a scaredy cat. Mu Yulu immediately ripped off the mask. She casually tossed her hair, slightly messy from the mask, no longer caring about her image as she doubled over with laughter. I looked at the girl in front of me who was laughing so hard that tears were about to stream down. I could only let out a helpless sigh. Yet that radiant laughter seemed to have a magical charm. Before I knew it, her mood became infectious, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but cork up. At the same time, the shop assistant who had been following us watched the two of us, one playful and the other smiling, creating a truly beautiful scene. A shipper's smile unconsciously appeared on her face. You two have such a great relationship. This handsome young man is the most patient guy I've ever seen shopping with his girlfriend. I have ever seen. The assistant's casual comment made both of us immediately stare blankly at each other. At this moment, a few messy strands of hair were still stuck to the girl's face. Yet those eyes, overflowing with laughter, were extraordinarily bright. So bright that my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. And as Mu Yulu looked at me, her mind also drifted for a brief moment. Shopping with kindling before was fun. But it was nowhere near as refreshing and natural as today. However, this subtle, lingering gaze only lasted a few seconds, and as if by unspoken agreement, both turned their heads away at the same time. I was the first to clear my throat, to break this awkward atmosphere. You've misunderstood. We are not in that kind of relationship. Right? We're just friends. Mu Yulu finally reacted, hurriedly nodding in agreement. The smile on the shop assistant's face only grew more knowing. Just friends? I understand. After paying, I took the initiative to take from Mu Yula's hands the shopping bags of all sizes, carrying them as we both headed up to the 3rd floor. My eyes accidentally brushed past the floor directory, and when I saw that the 7th floor had an arcade with flashing neon lights, my heart suddenly fluttered. My heart suddenly skipped a beat in a strange way. What boy could possibly resist an arcade? No sooner had this thought appeared than an indescribable emotion in my chest almost wanted to burst out. So I turned to look at the girl beside me who was happily looking around, seemingly in a wonderful mood, cautiously suggested, "Sis, can we go to the arcade for a while?" You like playing too? Mu Yula's eyes immediately lit up, as if she had just discovered a new continent. Let's go. Why didn't you say so earlier, making us waste all this time here? As she spoke, Mu Yulu quickly pulled her foot back, just as she was about to step onto the escalator, and then she grabbed my wrist, spun around, and dashed toward the elevator that went straight to the 7th floor. I looked down at the small hand gripping my arm, feeling a slight coolness distinctly transferred to the skin of my wrist. I felt my heart rate speed up once again, and the tips of my ears flushed slightly red. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she would come to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated on her for a mistress, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career, a journey that lasted for 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to enjoy a life of luxury. At this very moment, I looked down at the small hand gripping my arm, the cool sensation, distinct on the skin of my wrist. I felt my heart rate speed up once more, and my earlobes tinged with a shade of red. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she let go of my hand immediately. Do you know how to use the claw machine? Mu Yulu looked at me with sparkling eyes, full of expectation. I shook my head somewhat bashfully. I've never been to an arcade before. The smile on Mu Yulu's face immediately faded a bit, and she looked at me with a gaze, as if she were looking at some strange creature. No way. Is your family that strict with you? I scratched my head, explaining with my usual calm smile. I grew up with my grandfather in the countryside. My mother remarried not too long ago. Actually, the first day we met was the very first day I arrived in this city. Not expecting me to have such a past, Mu Yulu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. But seeing me smile so naturally and confidently, if she were to show pity or sadness, it would instead feel quite out of place. So she gallantly patted her chest. It's okay. Today, Sis will take you out to play to your heart's content. Then thank you very much, Sis. I also broke into a smile that grew increasingly radiant. In the blink of an eye, the two of us were on the 7th floor. Out of special concern for a newbie, Mu Yulu generously went to the reception desk and bought 500 game tokens at once, then handed half of them to me. Come on, let's go for the claw machine first. She eagerly pulled me forward. You're in your newbie protection period. You'll surely catch plenty of them. Just wait and see. Last time I luckily caught a Lena Bell. Quick, help me catch a Stella Lou. I'll do my best. Arriving in front of a claw machine, I replied carefully, trying this for the first time. Deep down, I felt a tiny thrill of excitement, mixed with a subtle, barely noticeable nervousness. Mu Yulu tossed 100 tokens into the machine in one go, then yielded the spot to me. It's 3 tokens per try. You can go for 33 attempts. No need to rush. If you don't catch any, we still have plenty of tokens. Having said that, as if suddenly remembering something, she threw 3 tokens into the adjacent machine and started playing herself. Just use the joystick to move up, down, left, and right. Aim carefully and then just press that button. I nodded, fully manipulating the directional joystick. Once the position seemed right, I took a deep breath and pressed the catch button. Unexpectedly, the plush toy was actually grabbed firmly and then dropped precisely into the exit chute. Mu Yulu was immediately even more excited than I was, and she jumped for joy. Whoa, 1 shot, 1 kill, she shouted excitedly. Xiao Yuntao, you're amazing. This must be the newbie protection I was talking about. I smiled a bit bashfully, crouching down to retrieve the adorable Stella Lou from the chute, then immediately handed the prize to Mu Yulu. Sis, here's your Stella Lou. Thank you. Mu Yulu happily took the plushie and hugged it to her chest, her smile so radiant it was as if flowers could bloom from it. Still have tokens left? Quick, keep going. After that, it was as if I were divinely assisted, as within the first 15 attempts, I actually caught 8 Stella Lous. But a newbie's luck eventually has its limits, and the subsequent tokens all went down the drain, not a single one more caught. I looked at Mu Yulu beside me with some embarrassment. Sis, I think I've wasted a fortune in tokens for you. To my surprise, upon hearing this, Mu Yulu wasn't disappointed at all, but on the contrary, smiled even more broadly. That's more like it. It's only normal to become a total noob once the newbie period is over. Mu Yulu looked at me, unable to resist teasing me. If your success rate stayed that high forever, I'd have to bow down to you in total respect. The machine probably would have blacklisted you by now. I thought for a moment, then looked at her beside me and asked, Sis, is there any specific one you really want? I want to try another machine and see. Go ahead and catch whatever you like. Anything is fine. If we don't catch plushies to our heart's content today, well, just stay here and catch them all afternoon. Mu Yulu looked at my fired-up expression, as if she were seeing her former self. So she hugged the pile of plushies in her arms, walked toward the reception desk, asked the staff to bag them for her, then excitedly returned to continue catching more. Just like that, both of us were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. But what was the result? It was beyond pathetic. Keep going? Mu Yulu looked at today's relatively decent harvest, looked at me with satisfaction, and shook her head. This time I'm truly defeated by this machine. Let's stop and switch to another game. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it! Next, the two of us completely let loose. From racing games to dance machines, from fighting games to shooting games, we played almost everything in the entire arcade. As a result, we were so absorbed in playing until past 7 p.m., until our stomachs started to protest with untimely growls, voicing their objection. Only then did our high spirits gradually start to cool down. What should we eat now? I looked up at the directory. I see the 8th floor seems to be the food court. How about we go up there and just grab something? Mu Yulu nodded with great satisfaction. I'll call you every time I go to play games from now on. It's been a long time since I've cut loose like this. Yes. I also smiled in agreement. Then Mu Yulu used a delivery service to have the pile of plushies sent home first, and we headed straight for the 8th floor, entering a black bean noodle shop. We ordered 2 bowls of noodles, along with some side dishes. This simple dinner, when eaten, somehow felt much more enjoyable than the hot pot at noon, and the conversation between us gradually grew closer. After eating our fill, Mu Yulu wiped her mouth and suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly opened her phone. Oh, right. I was so busy playing all day that I almost forgot. We still haven't added each other on QQ yet. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she would come to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated on her for a mistress, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career, a journey that lasted for 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to enjoy a life of luxury. Mu Yulu wiped her mouth, suddenly remembering something, so she quickly opened her phone. Oh, right. I was so busy playing all day that I almost totally forgot. We haven't added each other on QQ yet. That's right, adding each other on QQ. I also hurriedly nodded, inwardly feeling fortunate. What a relief. I had already prepared in advance. Everything that needed editing had been edited. Otherwise, this would have been so embarrassing. The capital at night looked even more radiant and splendid than during the day. The two of us strolled through the brightly lit streets, the gentle, cool breeze blowing past, making one feel extremely comfortable. After getting back into the car once more, both of us simultaneously and in unison reached for our seatbelts, just about to buckle them. Ah, shh. Who would have thought a lifetime dream? Accompanied by two brief cries of pain that rang out almost at the same time. Because our movements were so similar, we slammed into each other painfully the moment we leaned down. The next second, both of us coincidentally rubbed our foreheads and looked at each other, and then neither of us could help but burst out laughing. I looked at Mu Yulu with a bit of embarrassment. Sis, you go first. Mu Yulu rubbed her forehead twice more, then buckled her seatbelt first. Immediately after, I also finished buckling mine, then leaned back comfortably into the seat. Soon it was already 10 p.m., and the car came to a steady stop in front of building number 7. Mu Yulu saw that there was still no movement from my side, so she turned her head to look, only to discover that I had fallen fast asleep at some point. Xiao Yuntao? In a sleepy haze. I responded softly in a somewhat husky voice. Mu Yulu saw my dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. We're home. If you keep sleeping, I'll drive you straight into my family's garage and make you stay the night there. I rubbed my eyes, immediately snapping awake. That's embarrassing, sis. I seem to have accidentally fallen asleep. I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt and slowly stepped out of the car. Who would have thought after only walking a few steps, I heard the girl in the car behind me calling out, "You dummy, aren't you taking your phone?" I scratched my head, grinned sheepishly, and turned back to take the phone from her hand as it reached out of the car window. Thank you, sis. I'm going in now. Good night. Good night. Yulu gave a soft chuckle. Remember to get inside before sleeping again. Because if you pass out on the sidewalk, I won't have time to come and pick up your carcass, you hear? I know. With the cool breeze blowing past, my mind finally started to gradually clear up. I took out my phone, which was always on silent mode, to check. And appearing first on the screen were 2 messages Yan Huaigang sent a while ago, ending to know what I was secretly up to behind his back. Since I hadn't bothered to reply to his messages, below that was a message from Ji Xiaoman sent half an hour ago, asking why I hadn't come home yet. Furthermore, there were even more than 10 messages, all sent by Wang Yue. I've never really liked being bombarded with messages like this, especially from someone I'm not that close with. I frowned as I looked through the pile of messages, but out of politeness, I still sent back 2 sentences. Sorry about that. I had something to do outside today, so I didn't check my phone for a while. As for those exercises, if you still don't get them, let's wait until Monday. I'm busy these 2 days, so it's not very convenient. Then I sent another message to Yan Huaigang, and then slowly walked toward the house. However, the moment I pushed the door open today, my whole body couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Seeing the 2 little cats in the house, one wearing a funny little lion hat, and the other forced to wear a green turtle shell on its back, they looked both silly and adorable. And Ji Xiaoman was currently holding a cat teaser wand, playing with them very excitedly, a rare, radiant smile showing on her face. I thought to myself, no way. It's only been a week, and she's already a cat addict? I'm back. Hearing my voice, Ji Xiaoman, teaser wand in hand, immediately had the smile on her face stiffen. She abruptly turned her head, and after clearing her throat twice, quickly regained her usual cold demeanor and sat down. Well, since I had some free time, and saw these 2 little things were so bored, I just played with them for a bit. The 2 little furballs zipped over, affectionately rubbing against my pant legs and meowing non-stop. At this, I conversely felt a bit apologetic and hurriedly said to Ji Xiaoman, "Yes, sorry to have troubled you." The more I thought about it, the more I felt it wasn't right, so I looked up, looking at Ji Xiaoman with sincere eyes. Sis, I was the one who brought them back after all. But now they become a burden for you and the housekeeper. How about I take them to live with me at school next week? To my surprise, before I could even finish my sentence, Ji Xiaoman, who was sitting on the sofa, interrupted me with absolute decisiveness. Oh. This blunt answer left me stunned immediately. Before I could even gather my wits, I saw Ji Xiaoman's expression turn serious, and a barrage of questions hit me like cold water to the face. These little ones are still so tiny. Do you really have the heart to let them be locked up for 24 hours in that old apartment of less than 100 square meters? Or do you think the housekeeper doesn't take good care of them? Or is it that you don't even trust me? My heart suddenly skipped a beat That familiar sense of danger washed over me, and my survival instincts immediately kicked into high gear. I shook my head frantically like a rattle, waving my hands in a panic, words pouring out as fast as a machine gun. Please rest assured, sis, please don't worry. You're the most trustworthy person in the world. How could I possibly not trust you? As long as you don't blame me for bringing them here and not being around much to care for them, and for adding to your burden, then let these two stay at our home forever. Hearing these words of mine, Ji Xiaomen's expression finally softened a bit, and she gave a satisfied nod. Having these two little things at home in the evening to play with is quite entertaining. I don't find it troublesome at all. Immediately after, she suddenly changed her tone, casually adding, I also just got back. I haven't had dinner yet. The second I heard that, I blurted it out without even thinking. My tone firm and without hesitation. Let me go cook for you. Seeing me quickly turn around and slip into the kitchen, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of Ji Xiaomen's lips. She lowered her head and continued playing with the two clingy little ones. For her, life now, where she could rightfully boss her little brother around and have cute cats as companions, was truly much more interesting than the string of monotonous pond-still days from before, making her feel significantly happier. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she would come to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion to live in, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father cheated on her for a mistress, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career, a journey that lasted for 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to enjoy a life of luxury. The end of September monthly exam was terrifyingly difficult, and everyone in class saw their scores drop. But Yan Huaigang, my desk mate, held my test paper, with a look on his face as if he'd just seen a ghost. Lao Bi, you're truly a monster. How come your score is even higher instead? Especially the English reading section. It was mind-bogglingly hard. Yet he discovered I only lost exactly 2 points in the essay section. I didn't even bother to look up, calmly reviewing the questions I got wrong. My English has always been decent. Didn't you know that already? This one sentence made Yan Huaigang grit his teeth in frustration, threatening to drag me to some shady clinic to get my brain swapped. I just gave a soft chuckle and advised him to go get reincarnated, to grow a new brain faster. He messed around with me for a bit, but right after, he suddenly deflated like a soggy cracker. Lao Bi, if you get into the honors class, you absolutely cannot secretly raise another best friend behind my back. I gave him a somewhat helpless pat. What are you babbling about? The next second, I directly declared, am not going. Those 2 words made Yan Huigang's eyes light up instantly. I nodded seriously, explaining that the homeroom teacher had talked to me long ago, but I was just too lazy to adapt to a new environment. He suddenly let out an excited, powerful shout. Just stay here in class 10. They'll cover for you. I feigned a look of sincerity and patted his head. My son has truly grown up. Just then, the class beauty Wang Yu walked in with the grace, her gaze fixed tightly on my name, the corners of her mouth curling up excitedly, as if that 12th place in the entire grade belonged to her. Immediately after, she marched straight toward me, her eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Yuntao, you're so amazing. I only gave a polite nod, thanks. But then, her tone changed, and she even wanted to invite me to celebrate tomorrow. I immediately shook my head and rejected her flatly. Sorry, I have to head home to catch a flight. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu wasn't disappointed in the least, but instead became even more excited. Are you guys going on a trip? Coincidentally, I don't have anywhere to go either. Would you mind if I tagged along? I could only patiently explain once more. That's not it. I have to go back to the countryside to visit my grandfather. Wang Yue was still about to press me on which city I was heading to, but at that very moment, having finished checking the names, Yan Huigang rushed over aggressively, throwing his arm around my shoulder. Lao Bi, I moved up over 100 spots. My parents are going to be crazy happy when I get home. I nodded calmly. Give me half of your allowance. He waved his hand instantly. No problem. Half is guaranteed. But then he suddenly said, oh right. I just heard you say you're going to the countryside to visit the old man. I haven't been back in a long time either. How about we go together? Hearing this, I immediately shot him a look of disdain. Aren't you planning to lounge at home for 10 days? Yan Huigang grinned, explaining that there are fewer people in the countryside. Plus he missed Hu Zi and the others. Wang Yu, standing nearby, immediately caught the key point. It turned out that Yan Huaigang and I had known each other for a long time. But when she heard the words countryside, the interest in her eyes vanished instantly, because in her entire life, she would never set foot in such a rustic place. The next second, at Beijing Airport, I watched the driver pull big and small bags out of the trunk, my face full of helplessness. Sister, I'm just going back to visit Grandpa. You prepared so many things. How could he possibly eat all of this? That's right, the person seeing me off was Ji Xiaomin. She folded her phone, looking at me calmly. This is my filial piety for the old man. You're just the transporter.
I could only sigh. Understood. Rest assured, CEO G, mission will be accomplished. Only then did she nod with satisfaction, glancing at her watch, and telling me to let her know once I've landed safely. I tried to hold back a smile, because I saw Yan Huigang was secretly hiding, not far away, peeking. As the car started moving, Ji Xiaomin added another instruction. Send my regards to the old man for me. If he agrees to settle down in Beijing, I'll take care of everything. I waved goodbye, my heart full of emotions. Like the anxiety when I first arrived, this trip back home felt completely lighthearted. As soon as the car left, Yan Huigang rushed over dragging his suitcase. Your sister finally left. You made me wait forever. The assistant handled the check-in for the things Ji Xiaomin prepared. So Yan Huigang and I just carried our suitcases and leisurely boarded the plane home. The two of us bought first-class tickets. Not long after we settled in, a surprised female voice suddenly called out, Xiao Yuntao? I turned my head in shock and was stunned. It was the senior from the Fine Arts Department, Mu Yulu. I asked in surprise, Senior, are you also going to Jushi? She nodded, explaining she wanted to find inspiration for landscape paintings in Jushi. What about you? I replied with a smile, in visiting my grandpa. Feeling Yan Huigang excitedly clutching my hand, I immediately introduced him to Mu Yulu. Senior, this is my brother, Yan Huigang. We're childhood friends. Yan Huigang immediately broke into a beaming smile, excitedly greeting her. Hello, Senior. Hello there, Senior. He then greeted the girl standing behind Mu Yulu. Hello, Senior Qinling. After some small talk, Qinling pulled Mu Yulu to sit in the diagonal seat in front of us. Seeing that the two goddesses weren't looking back, Yan Huigang couldn't hold it in anymore, putting me in a headlock, his eyes full of envy. Little you Spill it. How do you know Senior? You guys even seem quite close. And more importantly, why have I never heard you mention her? I couldn't help but cough twice. This meeting was truly unexpected. So I had to explain in a low voice. We're not that close. Her house is in the same villa area as mine. I once found her cat. What? Yan Huigang immediately bristled, grabbing me excitedly. Did you step in dog poop to get this lucky? To live in the same area as my goddess? I gave him a look of disdain. Can you have some potential? Anyone else would think I live in the same house as her. Unexpectedly, Yan Huigang's voice suddenly shot up. You even want to live in the same house as my goddess? Just as he finished, Qinling in front immediately turned around, her face sporting a knowing smile, nudging Mu Yulu. Did you hear that? The junior wants to live in the same house as you. I was left in a small village by my birth mother for 10 years. Who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley? Not only giving me supercars and a mansion, but suddenly I have 5 beautiful sisters. At age 7, my worthless father cheated for love, leaving with nothing after the divorce. My mother sold the house instantly, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she ran to Beijing to start a business, gone for a full 10 years. Today, she suddenly showed up in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just a moment ago. Mu Yulu's cheeks flushed red. She scolded playfully, "Don't talk nonsense." But Qinling wouldn't let it go, reaching out to touch Mu Yulu's hot cheeks, laughing even more mischievously. You're blushing. This damn fate. Meeting each other everywhere. Hurry up and take him down. Mu Yulu was so embarrassed she got annoyed, decisively closing her eyes to pretend to sleep, but her heart was already in a mess. The coincidences between her and me were truly quite many. I threatened Yan Huigang a bit, and he finally shut up, taking out his tablet to watch cartoons. At first I watched along for a bit, but soon I fell asleep too. When I woke up, the plane was over Jushi preparing to land. Yan Huigang looked out the window, full of emotion. It's been so long, everything looks so unfamiliar. Getting off the plane, Mu Yulu and I locked eyes, and we both smiled and nodded at each other. Then Yan Huigang and I took off first. Still asked out of concern, Senior, have you booked a hotel yet? Mu Yulu nodded, it's already booked. I then thoughtfully added, that's good. We're heading straight to the village. If you two need anything, just give me a call. Mu Yulu smiled and agreed, I know, I won't be shy. After saying goodbye to them, Yan Huigang and I took a taxi from the airport. The tall buildings gradually disappeared, placed by a rustic landscape. Half an hour later, the taxi under my direction
crossed winding concrete roads, and stopped in front of his self-built two-story house. Carrying various bags and belongings, I shouted toward the open gate, "Grandpa, back." A second later, an old man in a tank top and baggy shorts stepped out of the house. Seeing me, he immediately brightened up. "Why are you back? You didn't even give me a heads up." I grinned. "I wanted to surprise you. I've been gone for over a month. I thought the house would be a mess by now." His mouth complained about me being a nuisance, but he couldn't stop smiling. Then his gaze settled on Yan Huigang, looking closely for a few seconds, before asking in surprise, "Is this little Huigang?" Yan Huigang grinned. He. "Are you still doing well, Grandpa?" Joy on Grandpa's face intensified, and he happily welcomed us inside. However, just before entering, he turned back to look outside. The road was empty. A flash of disappointment crossed his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. This self-built two-story house was built by Grandpa using his retirement money. There was a vegetable garden in the yard, with rows of lush green corn, every ear of corn plump and full. Out of habit, I glanced at the waist-high water jar in the yard, and at a glance, I saw only a few small grass carps swimming. I immediately turned to ask Grandpa, "Is the harvest not good lately? I don't see you catching any big fish." Grandpa glared at me. "What season do you think it is? Where would I find the time to fish every day?" But immediately after, he suddenly chuckled. "However, you came back at just the right time. I was actually going to spend money hiring someone to pick corn. Now that you're back, I'll save that money. We're going to the field tomorrow." I immediately grinned, thinking, "Is it too late for me to grab my suitcase and run away?" Actually, I chose to come back during National Day, partly because I missed him, and partly because I knew it was corn harvest time. With Grandpa's stingy nature, if I didn't help him, heaven knows how long it would take for him to finish alone. Unexpectedly, Yan Huigang standing next to me seemed very excited. "Give me a spot too, let me help. I haven't done this in years. My hands and feet are itching to work." Look at little Huigang, so eager. Grandpa poured tea for us, then asked, "Have you guys eaten lunch yet?" The two of us immediately shook our heads like rattles. I immediately cried out, "Grandpa, your beloved grandson is about to starve to death. A big bowl of minced meat noodles will do. You really are casual." Grandpa turned toward the kitchen, telling me to take Yan Huigang upstairs to tidy up the room. I led Yan Huigang to the second floor. Grandpa lived on the first floor. The second floor had 2 bedrooms. One was mine and one was my mother's. Except that woman named Wu Lian-shin had never stayed here once. Without hesitation, I tossed my luggage into that empty room, giving my own bedroom to Yan Huigang. Yan Huigang looked around the room, unable to stop praising it. Grandpa built a really nice house. It was still an old shack when I left. I said no more, shoving a broom into his hand. "Clean it yourself. I'm going to the room next door." Over half an hour later, the 2 starving kids finally came downstairs. A rich aroma of food wafted into our noses, making us gulp with hunger. "Now that you're down, wash your hands and eat. I've made noodles for you." Grandpa brought out a plate of stir-fried pork with chili, along with a basin of homemade minced meat broth. Seeing the vermicelli and green onions floating in the soup, Yan Huigang said nostalgically, "You can never get this kind of soup in Beijing." I scooped half a bowl of soup for him first. "Then eat a lot today. This broth is very flavorful. It has minced meat, diced mushrooms, as well as wood ear and tofu, combined with our gnawing hunger." We slurped down the soup even without noodles with great relish. By the time Grandpa brought out a basin of noodles, the plate of stir-fried pork was already polished clean. He laughed and scolded, "Eating like a whirlwind. Anyone would think you're reincarnated hungry ghosts." Despite his words, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. I grinned, quickly mixing my noodles with chopsticks. "It's just because your cooking is so delicious, Grandpa." Yan Huigang was even faster than me. Just as I was about to feast to my heart's content, I suddenly remembered something, and my hand movements froze. I was left in a small village by my birth mother for 10 years. Who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me supercars and a mansion, but suddenly I have 5 beautiful sisters. At age 7, my worthless father cheated for love, leaving with nothing after the divorce. My mother sold the house instantly, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she ran to Beijing to start a business, gone for a full 10 years. Today, she suddenly showed up in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just a moment ago, I looked up and asked, "Oh, right. Grandpa, what did you eat for lunch? Or how about you have another bowl, too?" I looked up at Grandpa sitting across from me, but he shook his head, his face full of pride. "If only you two had called before coming back, you wouldn't have missed the stewed chicken I made myself." My eyes lit up instantly. "So where's the stewed chicken? Did you eat it all by yourself?"
You should know that Grandpa's stewed chicken and spicy sour fish are absolute delicacies that go perfectly with rice. Unexpectedly, Grandpa chuckled, quickly extinguishing my fantasies. You just got home and already want to eat leftovers? In your dreams, I gave the rest to Dai Huang. Dai Huang was the watchdog in the backyard for nearly 10 years. The light in my eyes faded. Fine then, noodles will have to do. But as soon as I lowered my head, I saw Yan Huaigang had finished his first bowl and was about to scoop his second. I widened my eyes, and without caring about anything else, I immediately buried my head and ate like crazy. Grandpa watched the two of us eat, laughing happily before standing up to go to the yard. Eat slowly. I'll boil some corn. Later, I'll pick some pears in front of the gate. Hearing that, the smile on my face grew even brighter. I know. The sweet corn in the yard is at its best now. Plus, stewed with pears, potatoes, and pumpkin, that flavor is truly top tier. After eating and drinking our fill and helping Grandpa put things in the pot, the two of us went upstairs and fell into a deep sleep. The long, tiring journey had indeed taken its toll. By the time I woke up, it was after 4 p.m. The sun was setting, and the temperature was just right. I drove Grandpa's beloved tricycle, taking Yan Huigang for a ride around. Passing by Yan Huigang's old house, it was now overgrown with weeds. The scene was desolate. Next, we circled around the abandoned primary school. Yan Huigang couldn't help but exclaim, "Remember back then, when we were in primary school? This place was still just a row of bungalows. They rebuilt it right when we started middle school. How annoying." I sighed, "No need to hurry. It's only been 5 years. And yet this place is already abandoned." Yan Huigang was stunned. Abandoned? Then where do the kids in the village study? I nodded and explained, "The population has declined severely. Schools merged, and our old middle school has now become the primary school for the entire town. Changes happen so fast." Amidst our reflections, we circled the town once more, buying a heap of snacks to take home. The sky gradually darkened. When we entered the house, Grandpa was lying in the yard gnawing on corn, casually glancing at us. "The corn's in the pot. Go get it yourselves." I grinned, messaging in the group chat while eating corn, sending a photo of the snacks to the group, along with "Hu Han-san is back. Anyone for cards?" The group exploded immediately, and not long after, 3 figures rushed over from not far away, running straight toward my house. Before they even arrived, noisy shouting reached us first. "Old B, since when were you back? You didn't even give a heads up. Now that you've returned home in glory, did you bring any cool gifts to broaden our horizons? You left without saying a word, making me have no homework to copy this month." Yan Huigang and I looked at each other, immediately tossing our half-eaten corn back onto the tray. I stepped out warmly. "No fancy stuff, but I did bring someone back for you." Just as I finished, Yan Huigang jumped out like a monkey, hugging everyone. "Huzi, Lao Miao. Nuji, it's been years. Did you miss me?" But the other 3 looked at him for a few seconds, then asked me in unison, "Who is this?" "Don't know him." Half the smile on Yan Huigang's face died out. "Damn, I went to all the trouble to bring specialties back for you, yet not a single one of you recognizes me." "Fine, then don't even think about getting anything. I'd rather feed it to a dog than give it to you." Hearing that, the other 3 immediately changed their expressions, grinning and rushing forward, each giving Yan Huigang a playful smack. "Fatty, have you been living poorly these years? You hardly have any meat left on you. The two of you really have deep ties, even going to the same school and class. If it weren't for old B meeting you, our young master Yen probably wouldn't have bothered visiting his brothers in this lifetime." Amidst the teasing, everyone's eyes reddened slightly, but the house was filled with laughter. The 5 of us played cards and ate snacks, chatting for hours in the blink of an eye. Until 12 midnight, when parents from the 3 families called repeatedly, did they reluctantly leave. It was late and quiet, but my heart was still racing, and I couldn't fall asleep. I took out my phone to review the photos taken today, finally choosing a few to post on my moments. Reunited with old friends, so happy. Very quickly, likes began to appear, and I closed my eyes with contentment. At the same time, Mu Yulu in the city was rolling through her phone out of boredom. After walking all afternoon, she still hadn't found inspiration to paint. When she habitually opened her moments, my status immediately appeared before her eyes. She had originally planned to just browse casually, but when she clicked to view the photos, her gaze completely stopped at one particular picture. It was a golden cornfield, with an image of a woman and a child accidentally caught in the lens, which touched her heart. This is it. She immediately knew what her entry piece needed to be.
I was left in a small village by my birth mother for 10 years. Who knew 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me supercars, living in a mansion, but suddenly I have 5 beautiful sisters. At age 7, my worthless father cheated for love, leaving with nothing after the divorce. My mother sold the house instantly, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she ran to Beijing to start a business, on for a full 10 years. Today, she suddenly showed up in a supercar, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just a moment ago, Mu Yulu glanced at the time I posted, immediately opening the chat, typing, "Asleep yet?" However, after 10 minutes passed, there was no reply from the other side. Mu Yulu didn't think much of it, yawning as she tossed her phone aside and turned off the light. Waking up early the next morning, after washing up, I finally picked up my phone. I immediately saw the message Mu Yulu sent at midnight, and nothing else after that. I suddenly felt a bit worried. She didn't run into any trouble, did she? Feeling restless, I hurriedly called her. No one picked up the first call, making me even more anxious. I had only just fallen asleep for a bit. How could I have slept like the dead? I didn't give up and called again. Just when I thought no one would answer, the call went through. A sleepy voice mixed with a hint of irritability spoke. "What is it?" Hearing his voice that sounded like it wanted to stab someone, my hanging heart immediately settled. The senior's voice sounded like she wasn't fully awake. With a bit of morning grumpiness, it seemed she wasn't in any trouble. I cleared my throat and said, "Senior, it's me, Xiao Yuntao." "Xiao Yuntao? I don't care if you're an idiom or a proverb." Her voice was still very sharp, but she seemed to wake up instantly. The next second, Mu Yula's voice softened, like a bristling cat suddenly becoming a cuddly kitten. "Oh, it's you, Junior. Is something wrong?" It seemed she still wasn't fully awake. I said slowly, "Senior, did you need something from me last night?" "Last night?" Mu Yulu yawned. Last night's photo immediately flashed through her mind and she bounced up like a spring. "Hey, Junior, send me your home's location. Qin Ling and I are planning to stay in your village for a few days." Her cheerful voice rang out, but my heart sank. Staying in the village for a few days. At my house? The neighborhood ants would gossip like crazy. I scratched my head, having to decline tactfully. "Senior, there's probably no room at my house." Mu Yulu immediately caught my meaning, hurrying to explain, "You're overthinking it. I was just inspired by the photos you posted, so I want to go to the village to paint. Is there an inn or a hotel near you? I'll treat you to a meal if you can show us around for a bit." So that was it. I breathed a sigh of relief instantly. You two should just take a taxi directly to Pingyang town. There's a hotel there called Kijia, and there's even a supermarket right next to it. I glanced down at my watch, then sighed. As for showing you around, I have to help Grandpa pick corn today, so it might have to wait until 7, 8 p.m., or even 3 or 4 days later. Picking corn? On the other end of the line, Mu Yula's eyes immediately lit up. I've never seen a cornfield before. How about Qin Ling and I come to help you two pick corn? Someone's volunteering for free labor? I thought for exactly 2 seconds and nodded. Sure. Call me when you two reach the town. I'll come pick you up to lend a hand. In the meantime, I'll take care of all the meals. That's reliable. See you later. Mu Yulu hung up at the speed of light. As for me, I stared at the phone, thinking picking corn is both dirty and deathly tiring. Labor costs have already risen to 1,500. Senior is excited now, but once she's in the field, she'll definitely cry. I turned and walked out of the room. Yan Huigang's snoring in the next room was still thunderous. I went over and nudged him. "Fatty, get up." Yan Huigang tossed over. Exhausted voice. "Let me sleep a bit more. Last night I stayed up late watching some overly sexy girl videos." I looked at him silently for 2 seconds, then casually dropped a bombshell. "Sister Mu and Sister Qin are coming to town for a few days. They said they'd help us pick corn for free. Seems only I can go pick them up." Before I finished, Yan Huagang, who was lying in bed, sprang up like a fish in water and jumped to the floor, pulling up his pants with eyes wide. "My goddess is coming? What are we waiting for? Go, 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 let's go get them. We can't keep them waiting until they're impatient." "Girl crazy guy," I gave him a side eye and said softly, "There are some of my old clothes in the closet. Find something suitable to wear for the fields. It'll take them at least another hour to get out of the city. Let's have breakfast first, then go to the street to buy some things while we wait." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yan Huaigang heroically rushed straight into the bathroom. I couldn't help but sigh. This guy will definitely be trampled by his lover in the future. Grandpa has been up since early morning. When the two of us went downstairs, he was leaning back on the sofa listening to Chin Kang opera. Yan Huaigang grinned. "Good morning, Grandpa." Grandpa turned down the TV volume,
leisurely replied. Breakfast is in the pot. Go get it yourselves. Remember to wash the dishes clean for me when you're done. Suddenly it was 10:30. Yan Huaigang and I took a walk around the supermarket, buying sun hats for the two girls, face masks, and sun protection gloves for all four of us. I carried a crate of mineral water, over a dozen ice creams, plus a huge watermelon tossed onto the small tricycle, then waited patiently with Yan Huaigang. Not long after, a taxi stopped in front of the hotel. Yan Huaigang immediately rushed out to meet them. He swiftly carried the luggage down for the two girls, giggling, "Good morning, seniors." Mu Yulu and Qin Ling nodded slightly at him, then turned their heads to look at me. I leisurely drove the small tricycle closer, then directly arranged, "Fatty, you lead. The seniors to check in. I'll stay out here to watch the things." "No problem." Yan Huaigang thumped his chest, leading the two into the hotel with a welcoming face, waiting for him to come out. I then led the three into a women's clothing store, buying Mu Yulu and Qin Ling some cheap but convenient clothes for working in the field. Everything was ready. Now I drove the tricycle to take the three home. I was left behind in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to pick me up? Not only giving me supercars and a big mansion, but I suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7 years old, my deadbeat father cheated for love, abandoned us after the divorce, and left with nothing. My mother then sold the house. After leaving me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother returned unexpectedly in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live comfortably. Along the way, looking at the vast cornfields and the passing vehicles, the two girls had eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Where is all this corn taken for processing? What we get to? Eat fresh corn right after picking. I didn't answer. Yan Huigang excitedly spoke up from beside me. This is corn for kernels. You can't eat it directly once it's old. Most of it is dried for animal feed, and a small part is kept for seeds. With just one sentence, the smiles on the girls' faces immediately became forced. Oh, so that's how it is. The two of them went silent instantly. From the town back to my house, it only takes about 5 or 6 minutes by tricycle. I put the things away carefully, told them to change into the new protective gear, then led the three on a march to the cornfield. Grandpa had already driven the vehicle there, and the tractor had already picked 2 rows. I took out some corn huskers, giving everyone a strap to wear around their wrist. Let me demonstrate. I grabbed an empty fertilizer sack, stepped up to a row of corn, picked an ear, sliced it with the husker, peeled back the husk with both hands, and golden corn cob appeared before our eyes. With another forceful snap, the corn was tucked neatly inside the sack. Looks simple enough. Let's get to work. Mu Yulu smiled and carried her sack to the other side. Ximling was also extremely excited. Today's goal is to conquer this entire cornfield. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Go seniors, go. Yan Huigang was even more energized. Immediately after, the fatty and I ducked into the cornfield that was taller than us, while the two girls handled the areas where the stalks were already cut and the wide spaces along the ditch. At first, everyone was enthusiastic, listening to music and chatting, talking lively, but as the sun grew more intense, sweat soaked our backs, the fun started to fade. By the time Yan Huigang and I were competing with each other, each carrying 2 full sacks of corn to dump into the tractor. The two girls had long since taken off their hats, sitting slumped on the sacks, completely drained of life. I walked over with 2 bottles of water. How are you feeling? Have you seen the truth yet? Mu Yulu looked at me with a pained expression. I always ate ready-made food before. I didn't realize picking corn would be this exhausting. Qinling added, it's been less than an hour, and my wrist is already killing me. Since they volunteered their labor, I didn't want to be a heartless capitalist. If you can't go on, go rest in the vehicle for a bit. Just help us empty the sacks when we come back. I can do that. Qinling nodded repeatedly, pulling Mu Yulu toward the tractor. But emptying the sacks wasn't easy either. A full sack of corn takes quite a bit of strength to lift. On the other hand, Yan Huaigang, to show off in front of his goddess, was like he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Again and again, as soon as he finished picking, he would rush out to bring it for them to empty. Around noon, I finished a row, set the full sack down at the edge of the field, grabbed a new sack, and moved to the next row, continuing to work diligently. Just then, as I took 2 steps forward, another sack suddenly appeared at my feet. Startled, I looked up and saw someone standing less than a meter away. My face froze. Senior, weren't you resting in the tractor? Why are you back here? I've rested enough, so I wanted to help out some more. Mu Yulu hid under the brim of her hat, her eyes flickering, as she casually explained. But I didn't know that. Just now, while standing on the tractor, she had seen a girl around 12 or 13 years old nearby, busily helping her parents pick corn. The girl couldn't lift the sack,
so the father walked over with a gentle smile to help, while the mother stood aside wiping sweat, smiling happily at the father and daughter. That scene deeply moved her once more, so a surge of new energy rose within her, and she picked up the sack to enter the field again. A senior like her made my heart suddenly feel unusually soft. I even wanted to reach out and pat her head, but I managed to restrain myself. I looked at the girl who only reached my shoulders, and gave a gentle smile. "Then I'll trouble you, senior. Let's finish this row. Then go home for lunch." Okay, hearing about going home for food, she seemed to regain her spirit. But compared to an old hand like me, Mu Yula's speed was indeed very slow. By the time I carried a full sack out of the cornfield, she was only halfway through. I immediately grabbed a new sack, and went back to pick from the other end to meet her. When we met in the middle of the row, I smiled and spoke up. "Senior, I'm here to meet you." Thank you." Mu Yulu nodded slightly. She looked at my back as I carried a sack in one hand and swiftly ran out. Her eyes couldn't help but flicker. This was the first time she realized this junior's shoulders seemed quite broad. If she were carried on his back, it would probably feel very safe, wouldn't it? The thought only flashed through her mind before she hurriedly shook her head and ran after me. I was left behind in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought 10 years later she'd come in a Bentley to pick me up? Not only giving me supercars and a big mansion, but I suddenly gained 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father cheated for true love, abandoning everything to divorce my mother and leaving with nothing. My mother didn't hold back either and immediately sold the house. After leaving me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to build her career. That separation lasted for 10 long years. Now my mother returned unexpectedly in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to Beijing to make it up to me. Back at my house, the 2 girls finished washing up and changing first, then slumped on the long bench in the courtyard, looking like life had nothing left to offer, too tired to move. I chose 2 small watermelons, cut them in half, and handed them spoons. "Eat some melon to recover after lunch. I'll take you 2 back to the hotel to rest." I knew very well that having these 2 ladies work for over an hour had already taken half their lives. Mu Yulu held her half of the melon, scooped the sweetest part into her mouth, and her small face showed pure satisfaction. "This melon is so sweet." Then, she looked at me and continued. "You all still have to work this afternoon. Don't worry about taking us back. We can find our own way." It turned out a complete composition had formed in her head. Inspiration was overflowing. She was anxious to get back and paint right away. Do you understand? I was still a bit uneasy. Mu Yulu nodded repeatedly. "My sense of direction is great. I could find my way back even with my eyes closed." "All right then. When you get back, buy some ointment for the bruising on your wrists. It's best to buy a box of painkillers too. And take one before bed," I advised her thoughtfully. The 2 girls looked at each other blankly. Their wrists didn't even hurt anymore. But because this was territory they'd never touched before, they were both very obedient, nodding without hesitation. The cornfield in the afternoon was like a giant steamer. Without the beauties cheering him on, Yan Huigang immediately looked like he'd lost his soul, and his picking speed became slower and slower. But 3 clumsy people are better than 1 Zhuge Liang, and by around 5 p.m., they finally finished clearing this patch of land. I drove the tractor to take Yan Huigang to deliver the corn. Unexpectedly, on the way back, Yan Huigang suddenly shouted excitedly, "Stop the car. Stop now." "Planning to buy something?" He shook his head vigorously, pointing toward the artificial fishing pond nearby, his eyes sparkling. "Isn't that the goddess and the seniors?" "The goddess seems to be painting. I have to go say hello." I turned my head in the direction he pointed, pulled the tractor to the side of the road, and walked over side by side with Yan Huigang. At this moment, Mu Yulu was completely immersed in her work, while Qinling beside her was using a power bank, intently playing a game. Yan Huigang and I crept up behind the 2 girls. Immediately, a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide watercolor painting appeared before us. A grand scene was laid out before us. The first thing that hit the eyes was the infinite deep blue sky, clashing violently with the golden waves of cornstalks. In the painting, young and old were working hard in the fields. Those silhouettes amidst the vast stalks looked small but also truly great. This scene made my heart feel a profound shock. Right then, Yan Huigang's gaze swept over, figure being sketched in the painting. He suddenly grinned. "Hey, old bee, look at that fool carrying a sack and staring at the sky. Doesn't he look like you?" I looked Yan Huigang up and down, then casually said, "Blue shirt, black pants, looking sneaky. Are you sure that's me? Yan Huigang blanked out, looked down at his own outfit, and fell silent for a few seconds. But then he looked closely at the painting again and laughed with pride. Then that's even better.
Senior only painted me and not you, which proves she recognizes my hard work. Little brother, you're not on my level yet. Mu Yulu was so focused on creating that she didn't bother to look back. Firstly, Xinling, having just won her game, put her phone down and looked at me suggestively. Then you're dead wrong. When we went back to rest at noon, Lulu suddenly had a burst of inspiration and already drew a solo piece for someone. As for this painting, Xinling raised an eyebrow. These empty spaces are clearly reserved for the four of us, and Grandpa too. They'll all be painted in sooner or later. Yan Huigang and I were stunned simultaneously. My heart skipped a beat. Senior drew a solo piece for me. I'll let you in on a secret, Junior. Our Lulu rarely does portraits. You're the first male she's ever drawn. Xinling winked at me suggestively. Just as my mind was soaring, Mu Yulu, who had been focused on her drawing, finally couldn't help but look back. Xinling, I just drew your older brother last month. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you into the water right now. Xinling, however, wasn't scared at all, stepping back a few paces, laughing. But that was because I paid you to draw a wedding gift for him. Mu Yulu didn't want to argue with her friend anymore, continuing to change colors and focusing intensely on the paint. My eyes were glued to her, and I didn't know if it was the sunset. But I seemed to see Senior's earlobes turning bright red. She even drew a separate portrait for me. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see it in the future. Looking at her focused and passionate expression, I planned to suggest she rest, but ultimately remained obediently silent. That night, after showering, I flopped onto my bed, my mind full of Senior's image from during the day, so I slept extremely well. But at the hotel on the other side, the situation was completely different. It was past 2 a.m., and the two girls, unable to sleep, suddenly turned on all the lights, one looking at the other looking back at the first, both of them looking dejected and miserable. Lulu, my fingers and wrists hurt so much. I can't sleep. What should we do? Xinling's eyes were brimming with tears. Mu Yulu burst into tears while rubbing her arm. I'm in pain too, from my arm all the way to my fingertips, where it feels like it's being pricked by needles. There's no way I can sleep like this. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then grabbed a bottle of manhwa oil, applying it frantically as if it cost them nothing. After the pungent smell of the oil filled the room, they each took 2 painkillers. The result was their eyes remained wide open looking at each other. 10 minutes passed and the pain didn't subside even a little. Xinling looked at Mu Yulu with pleading eyes. Lulu, it seems the medicine isn't working. Maybe you should ask our junior to see if there's any other way to save the situation. Mu Yulu squeezed her arm tightly, tears streaming down her face, her voice full of self-pity. I'm crippled. I don't want to move anymore, you message him. Being sleepy and in pain in the middle of the night was truly a torture. Xinling reluctantly picked up the phone, held it up for Mu Yulu's facial recognition, unlocked it, went to the chat app to find my account, and her fingers tapped away a long message. However, after waiting for a while, the phone remained completely silent, with no reply from my side at all. Clearly, I was sound asleep. Xinling wasn't satisfied and sent another message, but the result was still as if she'd sent it into a void. At this point, she truly went crazy, writhing on the bed like a worm. Didn't the junior do even more work than us? How can he not be in pain? On what grounds is he allowed to sleep so soundly? Just like that, some people had to writhe in pain, not falling asleep until the medicine finally kicked in. While I was dreaming the sweetest dreams, the sky began to brighten. I was immersed in a sweet dream. In the dream, the solo portrait Senior drew for me suddenly appeared right in my bedroom. I crept closer, and the moment I lifted the white cloth, Senior's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Junior, what on earth are you doing? I was startled, feeling incredibly guilty, as I watched her step-by-step approach me. I couldn't help but keep backing up, retreating until my back hit the wall, leaving no escape. The next second, Senior pressed her hand against my shoulder, smiling enchantingly like a succubus. Biyuntao, do you like me? My heart pounded like war drums, and I hurriedly nodded my head. Senior smiled with satisfaction, then stood on her tiptoes to proactively give me a kiss. I immediately turned the tables, pinning her against the wall. But right at the critical moment, I suddenly snapped my eyes open. With a smile still on my lips, I wasn't ready to give up and close my eyes, trying to resume the dream. But the longer I lay there, the more awake I became. So I had to get up. It was already 8:30 a.m. Just as I picked up my phone, I saw message notifications on the lock screen. Opening them up, I couldn't believe my eyes and had to rub them a few times. 2:30, Junior, my arm hurts so much. I'm about to die here, come save me. accompanied by a miserably crying cat icon. But right after that, second message took a completely different tone. 2:48. Asleep already? Truly asleep. My sister and I are in so much pain we're about to ascend to heaven. On what grounds are you allowed to sleep so soundly? Stop sleeping. Get up and party. Less than 15 minutes apart, yet the psychological states were worlds apart. Imagining Senior's frantic state, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. My fingers slid across the screen, quickly typing, Senior, I'm sorry. I was so tired yesterday that I slept quite heavily. Are you still in pain? Maybe you should rest for a few more days. If it's too bad, let me take you to the clinic for a shot. I calculated silently in my head, suddenly understanding the issue immediately. Two high-born young ladies. One person painting all afternoon, another gaming the whole time. It would be a miracle if they weren't sore. After waiting a few minutes with no reply, I was certain they were sound asleep by now. So I put down my phone and went to wash up. Just as expected, the girls slept until 1 p.m. Though their arms were still a bit sore, they felt much better. Mu Yulu reached for her phone. As soon as she saw my reply, the very next second her gaze was glued to the messages Qin Ling sent yesterday. In an instant, she sat bolt upright in bed, panicked. I was left behind in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought 10 years later she had come looking for me in a luxury Bentley, not only giving me supercars and a mansion, but I suddenly gained 5 angelic sisters. At age 7, my irresponsible father betrayed the family for a mistress, accepting a penniless divorce to go with his new person. My mother then also sold the house, and after entrusting me to my grandpa in our hometown, she went to Beijing all alone to find a living. That fateful trip lasted 10 years. Today, my mother returned grandly in a luxury car, saying she'll take me to Beijing to start a new life. Just a moment ago, what on earth is this? Setting aside Qin Ling, the part after that, is to say nothing of these crazy words. Besides, the very first sentence is reeking of flirting. What the heck is that actually? The more noteworthy thing is that the junior actually replied in such a serious manner. In her excitement, Mu Yulu didn't stop to think, and immediately made a video call. I had just finished lunch, and was resting comfortably on my bed. Suddenly seeing a video call request from Mu Yulu, I immediately sat up and pressed the answer button. In the dim light, a girl with hair as messy as a bird's nest suddenly appeared right in the middle of my phone screen. Instinctively, I hit the screenshot button, then slowly asked, Senior, does it still hurt? Yeah, it's a bit better now. Mu Yula's voice sounded much more relieved. I continued to ask caringly, should I take you to the clinic to have it checked out? No, it's fine as long as it doesn't affect my sleep. Mu Yulu shook her head slightly. Then she changed her tone and said a bit apologetically, I called you to explain something to you. I was in so much pain last night. Those messages were all sent by Qin Ling, so please don't misunderstand. So that's what happened. I suddenly felt completely relieved, finally understanding, oh, I see. Wait a second, let me take a sip of water first. As Mu Yulu spoke, the image on my phone suddenly shook violently, and in an instant only the white ceiling was visible. Then she moved the phone, and very quickly she crawled back over, picking up the phone again. At that exact moment, the image zoomed in close and hit my eyes. Images I had just seen suddenly flashed through my mind, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat in surprise. That's when I noticed. Senior was actually wearing a very mysterious nightgown. When she lay on her stomach to prop the phone up, those clear curves for a brief moment suddenly came right into my view without any cover. They were, well, quite big. I hurriedly tried to push all those strange thoughts out of my head completely, then quickly found a topic to talk about. Senior, don't paint for the next 2 days. Look at the scenery more. And rest for a few days. Or take photos of scenes you like. And paint them in a few days. Yeah, I was planning on that too. Mu Yulu seemed completely unaware of my awkwardness, and nodded slightly. Then she looked at me suspiciously. But wait, don't your arms and wrists hurt at all today? You guys worked all day yesterday. I smiled and shook my head, answering basically no pain at all. In the past, every weekend, I would help my grandfather with heavy labor, and in my free time, I'd play ball with my friends. Mu Yulu blinked, asking curiously, Then aren't your biceps really well developed? It's all right, I said while rolling up my sleeve, flexing my arm hard, then showing it off to Mu Yulu. On the other end, Mu Yulu took a glance, unable to hold back her praise. Wow, the definition is so smooth. I bet those muscles could take down 3 people like me with one punch, huh? Probably possible. I had just opened my mouth to speak when the girl on the other end seemed to think of something else and asked another question. Then do you also have abs? Like an 8-pack? I have a 6-pack. I answered honestly. Do you like 8-packs, Senior? Maybe I'll train for more later. As that thought crossed my mind, Mu Yulu's eyes lit up even more. She exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Show me! Is the senior always this bold?" My face instantly turned bright red. With our current relationship, if I actually showed her my abs, wouldn't that be a bit too sudden? But facing the girl through the video screen, I realized I had absolutely no resistance. Just as I was about to nod shyly, I suddenly saw the video call in front of me had ended. Immediately after, 2 messages appeared on my phone. "Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you. Were you scared? I'm hungry now, going to eat. Let's talk later when we're free." I put the phone down a bit dazed. It turned out I was just being teased by the senior. On the other side, Mu Yulu threw her phone away, then lay face down on the bed, quickly pulling the blanket over her head. She was deeply regretful, getting carried away in the conversation and forgetting her manners. How could she reveal her true nature in front of her junior like that? He must have been scared out of his wits. She'd probably have to avoid him by 300 meters from now on. Over the next 3 days, Yan Huaigang and I recruited a few friends who had just finished their chores. With their powerful help, the 5 young men succeeded plowing up the acres of land the old man planted, completely turning it over from top to bottom. That afternoon, Yan Huaigang and Qinling was the first to notice the situation. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, exclaiming, "Xiao Lu, are they reincarnated hungry ghosts? Ordering a whole table of fried chicken and skewers like that?" Mu Yulu looked where Qinling was pointing. Just as I was gulping down 2 big swigs of my drink, my mouth puffed out like a bun, and I also happened to glance toward them. Click. Mu Yula's fingertip moved slightly, unconsciously pressing the shutter button on the camera she was holding. Mu Yulu looked into the camera, seeing my simple and pure appearance. For a moment, she seemed unable to look away. A junior like this really makes one's heart skip a beat. Beside her, Qinling saw that Mu Yulu wasn't paying any attention to her at all, so she nudged her arm, saying teasingly, "Hey Xiao Lu, stop staring at that camera. Is any scenery more beautiful than your junior?" Mu Yulu snapped back to her senses, quickly pressing the save button, then hiding the camera behind her back. Annoyed, she said, "I don't know what you're talking about. You're getting more and more ridiculous." She glared at Qinling, then looked up at the other side. By then, I had looked away and was looking down at my phone. So it was just an accidental glance this way. What a coincidence. Mu Yulu looked up and continued walking forward. Qinling saw Mu Yulu was about to leave and was extremely surprised, asking, "Xiao Lu, we already bumped into them. Aren't you going to say hello?" Mu Yulu turned around and smiled, explaining, "They're fulfilling their dreams. Better not to go and disturb them." Qinling was even more confused after hearing that. She scratched her head, wondering, isn't it just eating a bunch of junk food? Why bring something as lofty as fulfilling dreams into this? "Let's go, don't you want fresh corn? I see grilled corn up ahead." Mu Yulu glanced over one last time, saw me laughing and didn't explain further. Instead, she strode forward to where the old lady was selling corn. At the same time, I opened my phone and sent Mu Yulu 2 messages, intending to ask if they wanted to come over to enjoy some skewers together, and maybe go for a walk later. After sending the messages, I looked back, but the senior had already disappeared into the vast crowd. I looked down at my phone again, but she hadn't replied to my messages. A nameless sense of disappointment rose in my heart. The sun was slowly setting on the horizon. Fiery pink clouds spread wider and wider around, the colors shifting from purple to pale pink, breathtakingly beautiful. The sunset that evening was unspeakably beautiful, truly overwhelming. Driven by an impulse, I took a photo of the sunset from the perfect angle, then sent it to her. "Senior, are you busy now? Want to come out and watch the sunset with me?" Mu Yulu opened the photo I just sent, hesitating for a few seconds. She looked at Qinling beside her and said softly, "Qinling, I'm full. I want to go out for a walk. What about you? Want to lie on the bed and play on your phone? Or come along with me? Don't go too far, and always keep your GPS on. Call immediately if anything happens." Qinling replied lazily, "Okay, then I'm going. Don't just open the door for strangers." Mu Yulu finished her instructions, took the pink sun protection jacket from the closet, put it on, and casually put on her hat. Just as she stepped out of the hotel entrance, she finally replied to my message. "Sure, I'm right here at the hotel gate. Come find me." Seeing Mu Yulu's reply, I felt unusually happy. Even my steps as I left the hotel became much lighter. When the hotel came into view, the girl who was taking pictures of the clouds with her phone also immediately caught my eye. Mu Yulu obviously saw me too. Her gaze left her phone screen, and she looked up at me from a distance. My heart betrayed me once again, racing wildly, and my throat tightened. At that moment, I was sure she was more radiant than the sunset. Mu Yulu said a few more words into her phone,
then stopped recording, tucked the phone into her pocket, and then strode toward me. I walked toward Mu Yulu against the light, as if the entire pink sky was just a backdrop for me. As the distance between us closed, Mu Yulu's mind wavered slightly. This was the first time that standing before me, she felt a bit of nervous anxiety in her heart. Just as she was hesitating to speak, I suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, pulled 2 ice creams from behind my back
and held them out to her. "Senior, do you want some ice cream?"
"Thank you." Mu Yulu took an ice cream from my hand. She smiled softly, and the bit of anxiety that had risen in her heart vanished completely in an instant. "Where are you taking me to watch the sunset?" She asked about the message sent earlier. Actually, I hadn't really thought about it. I scratched my head, laughing. "We can just walk through the streets. Just look up while we walk and we'll see it, okay?" Mu Yulu readily agreed. The 2 of us unwrapped our ice creams, eating while walking side by side along the road. "By the way, Senior, you and Senior Chin have been away for a while. What about Jiao Taowa?" I suddenly spoke up to ask.
"So much time has passed, yet you still remember her cat." Mu Yulu thought to herself. I was left in a small village by my mother for 10 years. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, she came to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me a luxury car and a big mansion, but I suddenly had 5 beautiful older sisters. That year when I was 7, the worthless father had an affair, leaving with nothing after divorcing my mother. My mother then sold the house, sent me to my grandfather in the countryside, and went alone to Jingcheng to build a career. That journey lasted a long 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Jingcheng to enjoy a good life. Achi, my heart suddenly tightened. I guiltily avoided her gaze, hurriedly explaining, "Senior, you're joking. I already have 2 little ones of my own. How could I still be thinking about Jiao Taowa? Look at that. It better stay that way." Mu Yulu gave a small huff, then continued walking forward. "I'm not selling the cat. Besides, I've had Jiao Taowa neutered. You have no chance in this lifetime." "I know," I nodded, feeling a slight sense of regret. Without Jiao Taowa as an excuse, I didn't know what to say next for a moment. And so the atmosphere became quiet. It was Mu Yulu who restarted the conversation. "It's this late and you're still not home. Won't your friends worry?" "He's with some of the brothers from the village, singing at a nearby KTV. They're singing now. I was released early thanks to them, so I booked a table to treat them," I explained patiently. Mu Yulu nodded, then suddenly remembered something. She didn't give up and continued asking, "But having said that, you worked on the farm for 4 or 5 days straight, and your limbs and arms really don't feel anything." Even today, her arms are still a bit sore. When the first day ended, it was still a bit sore on the second day, but now the feeling is completely gone. "If you don't believe me, you can try feeling my muscles." As I spoke, I pulled my t-shirt sleeve all the way to my shoulder, flexed my arm hard, instantly showing off my muscles. "Looks pretty firm." Mu Yulu stared for a bit, unable to resist reaching out with a finger, gently poking my bicep. "Yeah, it's normal that you don't feel pain." I nodded. Her fingertip was a bit cold, and her pokes were very gentle, slightly ticklish, even making my heart suddenly feel a faint fluttering itch. "Want to feel it again?" My voice unconsciously became much gentler. With those pokes as a start, Mu Yulu naturally reached out 2 fingers, squeezing gently. "Go ahead and feel it. When I get back to Jingcheng, I need to train hard too, to see if I can build some muscle too." After Mu Yulu spoke, I saw her withdraw her hand and casually pull my sleeve back down. I suddenly remembered the unfinished topic from before, my face heating up slightly. I looked at her shyly, asking, "What about the abs? Do you still want to see them?" Mu Yula's face instantly turned as red as a ripe fruit. She looked up, her eyes meeting mine at close range. I saw her flustered expression, yet so sincere, making my heart pound wildly once again. She stomped her foot hard, suddenly turned around and walked away quickly, leaving me behind as she moved forward. "You pervert," in broad daylight. "Who would want to see your abs?" I blinked, a bit dazed, withdrawing my hand from the hem of my shirt, which had been ready to lift it at any moment, then watched her retreating back as she walked away. Wasn't it the senior herself who wanted to see them? Why did she get so mad? Maybe because there are too many people around. I hurried to catch up, with an apologetic look in my eyes. "Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. Please don't be mad." I hesitated for a moment, then added softly, "How about I find a private spot to show you later? Or I can just send you a photo when I get back." Mu Yulu, because of those words, actually came to a halt. She was completely speechless. This time, the embarrassment on my face had vanished, replaced only by apology and sincerity in my eyes. She couldn't help but think, how can someone be this foolish, showing his abs just because someone asked? What if she said she wanted to do something else to him? Would he just let her do it? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt even more heated. Mu Yulu said crossly, "If any girl asks to see your abs, are you just going to stupidly show them to her? A guy has to protect himself when he's out. You know that? Someone as gullible as you could be sold off, and you still be smiling while counting the money for them." She questioned him fiercely. "I was left in a small village by my mother for 10 years. Unexpectedly, 10 years later, she came to pick me up in a Bentley, not only giving me a luxury car and a big mansion, but I suddenly had 5 beautiful older sisters. That year when I was 7, my worthless father had an affair, leaving with nothing after divorcing my mother. My mother then sold the house, sent me to my grandfather in the countryside, and went alone to Jingcheng to build a career. That journey lasted a long 10 years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Jingcheng to enjoy a good life." Mu Yula's anger instantly vanished into thin air. The noise and bustle seemed to rush back in, making it impossible for her to hold back anymore. Seeing my anxious face wanting her to stop being mad. "Do you know that this unconscious flirting of yours is more than my heart can take? Forget the sunset." She was in no mood to watch it anymore. "I'm hungry, come eat with me." Mu Yulu avoided my gaze, muttering under her breath, then turned and walked straight toward a small eatery nearby. Seeing that, I hurried after her. "Sure, it's on me, as long as you're not mad anymore. I'll even throw a feast for you if you want. Do you think I'm a pig? How could 2 people finish a whole table of food?" Mu Yulu turned and glared at me, scolding me again. Dummy. The National Day holiday had more than half passed in the blink of an eye. It took Yan Huigang's reminder for me to remember the pile of homework the school had assigned. Lao Bi trying to finish 40 sets of problems in just 3 days is impossible. It's clearly out of the question for me. Never mind the next few days. But the brothers have sweated for you for the past 6 days. So just finish them and let me copy yours. Let's just do that. Yan Huigang stared at me. This was the most time-saving and effort-saving way he could think of. I turned and met the pleading eyes of Yan Huigang, bent down and pulled out 12 sets of problems, handing them to him, grinning widely. "Fine. I'll take care of these time-consuming science subjects, but you'll have to handle literature and English yourself. And while you're at it, copy a set for me too." I agreed very decisively. Yan Huigang never expected I would agree so readily, and he immediately nodded repeatedly. Everything was settled. I struggled through 100 push-ups, then took a clean shower, lay down comfortably on the bed to open a game. And so, the senior and I happily started a duo rank match. My happy laughter, mixed with the warm voice of the girl on the other end of the phone, reached Yan Huigang's ears. He immediately felt completely devastated. "Xiao Yuntao, you absolute jerk. And right next door working myself to the bone. And you, if taking an early break wasn't enough. You're even here flirting and playing games with a girl. Unbelievable, this is just too much." Yan Huigang shouted angrily. "Oh, I've already finished all my homework." I dropped that line nonchalantly. "You're already finished?" Yan Huigang paused for a beat, feeling even more crushed than before. "Damn it, hand over your girl and your brain right now." He seemed like he was about to lose his mind. However, after Yan Huigang identified the identity of the girl on my phone, he instantly transformed from a raging thunder god into a warm little lamb. "Moo Senior?" he asked timidly. "Yeah, it's me, Junior. You two go ahead and play. I'll be here cheering for you both." Mu Yulu smiled and answered. Beside me, Yan Huigang suddenly felt unsteady, the light in his eyes suddenly fading out. "Xiao Yu, why did I even walk in here? Do you understand what it means to be heartbroken? Your old man understands, my son. Just try to suppress your grief." I nodded, looking at Yan Huigang with a face full of kindness, thinking to myself that this kid really knows how to put on a show. Mu Yulu couldn't understand what we were bantering about, so she proactively joined the conversation. "What heartbreak? Weren't you two about to fight? You're completely off topic." "Yeah, thanks for the critical hit of 100,000 points of mental damage, Senior. Little Zhao Yan has fallen. This match probably can't go on anymore." I curled my lip, unable to resist starting to tease her. Yan Huigang gave me a burning death stare, then slammed the door and left, not forgetting to leave a message. "Just you wait. Next game, get a good connection. I'm going into the canyon to slay everyone, thanks to all the fans." Less than a minute later, I heard Mu Yulu still, unwilling to let it go, asking another question. What on earth did I even do? Why did I cause 100,000 points of critical damage to Zhao Yan? "Xiao Yan is your goddess." "Psh, you're Xiao Yan's goddess, more like it. You know that too, right?" I replied casually. "So what?" Mu Yulu pressed. "Playing games is when I'm most relaxed, and words just flow straight from my heart." So I spoke up immediately. "Goddess is a word representing purity, divinity, and untouchable nobility.
Nuna, you're more like a comedian. Except for your name, there's nothing related to that at all. The other end went silent for 2 seconds. And then, Muyulu's voice started to sound dangerous. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase your sentence.
Oh boy, my mouth worked faster than my brain and I said the wrong thing again. I forced a smile and immediately changed my tone to save myself. Nuna, I was just joking. You're so beautiful and kind. If you can't carry the title of goddess, then no girl can. Then, am I your goddess? Muyulu asked further. How could you not be? I heard Muyulu's tones soften and immediately played along to please her, thinking I had finally defused this bomb. Muyulu was satisfied. She led the super minions straight to the high ground, smiling as she continued, then go out and change your ID. Change it to Goddess Muyulu, and don't change it for a month. Otherwise, I'll be the first one to take you down. You'll change it, of course. You'll change it right now. I won't even change it back later. I'll just keep using this ID to play with you. My attitude was extremely good, fearing she might bring up the past to settle scores. Muyulu was very pleased with that. But soon after I found the name change card, while typing in the new ID, I couldn't help but daze off for a moment. The future. I was actually thinking about the future. But Nuna is so beautiful, and has such a cheerful, confident personality. Finding someone to play games with would be as easy as pie. She might even find a boyfriend. Thinking of this, I felt my heart suddenly tighten inexplicably, and my mood uncontrollably sank. She didn't hear me say anything for a long time. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. 10 years later, she arrived in a Bentley to pick me up, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but I also suddenly gained 5 beautiful stepsisters. When I was 7, my deadbeat father had an affair for personal desire, leaving home with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold all the properties, and after dumping me with my grandfather in the countryside, she went to the capital alone to build a career. That journey lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live in luxury. Not too many besides my roommates. There are just a few cousins at home, and it seems like there's one more now. Muyulu spoke casually from the other end. So once you go back to school, I guess before the college entrance exam, you won't be playing games much anymore. Will I still have the chance to be carried by you later, Nuna? In my voice, there was a trace of unnoticeable disappointment. That's hard to say. Muyulu let out a soft laugh. My heart grew a bit heavier for a moment, but then I heard Muyulu continue. Wait, by the time you graduate, I'll be in my 2nd year. In my 2nd year, I plan to take on a minor. Studies will probably be very busy. I'm afraid I won't have much time for games. So that's how it was. Being busy is good. It's good. My mouth agreed, but in my heart, I started calculating. If she's that busy, she probably won't have time for dating, right? My heart, which was sinking to the bottom, suddenly felt a bit lighter. Oh, right. Muyulu suddenly asked, I haven't asked yet, which university are you planning to apply to? Jinjing University. This time I answered very clearly, firm as a nail driven into a board. In Muyulu's voice, there was an immediate trace of joy. That's wonderful. If you get into Jinjing University, won't we be schoolmates? When that happens, just let me cover for you. Thank you, Nuna. I thanked her sincerely. Study hard. If you get into Jinjing University, I'll give you a big gift then, she said with a smile. Hearing this, I felt as if I had been revitalized, instantly filled with enthusiasm. I even pushed my luck and spoke up. Nuna, I'm not that fond of gifts. Can I trade it for a promise from you instead? If I can't do it, you can order me to do anything you want, okay? Sure, tell me what it is. Muyula's voice carried a hint of curiosity. I took 2 deep breaths and exhaled sharply. Perhaps because I was so nervous, even my voice was trembling quite a bit, as I stuttered. Nuna, before I get into Jinjing University, could you please not date anyone? These words of mine suddenly plunged straight into Muyula's heart. Her hand operating the game suddenly shook, and her heart seemed to disobey her, beating faster and faster. These words from this junior, could his hidden meaning be that after getting into university, he wants to be in a relationship with me? Heh, nice dream. Am I really that easy to pursue? While Muyula's mind was in a whirl, my voice reached her once again. Nuna, you don't have to feel awkward. It's okay if you refuse. The entrance exam is my own business after all. I spoke with extreme caution. This kid sure knows how things work, even knowing how to use the strategy of retreating to advance. But that voice sounds so pitiful, as if he's going to burst into tears at any second. Besides, this junior's looks are quite her type. Muyulu thought to herself, he probably looks quite handsome even when crying. Thinking of this, a mischievous thought suddenly arose in Muyula's heart. This promise is quite demanding. I can agree to it, but only if you cry for me, like a pear blossom in the rain, making one feel pity just by looking. There was a hint of teasing in her voice. The suffocating feeling of my heart being squeezed was successfully dissolved in an instant. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Nuna's mouth really makes people not know whether to laugh or cry. But since she's joking with me like this, doesn't it mean she's willing to agree? My mood suddenly became much lighter. I immediately moved my character Yao next to Lan Ling Wang and said, "All right, Nuna, watch closely." As I spoke while Mu Yulu was responding, I repeatedly tapped the crying emoji.
Nuna, look. I'm crying like a piteous blossom in the rain. Are you satisfied now? I even added a voiceover. Mu Yulu heard that my voice was happy again. Her thin lips curled up slightly, and she gave a soft snort. Learning to be shameless now? I want Bi Yuntao to cry, not the character Yao, so this doesn't count. All right, Nuna, remember to check your messages. Don't let me fall off your character. I let out a long sigh, then switched to the camera interface, picked a perfect angle, and took a selfie. Found a picture of a waterfall online, cropped it, shrank it, and pasted it right under my eyes, sending it with a single tap, along with a message. Nuna, look. Sorrow has flowed back into a waterfall. After saying that, I went back to the game. Mu Yulu on the other side received the message. Then she opened the small window on the game interface. That photo, once she saw it clearly, made her burst into laughter. Are you satisfied now, Nuna? I asked again. Well, it's passable. I was abandoned by my biological mother in a small village for 10 years. Who knew that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but I also suddenly had 5 beautiful stepsisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair, leaving home empty-handed after divorcing my mother. My mother turned around and sold everything. After leaving me with my grandfather in the country, she went to the capital alone to start her business. That trip lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live a good life. In the blink of an eye, this 10-day vacation was nearing its end. Wu Yulu and Qin Ling, those two, had already slipped back to the capital earlier. Ironically, Mid-Autumn Festival fell exactly on the last day of the break. So on the early morning of the 10th, Yan Huigang and I pulled our suitcases together, strolling out of the front gate. "Pa, are you really not planning to stay in the capital for a while?" I still haven't given up and asked one more time. But as a result, the old man impatiently waved his hand, as if shooing away 2 flies. Beat it, get lost. I'm sick of hearing this. I'm not used to that big city. I only like this countryside spot for my retirement. I had to helplessly compromise. All right then. If anything important comes up, remember to call me right away. I know. Now scram. You 2 kids have been bothering me for so many days. I can finally have some peace and quiet. I stare at the old man for a few seconds, an indescribable feeling rising in my heart. Immediately after, I decisively dropped my suitcase, strode forward, and gave him a tight hug. Grandpa, you must take good care of yourself. If you ever feel lonely, just call Hu and the guys to come over and hang out. Patting his back, I added a less than serious remark. I'm off. I'll visit you during winter break. Don't miss me too much. By the time I returned to that mansion, the sun was hanging right overhead. I pushed the door open and entered, only to be greeted by the usual silence. The young master is back. Lunch is ready. Please wash your hands and get ready to eat. Hearing the sound of the door, the kitchen helper came out of the kitchen with a bright smile. I nodded slightly, my eyes scanning the empty living room, not finding the person I was looking for. I couldn't help but sigh. Auntie Jo, is my sister at work again? And where are the little ones, Kun Kun and Nao Nao? Mentioning this, the helper could only sigh helplessly. The eldest young lady is truly a hard worker by nature. All year round, I never see her take a break. Every day she's either at the office or on her way to negotiate a contract. The helper suddenly changed her tone. But then again, it's a good thing you came here. The number of times she came home in a whole year before doesn't even add up to this past month. She even knows how to eat more regularly now. The 2 cats, Kun Kun and Nao Nao, you bought are quite charming too. The eldest miss really likes them. Having them around to play with every day has made her smile much more often. I muttered to myself, my sister really is a workaholic. I already knew that much, but I didn't expect that she would actually genuinely like those 2 little cats. I shook my head, stopping the wandering thoughts. Instead, I took the mooncakes brought from the country, shared them with the helper and the driver, then headed straight into the dining room. However, when my gaze rested on that exquisite dining table, I thought of Ji Xiaomen's personality, How once she's busy with work, she'll forget to eat and sleep. So in the end, I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Aunt Zhao and Uncle Jia, could you two help me pack a meal? And going to the office to visit my sister in a bit. To be honest, it's quite shameful. I've been staying at their house for free for over a month, yet I don't even know which way the gate of Ji Xiaomen's company faces.
Fortunately, the driver knew the roads well, driving me through the heavy traffic all the way, finally coming to a firm stop right in front of a skyscraper in the heart of the city. Young master, outsiders who want to see the eldest miss need an appointment. It's best if you give her a call first. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even get through the front door. That made sense, so I nodded, pulled out my phone, and dialed Ji Xiaoman's number. The other end rang for over 10 seconds before someone picked up. Still the same thin, cold voice as always. You're back? Yeah, I replied softly, then immediately asked, have you had lunch yet? Ji Xiaoman on the other end seemed to glance at her watch, her tone very casual. I'm about to. Just waiting to finish processing these documents. And find someone to come downstairs to pick me up. I've come specifically to bring you some provisions. Provisions? A hint of doubt showed in Ji Xiaoman's voice, but she quickly reacted. Wait there. Got it. I decisively hung up. Not long after, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, looking very energetic and capable, appeared in front of me. She glanced at the person looking around and inquired, Young master, you must be President Ji's younger brother. That's me. I immediately nodded in confirmation. On the woman's face, a smile that was both respectful and very professional instantly appeared. Greetings, young master. I'm Sun Ru, President Ji's assistant. President Ji told me to come down and bring you up. Thank you, but my last name isn't Ji. You can just call me Xiao B. Yes, little President B. This way, please. The numbers on the elevator jumped up floor by floor, finally stopping at the 18th floor. The two of them stepped out one after the other. Sun Ru respectfully pointed ahead. Little President B. President Ji's office is right over there. You can head straight in. Sorry for the trouble. I thanked her again, then strode toward the room with a plaque that read, General Manager's Office. I raised my hand and knocked, waiting until Ji Xiaoman's voice from within gave permission to enter. Then I pushed the door open and went in. How about you take a quick break, eat first, then get back to work? Ji Xiaoman looked up from the pile of documents, then quickly shifted her gaze back to the files. Just leave it there. Make yourself comfortable. I'm almost done with this. Meow meow, who would have thought that hearing my voice, the two little ones who had grown quite chubby would crawl out from under the sofa. Fearing it disturbed Ji Xiaoman's work, I didn't say another word, but just leaned down and reached out, scooping the two little creatures into my arms. Looking at their smooth and shiny fur, it was clear they had been extremely well cared for. Seems I was overthinking it before. My sister really does love cats. It wasn't just because of me that she cared for them. Thinking this, I pulled out my phone, recorded a short clip of the cats, and sent it to my Nuna. Since sharing that sunset with her last time, I've become almost addicted these past 2 days, always wanting to share interesting things I encounter with her. But sadly, Nuna still hasn't replied to anything. And then, not long after, Ji Xiaoman finally finished all her work and began to eat. After eating, she took a bite of the mooncake I brought, seeming to suddenly remember something. She looked up and asked, Are you busy this afternoon? No, I'm not, I shook my head. Then I heard Ji Xiaoman continue, If you have nothing to do, come with me to the old house this afternoon to have dinner with our grandparents. I was immediately stunned. In fact, since moving into the Ji house until now, I still haven't truly met the Ji family elders. Do they have any special interests, sister? So I know what kind of gifts to prepare. I continued, Are the other sisters coming too? Do I need to prepare gifts for them as well? Don't worry about the gifts. As for your other sisters, I think you'll meet your fourth sister. Ji Xiaoman's tone was very casual. I gave a slight nod, feeling somewhat relieved. However, Ji Xiaoman is the type who, when she's busy herself, doesn't want to see anyone else idle in front of her. Oh. While I was engrossed in petting the cats and forgetting everything else, she made a phone call, and in the next second, I was handed a thick stack of practice exams. Right while I was working on the problems and my eyelids were getting heavy, nearly drifting off to sleep with the Duke of Zhao, my phone suddenly vibrated. I looked down at the message, and in an instant my spirit was fully awake, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously revealed a slight curling smile. I was left by my own biological mother in a small village for 10 whole years. Who knew that 10 years later she'd come for me in a luxury Bentley, not only giving me fancy cars and a beautiful mansion, but I also suddenly had 5 flower-like beautiful sisters. Back when I was 7, my worthless father had an affair with another woman, leaving empty-handed after the divorce from my mother. My mother then sold the house right away, leaving me to be raised by my grandfather in the country, while she went to the capital alone to build her career. That journey lasted for 10 long years.
Until today, my mother suddenly reappeared driving a supercar, saying she wants to take me to the capital to live a life of luxury. These two little ones are quite cute. I'm back. I looked at my current situation and didn't hesitate to play the pity card to gain sympathy. Right? I had no qualms about choosing the complaining tactic, quickly replying, I'm back. I meant to come here to cheer up eldest sister a bit, but instead I got the privilege of solving exams until she finishes work. Unbelievably, Mu Yula's message came back almost instantly. Aw, you poor thing. Immediately followed by an emoji popping up on the screen. When I saw that very familiar handsome face, with the background of a rushing waterfall, along with those 5 bold letters that fit the scene perfectly, it immediately caught all my attention. I acted all pained and typed out, Nuna, you're really bullying me too much. Right then, I sent another icon of a cat's head crying piteously. Who would have thought? On the other end, Mu Yulu was silent for a full half-minute before leisurely sending 2 messages. When are you coming home? I accidentally made too many mooncakes. Do you want some? Following that, a photo appeared on the screen, showing all kinds of mooncakes in different shapes, and each one was so exquisite and beautiful it left me speechless. Amazement immediately rose in my heart. Oh wow, Nuna, you even have a talent like this. I replied almost instantly, fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. I'll eat them, I will. As if I was afraid she'd change her mind and not let me have them. Right after I added, but I'll probably be back a bit late. Later I have to go with my sister to the old house, to have dinner with my grandparents, and meet another one of my sisters too. Seeing my rocket-like speed, Muyulu seemed very satisfied, and it wasn't in vain that while she was preparing mooncakes for her roommates, she suddenly thought of this junior and made a few extra specifically for him. All right, let me know when you're almost home. If it's too late, I'll send them to your school another day. Hee hee, thank you so much, Nuna. The smile on my face instantly bloomed like a flower. A spark of hope had been lit in my heart, and now even solving exams felt full of motivation. In a blink, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. A Maybach glided smoothly through the bustling streets, then turned out of narrow alleys, finally driving straight into a peaceful farmhouse in the suburbs. Soon after, the rhythmic sounds of traditional opera wafted in through the car window. I couldn't help but look up, directing a curious gaze towards Ji Xiaomin sitting next to me. Your grandparents like listening to opera a lot? Yeah, it was very popular when they were young, and they love it even more in their old age. That's why the old house even keeps a private opera troupe, forming for them every few weeks. She paused and added, Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, so the family banquet will be held right by the opera pavilion. Everyone will be focused on listening quietly to the performance, so you don't need to feel too much pressure. Once again, I was stunned, feeling a bit anxious in my heart. I thought for a moment, then bowed my head and pulled out my phone, starting to search for information on famous classical opera plays so I wouldn't be scrambling at the last minute, reading through the lyrics and their storylines. A moment later, the car slowly came to a stop in an open area. I suddenly felt an unusual sense of nervousness, so I obediently followed behind Gui Xiaomin, walking forward step by step. The two of us passed through an arched gate, then walked down a small pebbled path. Just then, Gui Xiaomin suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at me, seeing how pitifully quiet I was. What's wrong? Are you feeling constrained and out of place? I nodded honestly. This look of mine seemed somewhat similar to when Gui Xiaomin first met me. It really was a bit of a parallel. She couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Come here. Walk beside me, Nuna. No one here is going to bite you. You don't have to hide behind me like a little tail. All right, I obediently moved to stand beside Gui Xiaomin. To ease the tension in my heart, Gui Xiaomin spoke up again. The grandparents are very easygoing. Whatever they ask you, just answer them politely. Since you're such a bookworm, with nothing but academic research on your mind, all you have to do is greet them, and it'll be fine. As for the others, you don't need to take initiative to engage with them. If someone actually comes up to talk to you, I'm right here, so you don't even need to respond. Just stand there and nod with a smile. I immediately widened my eyes, my face full of disbelief. There are other people too. Of course. The Gui family estate is so vast. If there were only a few people, woodmen have collapsed long ago. Wei Xiaoman gave me a nonchalant glance. Then she lightly frowned. But this is also my oversight. I'll hire a tutor for you later, spending a bit of time each week, to give you a thorough briefing on the rules. Within these high society circles. Yeah, I guess I was being too naive. I gave a bashful, sheepish smile. Before we had gone much further, an ancient-style, 2-story opera house appeared before my eyes. As we approached, the sounds of opera singing flowed into my ears more and more clearly. Even though I didn't understand a single word, I felt like I had heard this melody somewhere before. It sounded so familiar. I felt a slight surge of excitement. Just as I pulled out my phone to try and identify the music,
to see if I could find out which play was being performed. Gui Xiaoman's gaze swept over and landed right on my phone. The elders don't like it when someone is glued to their phone during family gatherings. I know that, Nuna. Hearing that, I quickly stuffed my phone back into my pocket. Gui Xiaoman led me straight to the spot with the best view below the stage. Facing two elderly people dressed in traditional tangs, she wore a rare smile. Grandpa, Grandma, I've come to visit you. I've also brought along the newest member of our family. Li Wensheng quickly gave an obedient smile and greeted the two elders. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. The two elders looked over as soon as they heard the voice, their eyes first landing on Gui Xiaoman. The old lady reached out and affectionately patted her hand. What took you so long? I was swamped with work. As soon as I finished, I rushed right over. Gui Xiaoman answered dutifully. Immediately after, the two elders shifted their gaze to me. Their look was incredibly kind, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction despite the fact that I wasn't of Gui family blood. Is this the youngest brother? Very good, very good. My voice carried a touch of shyness as I presented the bag that Gui Xiaoman had prepared beforehand with both hands. I apologize for the late intrusion. I've been in Beijing for a while now, but only today have I come to pay my respects. This is a small token of my appreciation for you both. I hope you like it. We like it. We like it very much. The two elders accepted the gift with bright smiles, but they didn't open it right away. Instead, they turned around and pointed toward a premium yellow rosewood table nearby. Now that you're here, go over there and have a seat. The fourth girl has been sitting there for a while. Go and chat with each other. Yes, of course. I nodded. Soon enough, I followed Gui Xiaoman to the spot the elders had pointed out. In front of a square tea table, a woman with neatly cropped short hair came into my view. However, the woman seemed completely unaware. She was holding an eyeliner pen, intently scribbling and sketching on a piece of tissue. Gui Xiaoman pulled out a chair and sat right down, tossing a box casually onto the table. Here's your mid-autumn gift. Oh, eldest sister is here. The woman looked up at the sound, her gaze behind her glasses a bit dazed, as if she hadn't quite emerged from her own world yet. Gui Xiaoman gave a slight nod, then shot a glance my way. I immediately got the hint, and took the initiative to introduce myself. Hello, fourth sister. I'm Xiao Yundao. As this is our first meeting, this is a little something I prepared for you. Thanks. Gui Xiaoyu's voice was polite but tinged with a certain distance. After accepting the gift, she casually pulled a card out of her pocket. I didn't have time to get you a gift. Buy whatever you like yourself. I was abandoned by my birth mother in a small village for 10 years, never imagining that 10 years later she'd arrive in a Bentley to get me, not only giving me luxury cars and a grand mansion, but also suddenly gifting me 5 sisters, as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my deadbeat dad cheated on my mom for a mistress, leaving her with nothing in the divorce. My mother turned around and sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to start a career, a journey that lasted 10 whole years. Today, my mom suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to live in luxury. I instinctively turned to look at Gui Xiaoman, and seeing her give a slight nod. I then obediently reached out to take the card. Thank you, fourth sister. Gui Xiaoyue only gave an indifferent hum in response, then bowed her head once more, continuing to scribble and sketch on that napkin. Just then, after about half an hour, a woman dressed in a Cheong Sam, who still maintained an air of elegance, arrived while leading a teenage boy who looked to be around my age straight toward us. Xiaoyue, that matter I discussed with you before, how much have you considered it? To my surprise, Gui Xiaoyue only lazily lifted her eyelids, glanced at the boy, and then looked away. My place isn't a junkyard, Auntie. If there's no outstanding competition ranking or exceptional academic performance, I wouldn't give a damn even if God himself showed up. The smile on the woman's face froze instantly. However, she quickly refused to back down and continued. Oh yeah, after all, we're all family. Why be so calculating? Even if Zihao's grades are a little behind, he's at least obedient and well-behaved, right? This time, Gui Xiaoyu's annoyance was written all over her face. Standing by her side, I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought to myself, this fourth sister doesn't seem to have as strong an aura as the eldest sister, but her temper is far more explosive. Her personality is as rigid as steel. She really speaks without a shred of sentimentality. To my surprise, the woman still didn't give up, reaching out to give a sharp pinch to her son, who had been silent all this time. Then turning back resentfully, aiming her frustration at me. Are you refusing Zihao because you're saving that assistant position of yours for this kid instead? I was momentarily stunned, looking at the woman's wary and suspicious eyes. At that very moment, Gui Xiaoman suddenly spoke up. Auntie, our Xiao Yundao isn't some fool,
and he certainly doesn't need to resort to tricks, like squeezing into a lab, grab a recommendation for academic achievements, through such underhanded means, just to secure a ticket into Peking University. This time, the woman's face looked like a knocked-over paint palette, shifting colors repeatedly, before finally darkening completely. Do you really think everyone is desperate for that pathetic spot of yours? With that, she led her son away in a huff. I just watched them with indifference, then quickly looked away. After all, it was someone else's family drama. I thought it best to ask fewer questions and mind my own business. Unexpectedly, Gui Xiaoyu, who was beside me, stopped writing. She pushed up her glasses, her gaze landing on me. "How are your studies going?" "They're all right," I replied modestly. Gui Xiaoyu casually pulled out another napkin, scribbled a problem on it, and handed it to me. "Do you understand this?" I lowered my head to glance at it, recognizing it as a problem on genetic hybridization combinations. But as I read through it sentence by sentence, my brows unconsciously furrowed, and my expression immediately became much more serious. I didn't have a pen on me, so I could only stare at the eyeliner pen, in Gui Xiaoyu's hand. "Fourth sister, could I borrow that pen for a moment?" Gui Xiaoyu decisively tossed the pen to me, then pulled another one out of her bag, bowing her head to continue her sketching. So I immersed myself in calculations for half an hour, using up over a dozen napkins, nearly breaking into a cold sweat, until I finally meticulously completed all the answers onto the napkin that Gui Xiaoyu had provided. Sau đó tôi mới cẩn thận đẩy tờ khăn giấy, filled with answers back to her. "Fourth sister, I finished the calculations. Please take a look." Gui Xiaoyu finished writing the last few numbers in her hand, then looked up and casually glanced at it a few times. However, after seeing those answers, when she looked up again, the way she looked at me had noticeably brightened, and even her tone had become slightly more enthusiastic. "What's your rank at school?" I was ranked 12th in the last monthly exam. This fourth sister suddenly wasn't as cold as before, which actually made me feel a bit awkward. "And your total score?" 730. With results like these, you could be fast-tracked for admission. Very impressive. Hearing that, a rare smile finally appeared on Gui Xiaoyu's face, and the way she looked at me became much softer. "Are you planning to apply to Peking University?" I gave a firm nod. "Yes, Nuna." Gui Xiaoyu probed further. "Are you interested in biology? Later on, if your grades are good enough, you can come to my laboratory." I couldn't help but scratch my head. Back in my hometown, I always thought studying medicine had the best future. But now that I'm here, to be honest, I haven't given it much more thought. Surprisingly, Gui Xiaoyu's eyes brightened even more. "That's perfect then. The research focus of our laboratory is overcoming cancer cells. Studying this is essentially a contribution to medicine anyway, isn't it much the same thing? Let's do this." Well, add each other on WeChat, and you can give it some serious thought. If you're really interested, I can start guiding you through some of this stuff ahead of time. This sudden turn of events left me a bit overwhelmed for a moment, but my nervous mood relaxed considerably, and I hurried to reply, "Yes, Nuna." Gui Xiaoman stood by, quietly observing the scene, and couldn't help but let a small smile touch her lips. The family dinner at the Gui ancestral home was lavish, featuring nothing but exquisite Chinese dishes. I endured the opera singing until 9:30 p.m., feeling like I was finally being liberated from those lingering, soulful melodies. Afterward, I said goodbye to the elders alongside my two sisters. As we headed out, I found myself sandwiched between them, feeling a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Before parting, Gui Xiaoyu got into her car, turned back to look at me, and added one more thing. "The meeting gift today was a bit sloppy. Another time, I'll make it up to you with a different gift sent to the house." "Yes, thank you, fourth sister." "Drive safely, fourth sister." I politely waved goodbye to her. I waited until her car was out of sight, and only then did my tensed-up spine suddenly relax. To my surprise, from behind me, Gui Xiaoman watched the car fade away, and her voice drifted over softly. "Speaking of meeting, when you meet your other three sisters later, are you also planning to prepare meeting gifts for them?" I turned around, smiling much here. Of course, that goes without saying. Gui Xiaoman's voice suddenly dropped. "So, we've known each other for quite a while now, but where's the meeting gift for your eldest sister? Don't tell me you haven't even thought about it." I was abandoned by my birth mother in a small village for 10 years, never imagining that 10 years later she'd arrive in a Bentley to get me, not only giving me luxury cars and a grand mansion, but also suddenly gifting me 5 sisters as beautiful as flowers. When I was 7, my deadbeat dad cheated on my mom for a mistress, leaving her with nothing in the divorce. My mother turned around and sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing alone to start a career. A journey that lasted 10 whole years. Today, my mom suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to bring me to Beijing to live in luxury. Oh no, my heart skipped a beat. Having just arrived, I was still overwhelmed, so I hadn't had time to think about things like this. I bashfully scratched the back of my neck, then forced an honest smile. How could that be? I just feel that eldest sister is the one who treats me best. So the meeting gift naturally has to be the very best one, which is why I want to save up a bit more money to give it to you in a while. So you're planning to pool the allowance I give you, just to turn around and buy me a gift. Wei Xiaoman shot me a deep, knowing look. After speaking, she turned and stepped into the Maybach that the driver had just pulled back around. This time I really panicked, hurrying after her. "No, please, let me explain." Unexpectedly, as the car rolled forward a few meters, before I could even figure out how to coax Wei Xiaoman, the butler of the old manor, came rushing over, raising a hand to stop the car. Surprised by the car being blocked, the windows slowly lowered, and the butler's respectful voice sounded immediately. "Miss Gui Xiaoman, the old mistress asked me to bring this meeting gift for Master Xiao." Gui Xiaoman only nonchalantly gave a hum of acknowledgement. I hurriedly and obediently nodded, while reaching out with both hands to firmly take the wooden box from the butler, cradling it in my palms.
"Sorry to trouble you, and please thank Grandma and Grandpa for me." The car began to roll forward again. Gui Xiaoman's gaze swept over the wooden box in my hands, her voice still light and airy. "The things Grandma gives are always high-quality antiques. Take it back and keep it safe." Those words made my heart tighten. I bowed my head and gripped the box tightly, my movements becoming more cautious than ever. "Is this an antique, Nuna?" Gui Xiaoman gave a signal. "Open it and take a look." So I held my breath and tentatively opened the box. To my surprise, what greeted my eyes was a wolf hair brush, crafted with incredible finesse. Gui Xiaoman just glanced at it casually before looking away. "This brush is quite good. Much more practical than the impractical things Grandma used to give to others in the past. You don't even need to hide it away. Later on in your spare time, you can use it to practice calligraphy, to calm your mind." "Yes, Nuna." I replied softly and carefully closed the lid once more. Stealthily observed Gui Xiaoman's expression and saw that she really didn't seem angry anymore. Thus my courage grew, thinking back to the awkwardness from before. I let out a cheeky grin at her and patted my chest in a promise. "Nuna, about the meeting gift, that was my mistake. I'll definitely bring you one next week. And I promise I won't spend a single cent of yours." To my dismay, Gui Xiaoman just shot me a sidelong glance, piercing right through to my hidden thoughts with a single sentence. "So you're planning to spend the money fourth sister gave you then?" It was over. My heart skipped another beat, and I thought to myself, I'm really done for. As I immediately looked away in guilt, not daring to meet her eyes, stuttering out a denial. "No, I won't spend it." Seeing this panicked look on my face, Gui Xiaoman finally couldn't hold it back, letting out a laugh. All right. Come home next Friday and cook dinner for me for 3 days straight. I'll pick the dishes and you cook them." This was like a blessing from heaven. Light immediately washed over my face, and I hurried to nod repeatedly. "No problem at all. I guarantee it'll be just to your liking, Nuna." Having finally appeased Gui Xiaoman, I then secretly pulled out my phone and sent a message to my senior. After arriving back home, the first thing I did was go upstairs to safely store the brush and the card from fourth sister, then immediately crept downstairs and slipped out. To my surprise, just as I was strolling down the street, the figures of my senior and little Zhao Taohua appeared right before my eyes just like that. The moment it saw me, its sparkling green eyes seemed to shine even brighter in the darkness. Ow! It was about to lunge at me to act spoiled, but the leash in Mu Yula's hand held it back, making it unable to advance even a single step. Consequently, it could only spin in frantic circles, 2 meters away, meowing desperately. Seeing this shameless behavior from Zhao Taohua, even its meows sounding far more excited than usual, Mu Yula's face immediately darkened. "Zhao Taohua," she growled through gritted teeth, "don't push me, or it'll take you to be neutered first thing tomorrow morning." Meow. Zhao Taohua's look of yearning toward me vanished without a trace instantly. The next second, it scurried back to its owner's side and obediently used its head to rub back and forth against Mu Yula's legs. I wondered to myself, didn't Nuna say that Zhao Taohua had already been neutered? Was she lying to me? Mu Yulu clearly remembered what she had said, so she very nonchalantly handed the paper bag in her hand to me. "See? This little creature was only with you for 2 days, but in its eyes, its true owner doesn't even compare to you." "Thank you, Nuna." I bashfully reached out for the bag, glancing down at Zhao Taohua by Mu Yula's feet, who was peeking at me before I quickly looked away. I admit that I really like Zhao Taohua, but now I like its owner even more.
Seeing that I wasn't paying it any attention, Zhao Taowa let out a tiny, aggrieved meow, about to stretch out a paw to rub against my leg. But as soon as it looked up at Mu Yulu, it was so cowed that it didn't dare move. Finally, it could only pitiably curl up in a corner on the ground, looking as though its heart was about to crumble. Mu Yulu saw this and felt both annoyed and amused. I thought to myself, here it comes. That evil stepmother feeling, trying to split up the couple, is back. Well, what can you do when this evil stepmother has a soft heart? She gave a sigh, grabbed my arm, casually handed the leash to me. Son-in-law, take her with you. Mother won't stop the two of you from meeting anymore. You don't even have to mind me when you're being all lovey-dovey. A son-in-law? This sudden title caught me completely off guard, leaving me frozen in shock. Help needed urgently. The girl I like suddenly wants to be my mother-in-law. What should I do? It's an emergency. Seeing the weary look on my face, Mu Yula's mood immediately brightened even more. My daughter likes you so much, and you've always wanted to kidnap her home. Now that I, as her mother, have allowed you two to be together occasionally, why are you just standing there in a daze? You're not planning to cut and run, now that you've gotten what you wanted, are you? Meow. As if understanding Mu Yula's words, Zhao Taohua, whose heart was supposedly broken, scrambled up, sat up straight in front of me, and obediently wagged its large, fluffy tail at me. Nuna, you're totally taking advantage of me. I just felt like my head was about to explode. Surprisingly, Mu Yulu raised her eyebrows and nonchalantly admitted it. Nuna is indeed taking advantage of you. So bottom line, do you want to hold her or not? If you don't even think about holding her ever again. I stayed silent for 2 seconds. In the end, I still bowed my head and took that little one into my arms. Right after that, I decided to sound the horn for a counterattack. Gently stroked Zhao Taowa's head, calling out in a tender voice, Zhao Taowa. From now on, I'll be your daddy, okay? If you agree, give me a meow. Finally, back in a warm embrace, being petted on the head, Zhao Taowa with a delighted face let out a cry. At the same time, Mu Yula's face suddenly turned bright red following. Zhao Taowa's echoing cry. Yuntao, you're being a rascal again. I was left in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving home empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold the house, and after throwing me to my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Senior, I didn't even do anything this time. Why are you suddenly scolding me? I looked up, meeting her gaze with an innocent face. Mu Yulu was instantly driven mad with frustration again, stamping her feet in a huff. I am Zhao Taowa's mother, yet you want to be her father. If this isn't taking advantage of me, then what is? If you're not a rascal, then who is? Nuna, you've misunderstood me. I tried to suppress the smirk forming on my lips, continuing to seriously feign innocence. I simply just didn't want to be so far below you in rank. I never thought about taking advantage of you. You jerk, only a ghost would believe you. Mu Yulu, blushing from anger, raised her foot and stomped hard on mine. As I winced in pain and jumped up, Mu Yulu quickly snatched Zhao Taowa from my arms and let out 2 cold snorts. Holding Zhao Taowa, she huffily declared, you person and cat, dared to team up to bully me. I'm definitely playing the role of the wicked stepmother now. Don't even think about seeing each other ever again. With that, she turned around and walked away with the cat, without a hint of regret. The stinging pain in my foot made me hop a few times, and only then did I call out to her departing figure. Here. We agreed you'd take me stone hunting next weekend. Is it still on? Unexpectedly, only a sentence echoed back in the wind as she didn't even bother to look back. The wicked stepmother doesn't play with rascals. I watched her figure gradually disappear, finally unable to hold back a chuckle. This fluffed-up look of hers is truly to die for. It's so cute. I really like it so much. After getting home, I carefully washed my hands, and then took out a cat head-shaped mooncake from the bag, took a bite, ate 2 in a row, then contentedly took out my phone to text Mu Yulu. Thanks for the mooncakes, Nuna. They were delicious. Good night. See you next week. Mu Yulu didn't reply for the longest time. Not until I finished preparing my school stuff for tomorrow and stepped out of the shower did 2 simple words pop up on my phone. Good night. It seems the plans for next weekend aren't canceled, I thought happily to myself. Now life has a goal to look forward to again. In the blink of an eye, the first day back at school arrived. Most classmates seemed a bit restless, but I remained steady as a rock, doing homework, flipping through notes, looking completely calm. Right then, Yan Huigang suddenly threw an arm around my shoulder, beaming with pride. Little fish, hubby has some good news to share with you. I calmly set down my pen and looked at him, spitting out one decisive word. Speak. Yan Huigang chuckled twice, then proudly announced, hubby is in love. Before I could even speak, the eavesdroppers behind us were instantly intrigued, buzzing with excitement. Tell us quickly. Which girl in our school is so desperate? Is she blind? Surprisingly, Yan Huigang shook his head smugly. It's not anyone from our school. It's a girl from the neighboring province. She's also in 12th grade.
We agreed to meet in person after the entrance exams.
Now I understood. So it's an online romance. This is all thanks to a heartless guy like you that night when I was climbing ranks alone. I accidentally met a lady. Yan Huigang spoke with great enthusiasm. For the next few days, I played with her whenever I was free. And just yesterday, we set our CP relationship, even changed to matching names. Having said that, he bowed his head, took out his phone, and showed the lock screen to me and the two guys behind. How is it? Pretty, right? Yeah, quite pretty. I nodded but still offered a sincere word of advice, whether it's photoshopped, an internet photo, or a real person. As a brother, I can only tell you,
Online dating requires caution.
The two eavesdroppers, standing behind, also chimed in. Old Yan, we don't want to pour cold water on you. But online scams are serious these days. Losing some pocket change is a small thing. Careful, or you might get tricked into selling a kidney. Don't worry. Yan Huigang slapped his chest generously, looking completely fearless. I know what I'm doing. If any girl wants to scam me for love or looks, I'm game. But for money or kidneys, no way. Seeing him so clear-headed, I finally felt at ease and picked up my English book. Since you're so happy, let's study vocabulary together. Wednesday night before going to sleep, I suddenly received a message from Senior. Little fish, Nuna is busy this weekend. I can't take you stone hunting anymore. Stay focused on your studies. See you next week. I could only reply with one word. Oh, I sighed inwardly. The wait just got extended even further. It was supposed to be in just 2 days, but now 5 more days have been added. The next day during PE, after playing basketball for half the period, Yan Huigang and I were out of breath. And just as we sat down to rest, Wang Yu walked over with 2 bottles of water and a pack of wet wipes. No need to thank me then, class monitor. In this moment, you truly look like a goddess descending to earth, saving my dog life. Yan Huigang didn't hesitate to take the water, unscrewed it, and gulped it all down, then used the wipe to clean the sweat off his face. I hesitated for 2 seconds, and after taking the water, I looked at her and asked seriously, how much in total? Let me transfer the money to you. No need. This water and wipes don't cost much. Wang Yu waved it off, smiling naturally. Besides, we're considered friends now. Why be so formal? Exactly. Everyone is friends here. Old B, you don't need to be so polite. At most, you just treat her back next time. Yan Huigang chimed in agreement. I let out a sigh, so I could only let the matter rest. Seeing that I didn't refuse anymore, Wang Yu clasped her hands behind her back, looked at me with a smile, and asked again, Are you too busy this weekend?
I'm busy, I answered without hesitation.
Yan Huigang also shook his head. I have plans too. This weekend I have to pick stars for my Xing. Hearing this, Wang Yu surprisingly didn't persist, but simply curled her lips, glanced at me, and said, All right then. Having said that, she turned and left, after returning home on Friday. I looked over the menu Ji Xiaoman left, then used my tablet to find tutorial videos, studying them carefully, and only then did I start making beer-braised duck, beef stew with tomatoes and potatoes, tricolored stir-fried shrimp, and boiled cauliflower. Luckily, the menu didn't look too difficult, and I managed to cook quite handily. Right at 6 o'clock, Ji Xiaoman walked through the door, and as she sat down in the dining room, she casually tossed a bag to me. I bought this Su for you. She instructed me very seriously. Tomorrow is the Su family patriarch's milestone birthday. Come with me. I'll introduce you to everyone in this circle. Is there anything I should keep in mind? Having to meet a bunch of strangers again, I felt a sudden pang of pressure, but I didn't intend to object at all. I understood very well that Ji Xiaoman wanted to bring me into the high society circle, so no matter the pressure, I had to stand firm. I made up my mind that I absolutely could not, at such a critical moment, be ignorant and ruin things. Ji Xiaoman nodded, her clear voice saying, Yes, there are. But not too many. I've already had my assistant email them to you. Be sure to look them over carefully. I replied decisively, yes. After eating with Ji Xiaoman, I immediately returned to my room, opened my tablet, and began studying seriously. Unexpectedly, when I saw the ballroom dancing section, a layer of cold sweat immediately broke out on my back. Save me. I really don't know how to do this. Can I just not dance when the time comes? I was left in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love,
leaving home empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold the house. And after throwing me to my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. The Saturday I wasn't looking forward to much finally arrived. At 5 p.m., Ji Xiaoman returned home on time, bringing along a team of style experts to get her ready. Compared to her, I had it much easier. I put on the suit, clumsily tied my tie neatly, then was pressed into a chair by a stylist who styled my hair, applied some hair wax, and in the blink of an eye, I was made up to look like an adult. I stole a glance. Ji Xiaoman today was truly stunning, wearing a sexy tight black dress, paired with high heels, long legs looking even longer than life itself. Along with her exquisite makeup, she exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at a distance. Meanwhile, I was huddled in a corner frantically cramming party etiquette, so I had no mind left to admire my sister's peerless beauty. The car slowly came to a complete stop, and we had reached our destination. I was the first to get out, and immediately after, elegantly reached out my hand to help Ji Xiaoman down. Seeing this gesture of mine, she nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good." The first step was satisfactory. I curled my lips into a slight smile. Naturally, I wouldn't let you lose face before we even entered the party. Ji Xiaoman said concisely, "Arm." I finally reacted, hurriedly lifting my head and squaring my chest, bending my arm for her to take. The hall was bustling with people, and calling it a birthday party was less accurate than calling it a high society networking event. Soon someone spotted Ji Xiaoman and took the initiative to come say hello. It wasn't until she finished her last round of socializing that she finally led me, with confident strides, toward a group of 7 or 8 people gathered together. Ji Xiaoman's voice rang out, "Grandpa Su, I've come to visit you." The surrounding crowd immediately parted, and leaning on a cane, an elderly man with silver hair appeared in my line of sight. Head of the Su family, Su Yu-an. This was the man who could shake the political world, with just a stamp of his foot. Seeing Ji Xiaoman, Grandpa Su's face immediately brightened with a smile. Good, it's been a long time. This girl is more and more like old Ji from the past. Are Mr. and Mrs. Ji doing well lately? Ji Xiaoman smiled and nodded. Yes, my grandparents are still very healthy. That's good, that's very good. The old man nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, his gaze then stopping on me. Sir, this is my brother Yun Tao. I brought him specifically to greet you today. Ji Xiaoman introduced me with a smile. I hurriedly gave the old man a polite smile and took the initiative. Greetings, Grandpa Su. So he's your family's newest member. He's quite tall, too. How old are you? Su Yuan's expression softened, and I obediently answered each of his questions. Then, under Ji Xiaoman's introduction, I was introduced to the seniors standing before us. After that, I followed Ji Xiaoman around the hall, finally managing to recognize almost everyone mentioned in the email. Did I perform well enough? The polite smiling and greetings were finally over. It felt as if my spirit was being drained away. Ji Xiaoman nodded, smiling slightly and whispering, "Not bad, you didn't shame our Ji family." Right then, among the distant crowd, Wang Yue, looking around, suddenly had her eyes light up. She tugged at her father's sleeve beside her, whispering, "I see my classmate. I want to go say hello." The middle-aged man beside her smiled warmly upon hearing this. "Go on, let Papa go with you." The two of them approached step by step. When the man saw Ji Xiaoman in front of me, his eyes widened in an instant. "Yue, your classmate said, that woman in black drinking over there, the one beside her is your friend. His name is Yun Tao." Wang Yue's lips curved into a brilliant smile. Hearing my name, the man immediately became excited. Yue, didn't you say you're quite close with him? Invite him over to our house when you're free. You're both not that young anymore, and you could consider taking things further in the future." Understanding her father's implication, Wang Yue first paused. Then her heart skipped a few beats, and her face immediately showed a look of determination. "Papa, don't you worry. I won't let you down. Truly, my good daughter." The man patted her head in satisfaction, then led her toward us with wide strides. I was busy chatting with Ji Xiaoman when a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Yun Tao!" I turned around to see Wang Yue waving at me from afar, with a look of sheer joy on her face. Ji Xiaoman also turned to look, and after scanning the newcomer, she calmly asked, "You know her?" "She's my classmate,
We're not that close. I nodded slightly. Father and daughter reached us in no time. Upon seeing Ji Xiaoman, the excitement on the man's face hadn't yet faded. He submissively reached out a hand. Greetings, CEO Ji. I'm Wang Cheng Shan of Fenghua Media. My daughter said she saw a friend here, so she wanted to introduce us. Never did I imagine this friend was of CEO Ji's family. Yes, hello. Ji Xiaoman casually reached out, gave a perfunctory handshake, and immediately withdrew. Wang Yu, tilting her head slightly, obediently greeted Ji Xiaoman, then looked at me in surprise. Yun Tao.
This is great. I didn't expect to meet you here.
I thought I'd be sitting alone, bored in some corner, all evening. Yeah, quite a surprise indeed. I nodded, my manner polite yet distant. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Wang Chengshan hurriedly chuckled to smooth things over for his daughter. You, since you found a classmate, you've got a companion. Why don't you two go find something to eat over there? You young people these days, I'm afraid you don't want to linger around us adults any longer. Yes, of course. Wang Yu immediately nodded eagerly with a smile. I frowned slightly, instinctively turning to look at Ji Xiaoman. Unexpectedly, she spoke up nonchalantly. It's good to have company.
Go over there and get something to eat.
It works out well, since I have to go have a few drinks with some old friends too. I let out a heavy sigh in my heart, glanced at the dessert area not far away, and could only start walking toward it. Seeing this, Wang Yue quickly followed. Wang Chengshan stayed behind with a benevolent smile and took out his phone. CEO Ji, we've met because of the children. It seems like fate. Perhaps we should exchange contact information. Ji Xiaoman surprisingly agreed. As for me, after taking 2 pieces of cake and some fruit, I sat down on a sofa and began eating with intense focus. Seeing me eating so seriously, Wang Yue couldn't help but smile. Didn't you eat before coming? The desserts at this gala are quite tasty, though they're a bit rich if you eat too many. Oh, by the way, I tried some of today's sparkling wine earlier. It's not bad. Would you like a glass? No thanks, my sister doesn't let me drink. I shook my head, unhesitatingly using Ji Xiaoman as my shield. I felt a slight headache coming on. Truth be told, when I'm alone with Senior, time always flies by in a flash, and I want to listen to everything she says. But now, with another girl beside me chattering away incessantly, I just find it far too noisy. So noisy that my head aches. Right, Nuna? I was left in a small village by my biological mother for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving home empty-handed and divorcing my mother. My mother turned around, sold the house, and after throwing me to my grandfather in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her career, staying away for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wants to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Just then, a thought flashed through my mind. Senior also lives in the hillside villas, so her family background must be quite extraordinary. She said she had something to do today. Could she have come here too? At that thought, I immediately regained my spirits. I quickly pulled out my phone and sent her a message. Nuna, you said you were busy today. You wouldn't happen to be at a party, would you? Unexpectedly, she replied very quickly. How on earth did you know? A slight shiver ran through me, and I instantly felt completely invigorated. Fatigue from dealing with others earlier vanished in the blink of an eye. I suddenly stood up and began looking around expectantly. Wang Yu beside me looked up at me in total confusion, standing up to follow my searching gaze. What's wrong? It's nothing. My face suddenly broke into a radiant, joyful smile. So sorry. Suddenly have something I need to take care of. Without another word, I strode straight ahead. Wang Yue immediately rushed after me. What's wrong? I'm free anyway, after all. Taking a girl along to find my Nuna. Are you kidding me? Wouldn't that be an instant disaster? I thought to myself that being too blunt might be impolite, so I casually said, in going to the restroom, are you sure you want to come with me? The smile on Wang Yue's face suddenly froze, and she gave a forced, awkward laugh. Then go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Don't bother waiting, I thought for a moment and added one more thing. I'm not really comfortable being alone with girls. Probably head home early with my sister later anyway, so you should probably just go find your family. All right then. The smile on Wang Yue's face slowly faded away, and she couldn't help but clench her hands. Finally free from the nagging, I started looking around the crowd, searching for that familiar figure. From a place where I couldn't see, by a secluded railing on the 2nd floor, Qin Ling rested her hand on Mu Yula's shoulder, amused by the scene she had just witnessed. Xiaolu, that junior of yours is quite popular, isn't he? Look at how happily he was chatting with that pretty girl just now. His face was almost beaming like a flower. Let him talk. Who he talks to has nothing to do with me. Mu Yulu looked calm on the outside, but she suddenly felt strangely irritated. Oh wow, nothing to do with you, huh? As soon as you got a text from him, you couldn't wait to run out here.
Qinling teased her suggestively, only to receive a razor-sharp glare from Mu Yulu. She turned around without hesitation and headed back to the lounge. I just couldn't stand those troublesome vixens you guys are hanging with, so I came out specifically to get some fresh air. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell a certain someone about your secret crush diary, the one where you're already dreaming about marriage and having kids with him. Mu Yulu, you're too much. Stop talking rubbish. Qinling immediately stomped her feet and chased after her. Naturally, I knew nothing about this little episode. I was still very enthusiastically searching for my Nuna's figure. The trouble was, this place was just too huge. I searched for a long time, but there was no sign of her anywhere. A sense of disappointment suddenly surged in my heart. Had I misunderstood? Was Nuna actually at a different party? With that the energy seemed to drain from my body once again. So I trudged back from the garden to the main banquet hall. At the same time, a man in a neat suit holding a microphone stood in the center of the large front hall. Welcome everyone here today to celebrate Master Su's 88th birthday. Next will be a performance by Master Su's granddaughter, Miss Su Wei Yi, along with her brother Su Yang, dancing the opening dance. To honor the master, please give them a warm round of applause. I listlessly raised my eyes to look, but my gaze froze at the staircase entrance, and my eyes brightened accordingly. Following the first pair coming down were 6 girls walking in pairs arm in arm. Among them was someone wearing a light blue strapless dress, her hair flowing down her back like strands of seaweed. She walked down the stairs step by step, holding the railing, standing out from the crowd with her glowing white skin. Isn't that my Nuna? If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to play it cool, hoping for a chance encounter. I should have just texted her directly to find her earlier. The corners of my mouth curled up once again involuntarily as I stepped forward lightly. Qinling just happened to be Mu Yula's dance partner. She saw me appear in the crowd, standing there in a daze like a lovesick puppy, staring at Mu Yulu without blinking, and she couldn't help but smile and wink at me, then whispered to Mu Yulu, "Oh my. I don't know whose junior that is, but his eyes are practically glued to a certain someone. Seeing how you're dressed today, it's no wonder he's absolutely smitten. One more word and I'll sew your mouth shut." Mu Yulu gave Qinling a fierce glare, but her eyes still caught a glimpse of me. She let out a soft, cold humph and turned her face away again. Why doesn't you go back to showing off his feathers to that pretty girl, instead of staring at me? The opening piece quickly ended, and a new melody echoed through the main hall. Mu Yulu and Qinling, along with the girls who had just come down, blended into the middle of the dance floor. The handsome men and beautiful women around me also took turns extending dance invitations to their partners. Seeing myself standing there foolishly in the crowd, looking a bit out of place, even though seeing Nuna made my heart bloom with joy, all I could do now was step by step back away from the dance floor, getting out of everyone's way. Just after taking a few steps back, Wang Yu appeared out of nowhere, right next to me. With a smile on her face, she directly reached out to me. "Handsome, if you don't have a partner, I happen to be alone too. Would you mind having a dance with me?" Since I had already seen Nuna, my mood was fantastic. So even my refusal carried a sense of genuine cheerfulness. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to dance. Please find someone else." Wang Yu didn't believe it at all. This guy clearly said he was going home, yet here he is still wandering around. She took the initiative to invite him, and yet he rejected her again. How could there be someone as stubborn as a block of wood in this world? An indescribable frustration rose within her, but the smile on Wang Yu's lips remained unchanged. All right then. With that, she turned and walked a short distance away, heading to the man who had just invited her to dance. And so, I retreated to a corner with a clear view, imitating those around me. I took a glass of champagne and swirled it gently. My gaze remained fixed on that light blue figure in the middle of the dance floor. This was the first time I'd seen Nuna dance. I didn't expect her dancing form to be just like a fairy's, making my heart race uncontrollably. I was left by my birth mother in a small mountain village for 10 years. Who would have thought that 10 years later she'd come for me in a Bentley, not only giving me luxury cars and a mansion, but also suddenly giving me 5 beautiful sisters. When I was 7, my worthless father had an affair for love, leaving with nothing and divorcing my mother. My mother immediately sold the house, and after dumping me with my grandpa in the countryside, she went to Beijing to start her own business.
That journey lasted for 10 long years. Today, my mother suddenly appeared in a luxury car, saying she wanted to take me to Beijing to live in luxury. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, Qinling took Mu Yula's hand, leading her in a spin, then leaned in close to her ear to tease. Xiao Lu, your junior just turned down that pretty girl over there. Aren't you happy about that? If he turned her down, he turned her down. Mu Yulu casually glanced toward my direction, seeing me standing there all by myself in a distant corner, with no one to talk to, just standing there smiling foolishly, looking toward the dance floor. Another song ended, and Mu Yulu spoke slowly to Qinling. I'm a bit tired, going to take a break. What a perfect excuse to go find someone, how convenient. Qinling signaled her understanding from a distance, then turned and walked away decisively. Using that excuse, Mu Yulu stepped off the dance floor, heading straight for where I was standing. I never in a million years expected that Nuna would stop dancing, let alone come straight toward me. Is she coming here to rest, or did she see me? Very quickly, Mu Yulu's eyes met mine, and this time I was sure she was coming for me, making me even more excited.